to it like a dog to his vomit.
Hank comes in so rare. You come in clearly so rarely. I figure if you speak, and I better just let you speak. I'm just being silly.
No, it's right though. Yeah, I'm off today, so I'm at home with Wi-Fi and.
Some other monsters say, I'm going to mute my mic now, and I'm going to let you guys talk 10 seconds later. Unmute his mic.
I've done that myself. You stop talking about me. I apologize. Here's the new clown horn. Now it's 3 times, mind you. If it's too much, let me know. No, wrong.
All right,
that was
yeah,
wrong.
I'm going to be picky and say just the first 3.
No. Hold it. It was the wrong one. It for some reason it pasted the last one. It was the same. So wrong one. My bad. Here it comes. Let's see.
You guys do have a mass mute button, don't you?
No, we don't. The moderators don't get that shit. No. We don't have a what is it? Priority speaker either. Like it's meant to be more open that way, but
right.
Okay. Clown horn number 2.
faster.
Shut up.
I'm serious.
Hey, just order a little squeaky duck, you know.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's go with the rubber ducky. Rubber ducky sound. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah. Squeaker.
You know the chicken that you squeeze? Should do one of those.
That
Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about? You will squeeze the elongated chicken.
This one's gonna crack you up. Oh man, hold on. I should be able to break these down into shorter segments, but I thought this one was extra special. So where'd it go?
Oh no! You're wasting our time. What are you doing? Oh no! No, you went the wrong way.
You want short and sweet.
I know. I'm just joking with you because you said short. It needs to be like a 2-second one.
Yeah, like not even. Actually, like a second or a second and a half would be perfect.
Just enough to hear it, like squeaker.
Really loud rubber chicken. 28 seconds. That's probably too long.
I think we just need like a physical, rubber ducky.
Yeah.
That would probably be the easiest way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of typing in a command, you just have a rubber ducky. You squeeze it twice, and that's it.
Okay, here's one that's 6 seconds. I'll just play it. No, that's stupid.
Terrible.
That's stupid.
That's like a wake-up.
It sounded like a truck, like that does revelry also, like as it enters your driveway.
That one was lame. Man.
La cucaracha.
Sure, that too. Yeah.
Oops.
If that ended there, that would be great, right?
That one does end there.
Yeah. No, I want that one. That's pretty good. Just a little faster.
Yeah, but I can't make it faster, so.
Okay, what about only 2 honks? This is ridiculous how picky I'm being.
Believe
You,
I'm looking up for two honks. I'm looking up for 2 honks only.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, think about a gavel. It's like, tick, tick, tick. That's it. You know?
Rubber chicken sound bites. Okay. Stand by. No, it's not going to work on videos. I'll have to look for other sources.
You're gonna
But
have some-
you could just record it in like Audacity and then cut off the last honk or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm fresh out of rubber chickens.
Yeah, I found him, bro. Totally cool.
You got a rubber ducky or something?
No, that's Earl.
Oh.
Earl's name now is totally cool. Toad, T-O-A-D.
Oh, that's
Totally cool.
right. Rubber ducky.
Oh, rubber ducky. I love you, rubber ducky.
Oh my god.
Let's take a bath.
Come on, 2 honks. Just same as it was, just 2 honks. Come on, Sonny, I know you can do it. You got this shit ready to go. Take the same same honks, but get rid of the 3rd honk.
I got a 1 honk.
Let's hear
Hit it twice.
it. One honk might be good enough as a flag. Like, hit it twice for like a 2 flag thing, right? Like, you'd be like, first warning, second warning. Like, what? You know, wow, what?
Sounds like kind of a weak one if you ask me, but let's give it a shot.
That's funny though. That's pretty funny.
That gets the message across, though. People will be like, what's that? That's all. You're just
Make it super loud.
like,
That's the sound
I'm not-
that I'd first originally imagined.
I'm not getting it. Build the bridge.
I pinned it in the Groovy Bot text.
Prove rubber ducky.
That's funny as hell. Perfect.
so we're going to warn people that that's the warning sound? Or are we just going to let them learn that?
Oh, hell no. Oh, no. If they can't
Yeah,
figure it
let
out,
it
fuck
just
them. They
come in
fell,
naturally.
they fell into quicksand.
That's the rubber ducky warning. Continue at
I
your
don't
own
like to
risk.
give warnings. That's a waste of ammunition when you just shoot over the bow, by God. You just could acquire a target and fire.
Look out, mama, there's a white boat coming up the river. With a bell and a whistle and a man standing on the rail. Go tell Lemmy Lou, 'cause it don't look like they're here to deliver the mail.
do think it would be funny if it was somehow in our like rules agreed where like where they could click say a reaction to to it would automatically play the sound. I don't think Discord allows you to make that kind of a thing. But that'd be really cool. Where like if they click the reaction, then all of a sudden it would play a sound. So you could have in the rules like if you hear this sound, please click below. And then you click, like that means you've been warned. Something like that. That'd be a really cool function. I don't think they have anything like that though. I mean, I suppose because you'd be doing it in text and you'd have to be in a voice chat to actually trigger it.
I like the idea of people just disappearing after the ominous ducky sound and people being confused.
Ducky make you go bye-bye.
Hey,
I
as
was
long
in
as
a
you do the
Discord-
duck to Kiwi, I'll be happy.
Hey, what's
It's
a
the first
penguin?
time I saw it.
What's a penguin sound like? Should we use a penguin instead?
Use a swan.
Chili Willy.
Lou, I was in a Discord the other day and they had some type of different setup, and it had like the guest speakers or the host, and then underneath it showed like who was listening, and the people that were listening couldn't talk, but you like put your hand up.
The Chatterbox has a really cool system like that. Except for, see, I'm lucky because I got into the server before they implemented that system. That system requires you to enter a phone number, which I am not willing to do to enter their server. But they have, some kind of cool bot that really organizes their chat system, like for debates and stuff like that. It's a really nice bot. Whatever, it's just most people aren't going to be willing to put in real information.
Yeah.
You're roboting really bad.
Penguin sound. Here's some penguin sounds. I'll get ready to shut it off right away, though.
What the fuck, Groovy? Is that a penguin?
Yep.
Is that going to be it?
That was good.
Alert.
Yeah,
That
but
was
it's too
amazing.
long. It's too long, though. It's like a minute and something. You
All right,
can't
well
play
then
it.
all right, I got a new job for you.
You have to stop it
Take
after
a piece.
one. Could do that.
See, the penguins are
Those
the
chips
guardians
good?
of Antarctica. It's so because we have gifts like this. 1 second.
Are those potato chips good?
Oh, sorry.
Where's my penguin gift? Yeah, this is the one. See, you throw
Wasn't
this
potato
gift at them, along with that sound that was just played by Sony.
It's actually pork and beans.
That was unexpected. I'll give you that. I did not expect the penguin to turn into a ballistic missile.
Mm.
That one struck me as really fucking funny. Oh, man.
Yeah, the one that cut the shit just posted is one of my favorites too, but it's always so small. It just illustrates how penguins are assholes, even to each
Yeah.
other.
There's assholes in every branch of nature. Look at this. Look at this dick.
Wow. Way to whack a brother through the hole in the ice, man.
It shit's funny as hell. Hey, bitch, lay down. Bow down, nigga. Bow down. Bow down.
Think a plane flying at cruising altitude over their heads would disturb them? While they're just trolling the shit out of each other down on the ice? I don't think it's gonna bother.
Hmm.
Hey, Spiral Love, that's bullshit. Where's the other penguin?
It was CGI.
Ah! You guys gotta ruin everything for me. You're fucking dicks.
Ah, that's awful. You just like, that's.
Well, you know, CGI Earth. Hey, you know what I mean? Out of order, eh? It's okay, pal. You can still believe it wasn't.
Yeah, I think what happened here is that you mapped out the dickhead real penguin, and the second one is the post.
Yeah, you just gotta keep the faith, eh?
Yes, Dick Penguin still exists, everybody. No worries.
There was
CGI
never.
fake.
There,
You
yeah,
just
there was
gotta have
never.
faith, eh?
There was never a second penguin there. The dude just fell in a hole in the ice.
Yeah, you just like.
I appreciate you, Derp. You did that for my feelings. You're a nice guy.
You just can't see the second penguin because of the refraction of the light as it passes over the ice hole.
Yep. You must wrap around the other penguins.
It refracted the ice hole into an asshole penguin. It's a theory. See, the other one wasn't really there, eh? He was loomed. He was loomed into the image. In refraction, eh? That's why his arm was, so distorted when he was pushing.
I'm fucking done. Nothing in this place is fucking real. You can't trust anything. That fucking
penguin.
I wanted that penguin to push the other penguin in. This is fucking horse shit. Can't trust anything. Fuck. Nothing is real.
If you need your fix, I'm sure
Penguins
you can
don't
find
exist,
an
eh?
King Dick on YouTube.
Penguins don't exist, eh?
They're all in your fucking
Hey,
mind.
you're-
It's all a simulation, and if you don't agree with me, it's just because you're not woke. So you guys need to suck my dick as every time you want to freaking argue with me about that, basically.
You go, eh?
Why did it have to go there though?
Yeah, here you go, eh? Your little Arctic buddy will help you out with that, eh?
Somebody's an asshole. That's hilarious. Who's CGI?
Out of order, eh?
That's not as good a copy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I have a question.
Please.
Just to be honest with you guys, at the start, I'm gonna say that I'm not fully convinced about flat Earth, and I'm just here to to listen to you. But I can't really understand the concept of relative density in terms of gravity. How does it works?
Google the term specific
It's
gravity.
actually very simple. Like, you should be able to grasp it. Like, anything that.
Yeah.
Let's take like a ping pong ball, right? And let's hold it above the ground, and we drop it, right? A ping pong ball is light, but it's still more dense than the air around it. It'll fall. But let's drop it on the water. It's going to stop when it hits the water. It's going to float on the water. Why? Because it's less dense than the water. Let's take it to the bottom of the water and let go of it. It's going to go up. Why? Because it's less dense than the water. So we have this coherent, law about density that works for everything, whether it goes up or down, respective to the medium that it is in. But you, if you believe in gravity, are buying into a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff. Basically, it doesn't need to be.
Here's the thing, bro. Hank tried to point it out. Relative density is also known as specific gravity.
Specific gravity, yeah.
It's gravity specific to the density of medium objects fall in.
Okay, yeah, I understand now.
Yeah,
and it's mainstream science. It's not a flat earth.
It's
not a flat earther's
concept. Where I
concept.
learned about specific gravity was in brewing. Like if you're brewing beer, like how when they talk about a dark beer or light beer, like how heavy of a beer it is, it has to do with its specific gravity.
Due to
its
density.
Due to its density versus water, I believe is what they judge it against.
Yeah, it's a ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard. The standard being the medium, the substance being the things in the medium.
Oh, okay.
They displace the medium with the object, assign the medium a number, and then measure what is displaced.
Okay, I
assign
can
it
see
its
now.
gravity.
So I have this concept in my head. So what about the gases like CO2 and air? Isn't technically CO2
what about
more
'em?
dense than air? So it should be, like at the bottom.
Not entirely. Is it the most dense?
Yeah, I mean it's not the most dense, but it's denser than
And
air.
where does CO2 predominantly exist in the atmosphere?
Oh, it seems like it's mixed all around, or I don't know, maybe it's at the top, at the bottom, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Well, you don't know where it exists, but
Where is it made? Where is a lot of CO2 made?
so most of the CO2 is in the troposphere by mainstream science, the mid-troposphere.
Okay, so it's like trapped there.
It's like what?
It's like, just there and not anywhere else.
No. That's where the highest concentration is. Obviously, there's carbon throughout it because carbon is created at a ground level through processes like, can you give me one process that would give you carbon? Maybe decay, decomposition?
Maybe just burning things.
There you go. So it's created here and then it moves there. And there will be a disbursement in between. Gases move omnidirectional, do they not? Or in every which way.
Really in each way. But okay, I get the concept. Okay, so that's all. Thanks.
Well, I mean, there's a question that you. It's funny. I probably shouldn't even do this because I don't have a great answer for the question. But the real question, when it comes to the density thing, has to do with like the acceleration rate at which they claim solids fall, right? So, do all things fall at the same rate? And how can you predict the rate at which something will fall? Like, can you do that based off of its density? I'd like to look into more study myself on that and possibly do some for myself. I think it's important to this, but but the law still works the same either way. I mean, it just, if depending on the medium that it's in, I don't need to go over it again. Sorry. Just my point's been made.
I mean, that's kind of interesting, the way the things fall. I didn't think about it earlier, but now that's interesting.
Yeah, you have to think like about the things
Not
that
everything
will
falls.
go up. Like not everything falls, right? Yeah, so like some things go up, and can you come up with a law that describes all things, whether they're going up or down?
Yep. Theory of kinetic energy, wherein there's two axes, up and down. It gives a specific explanation why things rise and why things fall, and that's specific or relative density. That's simple. It's physics. Just above a high school level, that's all.
I learned about this in school, right? And I knew that the atmosphere was like a fluid, right? And I knew that like it worked in fluids. Obviously, it doesn't work in solids. And I know some people don't like the word fluid, but this the medium is always fluid. And I knew this is how it worked in school, but I never really put it together until I started questioning everything. And then questioning everything, well, that's what scientists do, right? They try to question, things. And, you got some people that just really don't want you questioning the narrative. And that's the problem. That's when it's become a religion, like an orthodoxy, right? So that's what we want to avoid.
Hank, I'd like to also point out, like, what you call solid versus fluid and what people think of as a solid or fluid can be wrong. Like, it's too bad people don't like fluid for gases and for liquids, because even what you call the earth, the dirt itself, acts fluid-like. It acts fluidly. If you've ever driven a heavy machine over the earth, you'll see it absorbs like a sponge and sponges back. Or if you like ever seen what they call liquefaction, like, or whatever, where these mudslide type events, like the earth or rocks that rise out of the soil, or rocks that seem to sink into the soil, like this is it acts fluid like. It's just very slow because it's a denser fluid.
Yeah, it's not a fluid. It's not a liquid, but it has fluid medium. Fluid medium displays fluid movement. It acts fluidly. Capable of flowing, easily changing shape, constantly changing, apt to change.
Yeah, the
That's
Earth's
fluid.
not a solid object. It still fits in line with this whole density tower, Archimedes' principle.
Well, yeah, the atmosphere is ever changing, constantly moving, displaying fluid movements. When I say fluid, that's what I mean. There is the mainstream consensus, and I know we're not about a consensus, but it says there's like 32 billion gallons of water suspended in the atmosphere at any given time.
I just want to point out that according to the Globetards, we live streamed from the moon in 1969, or maybe it was 72 when the rocket took off, or the LEM took off, and the camera panned up. I don't know if panned up is the right word, but the camera looked up at the same time that the rocket took off. But I can't get Wi-Fi in my kitchen or my bedroom because, and think about how terrible my signal is sometimes. But Whitey was streaming from the moon in 1969. Ain't that about a bitch?
Another thing about specific gravity or relative density is, and I like I said, so my family owned a microbrewery in the area. They recently sold it. And I worked there for a while, and I picked up a few things. Like when it comes to brewing, it's a science for sure. It's all chemistry and everything else. But so I heard about specific gravity and how it chooses whether it's the density of a beer, whether it's a heavy beer, a thick beer, or a dark beer, as most people would call it, versus a light beer. And that all makes perfect sense from what I picked up. How to do it, no, like I don't know that, but um, it's just when you look into flat earthers, one of the big debunks is about we talk about relative density, and if you look up flat earth or look up relative density in a flat earth context, Google gives you, for the top like 2 pages, they give you a whole bunch of results about how relative density is a made up term by flat earthers to try to explain gravity, blah 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 blah. They'll give you this whole thing, but when you dig a little bit, you'll find that relative density is synonymous. It's another name for what Hank said, specific gravity. And specific gravity has been with us for a long time, having nothing to do with flat earth. We didn't make this shit up. It's something that's already existed and been known for I mean, as long as beer's been around, really, like, which is thousands of years. Like, they've understood this.
Okay, I misspoke. It's 37.5 million billion gallons of water in the atmosphere. I knew I was leaving something out. Yeah, relative density is specific gravity, and it's a scientific principle. It's not some shit flat earthers made up. It's something we learned in college. So when you get out of high school and you want to beat a flat earther, go to college like we did or I did. Maybe get some damn experience in life. People, this guy's an example, no offense to him, but they come in and ask questions about things they don't even know about. An entire cycle. Carbon has a cycle. There's a carbon cycle on Earth. But yeah, we want to know why doesn't it do what this? And it is said to do what they ask, why doesn't it do? It's 9 times out of 10, that's what we get all day long is non sequiturs. And it's cool. I mean, they say flat Earth is detrimental to science, but the truth is, how many people actually do real science now trying to beat a flat earther? I would say flat earth is good for science. It gets people involved who otherwise would give 2 shits less about science or any scientific principles.
Exactly.
I think we help educate people on what is science and there's, you learn science here and then you get tested on it. Absolutely 100%. We make you back it by citation. Well, and people here are no strict than my professors were in college, and my professors were actually a little more strict. They would ridicule you.
Dude, I'm not that old. I'm technically a millennial. I'm like the first millennial, right? But I remember learning in school that the scientific method and that it was experimentation that made science and anybody could be a scientist. I remember learning that in school, like in high school.
Yep.
They don't tell that to kids anymore. We're fighting a new generation and a new type of doctrine to the masses. Like most of us are, middle aged or over. We're not that young when it comes to flat Earth. And that's because of the way that they're being schooled. Like they taught us one thing and they changed everything, and we're sitting here asking questions, going, "Hold on, you used to say this, and now you're saying this," and they're just like, "Well, it changed, and you're gonna get left behind, or you're gonna adapt," and it's just that they contradict themselves from one stage to another, and we die off while the kids just learn the new bullshit.
Yeah, it's funny that someone, said that flat earthers invented like relative density. Like, come on, seriously? Like to think that flat earthers are the one that discovered, density and buoyancy. For someone to say that is just asinine, right? It's like, I want to keep my gravity so bad that I'm going to make up a lie because there's only one gravity, Newtonian, Einsteinian, 3/4 space. It's like these people are retarded. And it's like they don't realize that, if Newtonian is like instant action, and then Einsteinian is like nothing moves faster than the speed of light, even if you push a pencil. Right? My dad used to say pencil pushers. But yeah, it's like, how do they not know that that's contradictory? I just listened to QE's recent video, and it's like, these people are like double speaking clowns, like asshats. Like, oh. And there is a huge difference between the normie and, the motherfucking baltard. Like, don't treat your baltards well. Treat your normies well. And these baltards are so anti-science. Like they keep saying that like observational science. Science.
Don't you need to
Go
know
ahead.
what science is before you're anti-science? Right? Sorry to interrupt you.
You definitely should
No,
know
you're
what
good.
science is before you accuse somebody of being anti-science. My God, that's what most of these people have. Almost everybody who has accused somebody of being anti-science has no clue what science is. Guaranteed. You ask 99%. You ask 1,000 people, and 99.9% of them will get that wrong.
Well, the problem is they're saying that they're pro-science and flat earthers are anti-science. But you got to ask the question, what is observational science? Well, observational science is a pseudoscience because there's no such thing as observational science. And I always tell these baltards, like, why do you guys hate variables so much? Like, why do you guys hate the fact that we want to, like, nail down the variables so that we know what the actual cause is? And that's because that completely destroys their model, right? They have nothing but just so stories based on observation and no way to prove cause. Everything is causation, and correlation doesn't exist with these people. They're asshats. Asshats.
Well, yeah, they'll tell you correlation doesn't equal causation, and that like, but I don't think that means that they completely deny correlation. They'll use correlation when it suits them at any time.
Yeah, but when they say that like the moon causes the tides, there's not even really a correlation there. Is there?
The moon causing the tides.
There's certainly not a causation.
Jenny!
Yeah, I mean,
Run, Forrest, run!
causing the tides, like,
Forrest.
no, there's not much there. No.
We're surrounded by millennials, Jenny.
Oh,
What's a millennial? Well,
God help us all.
Well, they said
Eminem.
graduated 2000 or after, and I forget what the cutoff is at the end of that, but that's the start of it.
That's what my sons are. They're millennials, yeah.
I'm not sure where the cutoff is between what they call Gen Z, right?
Dig it.
Gen Z is the one that
Gen Z is a millennial.
No,
What are you talking about?
No, Gen Z.
No.
No.
Gen Z are millennials.
No.
No, I'm not.
I don't think so.
No,
We should
Gen
look
Z,
it up.
Gen
That's
Z
because
is like
you're all millennials.
Gen Z has already graduated high school. Like literally, I'm almost 40 years old. I'm technically a millennial. Millennial is over of graduating. They're done.
I think I'm a
No, Gen Z's
X.
that.
I'm a Gen X, I think. I graduated in 89.
Gen Z is after millennials. I'm just picking on you. Because you're millennials.
Listen, the cutoff varies, but it's basically born by 2000. I think they say. I think it has to be born basically.
Well, it depends on what chart you look at.
It was graduated year 2000.
Graduated year 2000. Who is that again? That's the millennials?
That was kind of people that are.
So millennials were born between 81 and 1994 to 96. It depends on what chart you're looking at.
There's a fine cutoff with what they call millennial, and it's somewhere between.
There's not a fine cutoff. There's a bunch of different.
1981 and 1982, which is funny because some sources will say that it's 1982 and after.
Yeah, it's dependent on source. So there is no defined cutoff. It's a depends on who's doing the survey or
What I'm saying is myself, I fall into the very end of 1981. So, therefore, by some definitions, I am a Gen Xer, and others, I am a millennial. So I don't really know, like, am I the first millennial or the last Gen Xer?
Gen X's are born in the 70s?
No, even the 80s.
No.
Even the 80s.
Okay, according
What?
to
Gen X is 1965 to 1979 or 80, depending on source.
Gotcha.
Okay, so well then, if that's the cutoff, then 81 would be the cutoff for millennial, right?
yeah, you'd be the first.
Yeah, 80. Yeah, and once again, that's dependent on source. There's a lot of different charts on when a generation is every 20 years.
All I know is when it comes to labeling millennials, they typically say that it has to do with the year you graduated. So if you graduated the year 2000, you are a millennial. You're the first millennial class.
Yeah, I don't look at graduation charts. If you're looking for the first the first graduating class of a generation, then yeah, you'll go by their. What, dude? You're roboting. You're rumpusing me.
It's probably when
it
you're
goes
born.
from year of birth. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so
Goes by birth year.
you'd have to calculate it a little bit different if you want to figure out what the first Gen X or the first millennial
It smells like millennial spirit to me. Smells like millennial spirit.
So it would just be 1981 plus 18 years.
Oh,
That's
the thing. That's why it's a big deal with me. Is I don't want to be lumped in with the millennials. Millennials get tons
So
of
you were
shit.
born in 1981?
Yeah, like
that sucks, dude. That sucks. You're a millennial.
I think I am. That's fucked up.
Just tell people you're a Gen Xer. You'll be all right. You can squeak by.
I don't think they'll believe me. They'll be like, "Nah, bullshit. We were in the 70s." They'll be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm definitely a Gen Xer, tried and true, born 1971.
Right in there. Yeah.
So yeah, it says, according to Wikipedia, it says, as the children in the 1970s and 1980s, a time of shifting societal values, Gen Xers were sometimes called the latchkey generation. You guys all know how that works.
I was one of those myself.
Well, I'll
And
tell
then
you this
also,
the millennials, unfortunately, they get a really bad rap because honestly, like it's their boomer fucking parents that really fucked everything up.
no, it's Gen Xer.
Hey now. Watch it, whippersnapper.
It's fucking true, man. Their boomer parents
And then-
fucked everything up.
And then Gen Xers are known for being the MTV generation as well. Let me see what it says terminology for Gen Xers. Let me see if I can scroll through it.
Gen X is given like credit for basically being the creators of video gaming, home console gaming.
Oh yeah.
There's also
Well, no, we played it, but it was the boomers that created it.
no, the early Gen Xers anyway were the real big ones in it. Like they were ones who helped to revolutionize that stuff and be the real big game developers like early on in their career. And like Gen, what they called for a little while Gen Y, which became millennial. They were more about taking the technology that was developed by the Gen Xers and finding better user interfaces and more like user friendly ways of dealing with the hardware structure that was given to us by the generation before. So I think a lot of times, like right now, especially because this is like we're in a time of like electronics, like generations are being defined based off of the technology that you had at your disposal and what you did with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have children until I was in my 40s. So I'm a boomer, and I have Gen Z children.
I don't think that, I think that's, if you're an older parent, it just seems like you produce better children. Rather than someone 20 years old trying to have a child and trying to figure it all out.
Yeah.
So your kids are lucky. Your kids are lucky.
They're doing
My
pretty
opinion. Yeah.
But I would say, see, Gen Xers, like they somehow got like an easy out. Like the boomers get a ton of ridicule, millennials get a ton of ridicule. The
Yeah,
Gen
they do.
Xers are right in between, and nobody ever says shit about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, we were according to Wikipedia, it says we were the generation with the rise of the internet and the dot-com bubble.
Well, see, you guys are, in my opinion anyway, or the Gen X. If I'm going to be a millennial anyway, I don't know if I really want to pick a side. But, if I'm going to be a millennial, you Gen Xers, you kind of rode out that whole gravy train, silver spoon kind of bullshit. Like you had a time of, you guys had a time of like it was easy. Everything was easy.
Yeah, that is true.
Your boomer parents were loaded to the teeth and had tons of vacation days, and and you were given that silver spoon to do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Well, it was weird because it wasn't until like I was in like 7th grade when MTV was emerging and video games but before then we used to climb trees and ride our bikes across town to go to the pool all day. Now it's so different with kids. They don't do that anymore. I made it sound like my granny.
Yeah.
Go outside and play TV, watch your brain.
Even me, that youngster, fucking 39-year-old, fucking, I used to ride my bike around. Like I would go, dude, I used to ride like 12 miles in one direction and then back during a day before my babysitter knew I was gone.
Yeah, I mean, it was totally different. I would have to agree with you. And I guess I've seen and others my age or whatever have seen quite a transition. I want to go back to just having one damn phone in the kitchen with the 25-foot cord. This is my goal. I want to get rid of my Wi-Fi, which I'm on my phone all the damn time. I just want to get a damn flip phone and then get an actual desktop and plug in my internet.
If you're going to take this conversation down that road, I agree with you. I to a certain extent, like technology is awesome. It can be very useful, but typically we actually, if you look at like the degradation, I like to say it like this: think of it like a graph, all right, like a bar graph, right? Like you got, or more like a wave. With the advancement of technology, as that line rises, so down goes the degradation of society. Society degrades with the more technology we have.
Oh,
Somehow.
for sure.
It's supposed to make everything better. It's supposed
That's
it's
what
a
they
tool.
told us.
That's
That's
the
what they
reason
told
for
us.
it. But it's
Mhm.
made us a weaker people, a weaker society, a more distant society.
I don't know. I think it's kind of split down the middle. I mean, what you just said wouldn't apply to all of us here. I mean, you know.
How many of you know the names of both of your next door neighbors, left and right of you?
Hey, so I do, but I want to jump
No,
in
you got a
as
good point. Thank you.
I want
I
to
got
jump
you.
in.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I was born the last year of Gen X in the beginning of that year. And if you remember back, I grew up in a time where your parents kept, some desserts or something on hand because you had people that actually came to your door and knocked, that sometimes didn't even call, that we called company, and they would come
Yeah.
in and sit down and you would have a conversation and you would talk about things, even controversial things
Mhm.
sometimes like politics and religion, but you got to have those conversations and they would be kept in line or kept in check with the fact that somebody got out of line, there were consequences because it's face to
Yeah,
face,
they'd
so
be
everything
held
was kept
accountable.
cordial. So now with the advent of technology, it's much easier to sit behind a keyboard or a cell phone and just berate somebody because
And
nobody's going
hide
to punch you in
behind.
the nose.
Yeah. People have this anonymity, and it fuels people acting like an asshole because there's no accountability. But I totally agree with what you're talking about. People used to actually go and visit, just randomly go by and visit someone, as long as it wasn't around bedtime.
Yeah, the house I
You
grew
would
up in, we had
Yeah.
a front room with some nice furniture that was only there when company came over. We would sit in that room, have some coffee or a beer. Not me, because I was a child, but there would be conversation. There was no television on, there was no radio on, maybe some music, maybe turntable was going, but it was conversation between neighbors and friends.
Yep. I'm really happy that my mother is really involved with her neighbors. They have like a neighborhood watch, and everybody talks together, and they have block parties. And I'm like, oh man, that's so reassuring, knowing your mom knows her neighbors. So.
Yeah, I'm in a lucky
But it doesn't happen
situation.
that often. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I was just going to say I'm in a lucky situation where we are friends with the majority of the neighbors. I would say everybody 5 houses to the right of me, 5 houses to the left, and even multiple streets up. I know everybody by first name and talk to them on a regular basis. But my wife and I are also those kind of people that kind of put ourselves out there to make the connection as well. So.
Yeah, I should follow that example a little bit more. I mean, I'm acquaintances with several of my neighbors, but I don't know. Maybe I should pass around flyers and say, "Hey, let's have a barbecue."
Here's an interesting thought.
Oh, Michael.
So let's say you everybody recognizes that with technology and all of its uses, it's separated us. It's made us farther from each other, even though we're so close.
Yes.
And we could use this technology in a way that could still benefit us, but yet doesn't necessarily separate us. But to do that, you have to implement restrictions and laws and stuff like that, like censorship. You have to how do you maintain like the free gain of knowledge and communication and the free internet, like, and also a solid society if we recognize that it's this technology that's forcing us farther apart from each other? This is a really tough question. I expect a long silence.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, technology is, and unfortunately we haven't used it necessarily always in the best interest of everybody. But yeah, there should be a free flow in it.
You should talk to my You should talk to my neighbors about that. They're Amish. They've been my. I've lived on a
Oh,
third
I'm so
generation
jealous.
farm. I lived here my entire life. I lived here my entire life, except for my service years, 12 years in the Corps. And my neighbors. Their children are my neighbors. Some of the older people still live here. They haven't passed away yet, but my neighbors are still the same people I grew up with. They're not neighbors to me. They're an extension of my family.
Hey, Mike, if your neighbors are Amish, then maybe you know better than me. Is it possible to become Amish, or do you have to be born in?
Great question.
You can live like an Amish. You can live in an Amish communion, but they're not running a communion next door.
Would they accept you if you weren't? Would they accept you into their community if you weren't born Amish?
Or if somebody
Depends.
married, or if somebody married somebody Amish, would they be Amish?
Depends if they're modern. It depends if they're Mennonites or depends which one they are, the modern or the traditional.
Okay. So I'm just saying,
traditional.
This is something that, as a guy who likes to work with his hands, if push comes to shove and shit goes the way it's headed, like that may be a way out for me, like to become Amish. Like seriously,
I'll be your Amish sister. I'll be your Amish sister, Lou.
Well, I mean, I can say it like this. You can adapt their ways and live in their communities, but very seldom would they consider you Amish.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. So, like, how likely am I to get into an Amish community now? Like, right, like.
You'd probably have to practice their faith.
Well, it depends
Lou.
on how.
What if I just, if I'm willing to just be like,
there's not a lot of those Amish communities where there's.
Let's do the shit by hand, and I just want to build. Are they going to be like, yeah, come on in? You want to build? You don't want to do it by hand? We'll teach you. Like,
no.
Guess you have to do your own community, Lou. You have to start it yourself.
Nah, come to Texas. We'll start one.
Such buzzkills. I really want to find out that I have a way out. This is bullshit.
Yeah, see, listen, those Amish communities you see on TV where there's a whole town of people living on 10,000 acres and they invite people in, that shit isn't a reality. It's more like they all got their own land, they live in a certain area, they group around that. Most of the Amish here are Pennsylvania Amish who moved here.
It's more like Mormons
by starting a community. Right? Yeah, so by starting a community here, it means that they bought land. They bought land to put their parish on. They have a community parish. They all own their own land. They work together as a community. Now, I'm their neighbor, so, I mean, I get offered, hey, we're having a barn moving party. Hey, we're having a wedding. I get offered to go to weddings, but they know I'll respect their traditions and I won't do something that would seem outside of their guidelines, Whether it be my dress or attire or my words, I just won't do it. I'll respect their lifestyle. But I'm not an Amish person. I'm a friend of the community. You can be accepted. Just won't be Amish.
I think he just wants to be a part of their community and the way they live. I think it's admirable.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's. I don't give a shit really about their religion. I just want to like join their community to live like them.
I think it's
that admirable. You can do.
Oh, sorry, Michael.
You can buy land next to Jacob, and you can walk right over and start a conversation with Jacob. You could tell him what you just told me, and that'd be the beginning.
Maybe Jacob would be like, "Yeah, that's cool," and that's it, right?
Hey, Lou, you could live in a yurt.
Saying it's a fallback idea, like as a tradesman, I know I'm handy. I know that anywhere I go, no matter where I have to flee to, that whether I speak their language or not, or I'm their religion or not, that community could probably find use for me, right? Like, I'm just wondering, like, without having to go too far, what are my options? Is it
I don't know. I don't know, Lou. They don't stop to recharge your DeWalt. They still use hand. Most of the ones I know still use hand tools.
I said, yeah, if I got to do that by hand, fine, but they're going to expect it to take a long fucking time.
There's an Amish community.
Oh, no. Listen, the Amish people build the biggest barn you've ever fucking seen in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Right. But they're coming together 60 fucking people at once and do it.
Do that.
Yeah, they don't fuck around, dude. Everybody got their own job.
What about Amish furniture? I'd love to learn how to do like Amish furniture, like the guys sell it in Steinhuffels and shit, right? Like,
yeah.
Well,
that's usually done after the everyday work is done, because they live on farms. They're farmers, and
don't Amish
there's
people
more work on their farm than there. Don't they what?
Don't Amish people have to pay taxes?
I've never asked that, so I'm not sure.
I would assume not. No, I mean, if it has to, well, on their land, I suppose that would be different. But like the religion itself, like it's a religion, right? It would be tax exempt.
Okay.
Just like
so would you say
the Catholic religion or the Lutheran religion?
Are they considered separate from society? I mean, do they submit their birth certificates?
I actually think they do pay federal and state income taxes, but you know this, you won't find any Amish person on Social Security or unemployment. They won't accept that shit.
Selling their furniture on Amazon or at Steinhoff.
Well, they accept food stamps.
And then yeah, they're gonna pay taxes no matter what.
They'll accept food stamps.
None of them that live near me would.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what any percentages are or anything like that, so I could be totally wrong. I could be totally wrong.
Most of them who live, I think.
Hey, is anybody hearing Michael break up, or am I having a problem with my internet?
It's your standard money.
No, it's me.
All right, just checking. You know, I always just had this romanticized idea about Amish people that they were entirely separate from society, completely kept to themselves.
They look crazy for like 200 years or something like that, and then all of a sudden now look at everything that's going around, and you're like, you look at them and you're like,
well, I
maybe you knew something. Maybe
when I was growing up, I always thought that they didn't use electricity.
They don't. I mean, not unless they make. I mean, maybe they do. They only if they make it themselves.
Traditionalists don't. New age people do. Traditionalists do not.
Yeah, see, that's what I'd want to be a part of right there, a traditional Amish community.
That's
not
what
like
I mean also, when it comes to like building and furniture making and stuff.
Oh,
like
well,
that.
you got it right. Wait, you were going at it. Yeah, for sure.
I want to know how to do a good mortise joint.
So
nice and fast, like on a huge piece of timber.
The beachy Amish do that, and the Mennonites are the ones who use some modern stuff.
Yeah, they have like a really great store, like a couple hours from me. I used to go there when I lived in Illinois. But it's called Beaches or something, however you say it. But I mean, they had all kinds of like freshly dried spices, and really great.
So beachy Amish are Amish. Amish are the just plain Amish, not Beachy Amish. Those are the ones who will use modern stuff, and so will Mennonites. Mennonites are Amish that actually build churches and stuff. The Amish here in my area, they won't build a church. They'll go to each other's homes. They'll have services at their homes or in their barns. At their homes or in their barns, and they fluctuate it. We'll go to
That's awesome,
Jacob's
dude.
one week and
I know,
Abraham's the
right?
next week. Right.
That's admirable.
So like I know when my neighbor is having them in because I was shooting guns one day. I had a bunch of guys out for target practice and they were having service, and he asked me not to do it. So now he lets me know when he's gonna have service at his house, so I'm not shooting guns off during his service.
Dude, Bettermont, look at those pictures that you posted. No wonder they're able to build that shit. They got freaking 50 dudes fucking building this thing at once. Like, yeah, could you?
Yeah. Listen, if we built that barn, if we wanted to move it to the other side of our property, we'd tear it down and rebuild it again. They'll bring those 50 dudes back, and they'll all pick up a spot on the barn, and they will pick it right up and move it. Amish don't fuck around, man.
Yeah, no, and if they all, as long as they all know what they're doing, that works. But they have to know what they're doing.
Nobody's standing around with a clipboard in this picture.
Yeah, no one's standing around. Look, here, watch this video. This will show you what I mean. An Amish barn move. Look, they got the whole community. Move it over there, and then we're going to have side, boys.
These pictures remind me of like army ants when you see them like moving like a fucking turkey. You know?
Yeah. Rebecca made that sweet potato pie, boy. Enough to go around. Work hard. I live next to Jacob and Rebecca. They got a lot of kids too. I've actually seen this. I've seen them move in a barn like this right down the street. Shut the whole damn street down. Got one guy orchestrating.
I'm looking at that.
To the left, to one in the barn to the left.
That last one is hysterical.
Left, boys. Straight forward. All right, swing around. Set her down. 3, 2, 1, and we're done. Woo! First time I ever seen that, I was a kid. I was like, Dad, that barn's moving through the field. He said, oh, them Amish people, boy, he pulled over. He said, you see all them legs? I said, oh, man, I thought that barn was just floating through the field, Dad. He's like, oh, no, that's how them Amish people do it. I was like, well, are you trying to have that many kids, Dad? You know, I got 6 brothers, 6 sisters. You know what I'm saying? He said, I was trying to be like them people. Only my brothers didn't have that many kids.
You're one of 13?
That's what it said.
Bless your
my
mother's
father
heart.
had kids from another. Yeah, my father had children from another mother. His mom died in a car accident. My mom raised them all since then. One of us is adopted, but you'd never know it. Standing in a group of us, you talk shit to them, we'd whoop your ass just like anybody else.
That's family.
Yes, it is.
My brother never had
actually
like that.
I've actually helped do this once or twice now in my life. Jacob asked, hey, you want to help move my barn? Like, hell yeah. I mean, they get so many people, it's really not that much work. You think it is, but once it's up there,
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
you got so many.
You know those hydraulic jacks that do like 30,000 pounds each. Like you can stick it.
Yeah,
Take, like no room in your truck. Like, you know, if you have a few of those, you put one on each corner, and every
Well, that's what they do.
Like that's the thing. Is just knowing where to lift and how to support it and.
Listen, they'll frame it all in for the move. They frame in hold rails, and then they put it on single cylinder hydraulic jacks, and they'll give you enough room to get your hands in there. And once it's up, you really can't tell. It's like each person is supporting maybe 50 pounds, if that.
I've seen entire houses moving down the road, like twice in my life. Like I've heard about it, but I've seen it twice, where like literally like a house is just on the back of a fucking truck. Like, it's like, how the fuck do you do that? It's amazing that they're able to pick the thing up, support it properly, and rig it onto a truck to move it. And I mean, we're
got
talking
a video for that too, Lou. 80 Amish people pick up a house and move it. Jacob wanted a better foundation.
I mean, granted, if
These
you
are
have
the people
they even do it with really big houses, like some of these old historical, like Victorians and shit. They'll decide to move them, and like they'll cut the house basically down into like pieces. They'll have 2 or 3 or 4 pieces, and they'll move it down the road and put it back together. Which is ridiculous too.
I love living near them. After you do something like this, the amount of food that is laid out, feed an army, it's some of the best food you ever eat too.
So anyway, I remember Lou bringing up the Amish because he was talking about if shit hits the fan, ...
Yeah, which is looking more and more imminent. So like, what are we gonna go? Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? It's fucked up. Right now. We're at a one of those nodes in the evolution of society. Like this is one of those turning points where what happens in the future really definitely depends on what's happening right now. And we are not doing anything to stop it. We are fucked.
Yep. Definitely don't want to be in a big city.
You blink your eye right now and it's over. Like that's just it. Like it needs to happen now. Like it's last resort. Seriously. Like a year ago when this whole thing started, I started talking about this. This is it. This is it. It's the final. It's the last stand. We're gonna have to do something now. Nobody's done shit. It's a few people pushing back. It's not slowing anything down. It's that runaway train I talked about earlier. That ship that sailed. This thing is over with. We're fucked. There's nothing we can do. Sorry to be the doomer, but that's the absolute truth.
I just keep looking at the shit hitting the fan. Not sure why. I gotta look away.
No, yeah, I mean, it's already splattering everywhere, covering the walls and all that shit. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop it. You just gotta leave.
The only thing you can do is the only thing. Well, I guess there's a few things we could do, but I mean, you just have to try and mitigate your damages as much as possible. You know, like I was talking about how I don't want Wi-Fi anymore. I just want to hardwire into a desktop. I don't need to be mobile 24/7.
That's kind of blue pill, honestly. Like that's not going to save you. There's nothing you can do about that either.
No, but it can keep Wi-Fi, whatever, from penetrating my flesh. However it works, I don't know.
Well, you got 5G everywhere you go, regardless if you turn it on or off.
That's true, but I don't go a lot of places though.
Whatever they're playing with that, there's nothing you can do about it at this point.
You guys know they make Faraday material, right? You can insulate your house with Faraday material. Blocks out EMF.
That's true. That's true, but it's not that effective. I looked into it. The materials that they have, like it has to be perfectly sealed to work. It has to be perfectly sealed to work, which means like even if you want to insulate let's say you want to stick your phone in a Faraday bag, like even like the most expensive Faraday bags out there don't get very good reviews. You're still able to ping your phone somehow. Like it's another layer of defense, but it doesn't shield you whatsoever.
It lessens the amount.
Yeah, I'll take some
people wrap their electrical. Some people wrap their electrical wiring in this when they do their house.
You have to buy like a $60 bag that's like the size of like 10 phones in order to shield one phone, and it has to be double wrapped in order to actually.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. RFID Faraday material is like $12 per square foot.
How many inches of earth does it take to block a signal? I mean, that's the cheap alternative, right? Dig a hole.
You buy this shit on Amazon.
You can buy every motherfucking thing on Amazon.
Military grade Faraday fruit.
I would, and if anybody's thinking about buying body armor off Amazon, don't do it. Look at the reviews. It's like you might as well be holding
most of the shit on Amazon that like I like Amazon for certain things, but yeah, most of the stuff is overpriced for what you get. Chinese knockoff shit, and yeah, when it comes to something that's important, don't use Amazon. Like if it's machining or survival. Or
you gotta know the ratings. You gotta for armor. You want to know the ratings.
Yeah, but they'll claim
if it's not
5
rated
on
the
stuff.
same
They'll claim 5
capability.
on stuff that isn't. Like when you test it yourself, it doesn't meet the ratings.
Yeah, you gotta buy military grade stuff, military rated.
I know, but when you buy it off Amazon, that's how they advertise it. Then they send you whatever the fuck they want, you know?
Dude, here's a good example. Like I'm a carpenter. I do outdoor construction, climbing a lot of ladders all day long. I started seeing some YouTube videos of like these guys who do logging like in the North Woods in Canada, you know, these lumberjacks, and the clothes that they wear. And I saw some of the pants they wear, and I'm like, those look like way better than my Carhartt or Dickies or Wolverine or Caterpillar, whatever you're gonna get. Like, looks way better. I went and priced it out. You're talking about $200 for a pair of pants for climbing gear. Like, that's
all what you buy.
Yeah. To get the real shit, you pay up the ass. You're not going to go on Amazon and buy a $60 pair of pants that are going to blow your mind while you're at work, working physically,
Or, yeah, you're not going to get true level 3 body armor either. You want to buy from military surplus when it comes to body armor.
Hey guys, have you guys talked to Freak Face at all?
DuPont.
No?
No.
Okay.
No, go ahead and try, Jenny. Jenny, why don't you talk to Freak Face, Jenny?
He has his self.
Freak Face.
He's muted himself. He just wants
What's
to
free
listen.
frame Freak Face? So come on, I'm mute, or we're gonna have to moderate you.
We can
No
give
parking
him
on the dance floor.
just a listening pass. Can't talk.
I can give him the boot. Give him the boot.
Oh, there he is. Look at there. What's up, bro?
And authority gets people to speak up, eh?
Well, we were like off topic.
Oh, it does. I like to do that.
If you want to kick me for just being silent, go ahead, man.
Totalitarian, well, this isn't a democracy, son.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Raggy.
I just wanted to hear you and know who you are if you're going to sit in my live stream.
Yeah, there's that. It's kind of like if you come into you walk into their home. It's kind of the same thing.
It's like sitting down at the poker table and never saying a word but staring at everybody.
That would be weird. Big time weird.
Eventually, somebody say, "What you looking at?"
I assume this was more like a public place instead of like your personal sanctuary.
Oh, it's not a public place. That's why you need an invite to come here.
Yeah, and your
This is a
invite.
private platform. You're here by invite. You followed the invite, right? You are not in the public domain.
So
you should know that. Not legally, not morally.
You're going to play by our rules, essentially. So if you come in and somebody calls
what are your rules? Like, do I need to talk, or will you just kick me because I'm sitting here?
Well, we do like participation.
Oh, hold on.
You like participation, but is it required? We can allow a certain amount to get acquainted, but if you're gonna just sit there in the background all the time, we're gonna call you out and make you talk. And you will kick me if I don't talk.
Eventually, yes.
Okay, yeah, then you can just kick me.
Aww.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Thanks for your permission.
What's the point of coming in here to listen? Can you hear it in the other room?
You can hear it on YouTube. You don't have to take up space in the live stream that only has so many slots allowed for people to be in here. It's not really a big totalitarian
Pretending to
thing.
talk to me when you've already said you're going to kick me.
Freak Face, can I ask, what is the reason you want to...
I don't know why you're playing the fucking victim when nobody here attacked you.
No,
Why
do you need to be in the live stream where we actually are instead of just on the YouTube if you don't want to interact?
Honestly,
I only know you guys just through the Discord. I was curious. I just wanted to sit here and listen to you guys while I smoke. Then I started hearing that I was gonna get banned or get kicked if I didn't talk. So then I spoke up.
I'm the victim. Man, shut the hell up. I'll hold
Okay.
your word.
Okay, so
Bye, freak.
this didn't happen he's mute and deafened. Okay. All right, next up, Frank. Who's next up?
He's freaking playing the victim because somebody wanted him to be heard in a voice chat. What is the voice chat for? Guys? Any of you? Why be in the voice chat if you're not gonna
with voices?
Yeah, if you're not gonna voice anytime, then you can stick to the text lobby.
Oh, we got somebody.
Like I said, we only allow.
Why be in the voice chat? We must ban this guy because he's in the voice chat and not talking.
Yeah,
It's chaos.
First off,
This guy is just
everybody, both sides,
confrontational.
settle down. Like,
Yeah,
you guys are jumping on him. The more he pushes, the more you push back.
Hey,
And
Lou.
that's driving it the wrong way. Look, we want to invite you as a friend into the conversation. Like, if you have something to say, we would like to, or if you hold an opinion, we'd like to hear it. Okay. What happens often is in this conversation, people are a little bit too aggressive. They're passionate about it, and they just want to fight. But we don't.
Nobody was being aggressive, Lou. We just asked him if he wanted to talk. The threat of ban was a joke, and he knew it since we were laughing. I can't stand people who play the victim.
He's assuming there's going to be a fight if he talks.
Okay.
But, and if that's the case, he's probably right. If he's assuming there's going to be a fight when he talks, he's probably right. And that's why he's here. That's why we're asking. That's why he's defensive.
He's also not trying to defuse it.
I was the one
so-
that asked if anybody talked to him, and I just wanted to talk to the guy for a minute. And I don't know what happened. I looked away for a second, then I looked back, and y'all were doing what you were doing. It's like, whoa. Can we start over? We could just rewind and delete, can't we? Come on. Guys need to play nice. I hope Freak Face is listening.
Yeah, that's pretty much just co-signing the fact that he's a victim. He's not a fucking victim. Somebody asked him if he wanted to speak. He acted like a child.
Well,
He
yeah,
played the
if he
fucking
can't
victim.
have his big boy pants on, then
I ain't got time for that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
I don't care who else does. I don't care who else does.
I didn't speak, and that is why.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're not
I
gonna
ain't
go
got time
on
for that
and
bullshit.
on and debate about how you were mistreated. I'm sorry if you, dude. Come on, this is an adult conversation. So I mean, seriously, you can't just. I'm not saying you barged into the conversation. I wanted to talk.
He's already gone, Jen.
Once
What
again,
is
we have
it?
nobody
Gone.
to talk to. Somebody who was
Okay.
willing to talk to us is gone. Good
Wow.
job.
All right. So anyway.
Oh, was he willing to talk to us, or was he just playing the victim, Lou? Which one?
He might have been doing the victim card a little bit, but he was actually there for us to talk to.
He
Now-
explicitly said he didn't want to say anything. Those are his words. He said, "I am not going to speak, so just kick me." That's what he said.
Then he should have been given a listening pass where he couldn't speak just randomly whenever. But there's somebody new in here, Dennis Abeo. He doesn't have VC verified. Just saying. So I guess he's been listening, I would assume.
Welcome, Dennis.
Brand new person.
And Elijah.
Are you guys streaming on YouTube? Is that what I heard?
Indeed.
Oh, you are? All right. I just stopped in to listen and just say hello. I'll check out the YouTube thing. I don't want to take up space on your server. Plus, I'm at work.
Hey.
Love to talk to you.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, all Globers are welcome.
I always just pop in to see what the topic is, see what you guys are talking about.
Oh, we were kind of in between topics.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at work. I just wanted to pop in. And plus, I love Battle Mode's voice. I just wanted to hear.
Battle mode, your voice is the best.
It is. He's got that old school, like, gangster kind of rap.
Yeah,
I
like we ain't bullshitting. That's what it says.
Yeah,
Wait till you hear Helio. You're going to be melting.
yeah, I love your voice, Battle Mode.
Thank you. Jenny. Rock on. Gang is newly unmuted, Jen.
Thank you.
I'm gonna jet. I gotta get back to work. God bless you guys. God bless you.
Hey, you too, bro.
Take care.
Shalom.
Okay, so you just VZ verified somebody?
Yeah, gang, Gang.
Okay. I find the profile picture is very interesting. I can't read
Yeah,
it.
and if any of you wanna, if you wanna unban that dude, you can. None of my bans are permanent unless I actually say they are.
Nah, that's all right. I'm good. But anyway, gang, are you 18 years or older?
Yeah, I'm 21.
You look like a very young 21.
Yeah, whenever I went to the liquor store, he was like, "You look 14."
Sounds 14 too.
Okay, so what does your shirt say?
It says, "This is my drinking shirt," and
All
I'm
right,
holding
then.
wine.
Do you? Oh, wait. Let me see. Look at this. Do you have matching nail polish too, or? Because it's like I don't know. I'm not trying to be a smart
No, I
aleck.
think my nail polish is messed up there. It's probably black.
Okay. So hey, how'd you find the server? Welcome, by the way.
Oh, I came across the YouTube live stream and I just joined.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I believe in the globe.
You said you do?
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe in the globe? I didn't say it really good. Sorry.
Probably based on like NASA images of Earth.
Well, yeah, that's the right. That's the right road to be on for sure.
That's an easy one though. Like, if that's your number one reason for believing in space and the globe Earth, you do understand like what video and photography manipulation like is, and how easy that is to do with like Photoshop or even before Photoshop, just by they had many tricks. They would create sets, paint things, make models.
So
if picture is your proof, then that's not a very good one.
what about when there is a solar, or no, I guess it would be lunar eclipse when the shadow of Earth is on the moon and it like covers it fully? What would you say would be the reasoning for that?
How do you know that that's the shadow of the Earth that's eclipsing the moon or the sun? Sorry.
Oh my God.
Because the sun is on the other side of the Earth. So the Earth is the only thing between the moon and the sun. Like, what else would be causing that shadow? Right?
Well, that's the thing is you've never seen the moon approaching the sun. So It just, if you've ever witnessed a solar eclipse, the moon just suddenly appears as it's eclipsing the sun, and you don't get any detail of it. It's just a shadow. It looks like a shadow anyway. It's a darkness.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily know that that is the moon that's doing that, right?
The moon that's doing what?
That's
conflating solar and lunar here, by the way. I just want to point that out.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I guess it works for either.
I might have missed whether she said solar or lunar in the
Yeah,
first
it
place.
works for either one. A solar or lunar eclipse, they both have that circular shadow, supposedly of the Earth, going
But that's
onto
because
either the
they're
sun.
It's not
Because
because
what?
what they're is covering them is circle. It's because they are circle. So whatever covers them is gonna show a circular shape.
Yeah, the objects are circled.
Circle.
So-
Here's an interesting thing to note. Okay, so like, there's a common meme that's spread where it shows like a straight line across a moon, and they say like, this is what you would expect if it was the Earth was flat. And it's ridiculous. First off, if you've ever held a straight, you could use a ruler or a book, something straight, and tried to create a shadow on a ball, even something straight will be curved, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what we're saying is happening either, though. We're not saying that that is the shadow of the Earth.
Would you say like it's more like a plate shape, like it's a circular flat or a?
It's just not a
rectangular?
ball. It's
Oh.
just not a ball is what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a silly question? What is a shadow? Since we're
What?
using it, what's a shadow? What is a shadow? It's not a trick question. You know what a shadow is. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to get you to say the things that we are trying to. I mean, that you want us to tell you. We want you to come to them. So I'm asking you questions. So what is a shadow?
The absence of light.
The absence of light, right? So this, you're seeing a shadow, you say, go across the surface of this moon. Describe the absence of light to me real quick. What is it? How would you perceive it? What's it look like? First thing jumps in your head. It's black,
Something.
right?
Okay.
Black.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, sure.
Say dark.
Have you ever seen a non-black shadow? Other than if there's a light source reflecting some kind of a light onto it, it's black, right? It's black.
Yeah.
Well, what color is a lunar eclipse? Like when that shadow comes up, what color is it? I'm sorry, when it comes down, I apologize. I said that wrong. When it comes down, we'll get there too.
Are you saying what color is the moon
Is
turn?
the shadow. What color is the Earth's
It's
so-called
black.
shadow on the surface of the moon? It should be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have access to like post things on the chat, but I'm sure somebody's going to throw it up there for you.
Anyway, there's when it comes to
Yes, you do.
When it comes to
I do. Thank you.
What could cause an eclipse like that? If it's not the Earth, then we would maybe look into like Ketu and Rahu, which were ancient, like what they call dark bodies in the sky. And no, they have not been observed or verified by modern astronomers and stuff like that. But this is an old belief of what could have caused it. But it would be a dark body, like something like a moon that you couldn't see normally. It's basically invisible to you unless it is the thing that is blocking your light.
Is it like antimatter?
No, it's different than that.
Oh. So it's just supposedly like floating around in the sky, but we don't normally see
So
it.
you could think of it like another moon, right? Like two, like you have the moon, then you also have like two more moons. But and this is all speculation. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, sure. But do they orbit anything?
Yeah, and again, if you want to get into orbit, I heard the tone in your voice. Orbit doesn't necessarily mean going around a sphere. Orbit means to circle like a spherical path. I mean a circular path. A circular
I just
path.
meant,
So-
does it go around the Earth like the moon does? That was my question.
Yeah. It would be similar to how the moon works. Ketu and Rahu, they would be similar to that, and they'd be part of the cycle where eventually, given a predictable amount of time, you would have the eclipse and so on and so forth.
So when what is her name? When Jenny said that it's not necessarily flat, it's just not a sphere. Could you talk about that more? Like what? Like it's kind of like not perfectly round, but more squished down.
I would be more specific. I would say that there's topography on land, there's mountains and there's valleys, but sea level, which is what connects all continents and everything else, sea level is in fact level, as water shows you. So
we see too far all over the earth. So it can't be a ball. Whatever the earth is, it can't be a ball like what they tell us. Because we're given a radius. We're given a radius. And then when you apply that to spherical geometry, which gives you 8 inches per mile square of the curve, there tends to be a significant curve after a certain point, and nobody can find it.
I feel like she needs to kind of understand how different these two ideas are. She's still probably picturing the flat Earth being in the vacuum of space and
Maybe.
orbiting around and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right, Lou. Sure.
So we have a completely different cosmology. We think that it's more geocentric. But aside from being geocentric, it is flat. So therefore, the Earth is the bottom floor to everything that exists. And everything that you see above you is literally that above you. It's in the air. So there's up and there's down. Whereas in the heliocentrism, there is no up and down. It's omnidirectional. It's dependent on where you are towards where the center is, and that's where things go down. It's very complicated. We have a more simplified idea.
Okay, so so you're saying no matter where you stood on the Earth, you would be looking up.
Yep.
Okay. But wouldn't there be a way for us to somehow go to the bottom of that? Like, wouldn't there be a way for us to get? So, how would we look down?
How look down at what though? What do you imagine you would be looking down?
You would look at the floor, just like how if you were to
More ground. If you look down, you see ground. That's what you see.
if you go into the ocean, you would say, I wonder what's beneath me. And you would dive down. It's that simple.
And as for the ground, we've only been like 7 miles down or something, or 8 miles down.
Like 8 miles, yeah.
Yeah, I was more thinking of like.
We don't know what the radius value
of an edge. You're still looking for an edge, right?
No, I was more thinking of how like this. I don't know if it fits into your idea, but the North and South Pole. How if you look up, or you would always see stars.
South Pole. There is no South Pole. There's only North.
What
and
about
then not North.
what about a conceptual idea of what we some flat earthers think how the map is? I can find it. Hold on. Unless somebody can beat me to it with the map.
Is that going to be in lobby chat?
No, live stream, voice text.
Before
Okay, that's where I am.
Holy shit! Am I about to see someone? Is someone about to post a map?
Shut the fuck up, Platypus. And before posting a map, preface it. This is not a model of what the Earth actually is. Okay, like, yeah, fuck, dude, you're gonna get muted. I don't normally.
I got a good one, Lou.
You want to be in the fucking, just cackling from the sides. You're gonna get muted.
Okay, there we go. What about that one?
Pole is an ice ring around.
Oh wow, Platypus is all excited about what I just posted. Or I could be wrong. I don't know, man.
So the idea of this idea, it's a generalization. It's to portray this to be on its face. The azimuthal equidistant map, or the Gleason's map, is basically globe projection. It's a top-down It's a northern polar projection of a ball. But when it happens, see what they do is with the southern hemisphere, they splay it out so that it's a flat circle, right? And flat earthers do like to use this. Why? Many reasons. It explains flight paths and everything else. So, like when it comes to yeah, it does, Platypus. So, but it's to basically give you the idea of the possibility of like more land beyond. We are in this this hot zone, a little pond in what might exist. It's all ice around us, and that is what Antarctica is.
Hmm.
In order to believe the ball, you have to buy into a whole lot of stuff that you can't see in real life. Like presupposition after presupposition. They're just stacked on top of each other. You accept one as being true, and then you go on to the next. Our idea of it is much more simplistic. What you see is what exists.
What if so let's say you're in Antarctica, this thing around us. So like hypothetically you went to that edge.
Okay.
Like
So
that shoreline?
That's an interesting one. So like Antarctica, as far as the shore of Antarctica, that's not the edge. That's on edge, right? That's the edge of the water before it turns to ice. But then how far does the ice go? We don't know. We're not allowed to go there. So this circle that you see from Jenny's picture, like that's just anywhere where it's white and everything beyond it towards the outsides could be there. It's up to your imagination, right? We don't know where the edge is, or we do. Most of us agree that there is a limit to our environment. Some people think that we call them infinite planers. If you're an infinite planer, that's a whole nother thing. But due to the second law of thermodynamics, we're pretty set with there must be a limit to our environment. Now, how big that environment is, nobody knows.
So how come you say that you can't visit Antarctica? Like you can't go there?
It's illegal.
Can I tell you
But
about
people have been there.
Have you ever?
They do.
You could
They've been
visit.
escorted there. They've been escorted there.
Yeah.
You can't do it independently on your own. That's what
Guided
should
tour.
be said.
Guided tour.
Those do
What it's called.
exist. I want to go on one.
There's no independent exploring of it.
When you go on one of those tours, it costs a fortune, and you only get to see basically the shore. You don't get to go anywhere that you want to go. You don't get to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Your GPS doesn't work down
Even
there,
if
so you can't verify anything.
Even if you get to go there, Antarctica is not what you have experienced in your lifetime. Have you ever experienced minus 40 degrees Celsius winter?
No, I would think that's why
That's a
they
very
would
cold
want you
winter.
to have
Minus 40 Celsius is a very cold winter for us.
It will kill you if you're not prepared.
Minus 60 is extremely cold. It is painful. It hurts. Your fingers and toes degenerate. They die of cold.
3 minutes. And the tips of your ears.
In Antarctica, you get normal temperatures of minus 80 Celsius. At minus 80, you need special breathing apparatus to provide you 7 psi, half of the atmospheric pressure, and double the oxygen amount. Without it, you will die.
Yeah, I would think that people just don't really live there because it's so fucking cold. Like that's why you have guides to make sure you don't die.
Well, but the point is if you want to take the risk yourself, you're not allowed to.
That's just what you think. Why would we even cover it? The point is there's no independent exploring allowed in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Can't go down there and explore or experiment. You have to follow a bunch of rules, and that's if they okay you to go. You can take a guided tour, though, but you're not going to see much.
I think being able to simply say you stepped foot on Antarctica is pretty cool.
I'm sure you
Look,
do.
And they also go.
I would agree. That's cool. But
They also go to a lot of most of the cruises. The Antarctica thing is like the midway point to the cruise. They end up stopping at other destinations.
The fact that you can step foot on Antarctica does not prove shit, though, and you know that. But yet, you guys love to freaking say, no, that's not true. You can go there like that's a proof of the globe. And it's not. And you know that. But you still.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah. You're talking to everybody. He's telling you, even if you can go to Antarctica, it still doesn't prove a spear. You got it?
Just making sure I was hearing the answer to the right question.
What? I'd say it's a valid point that people need to get. I get tired of debating non sequiturs. We'll spend an hour on this. It really doesn't apply.
Hey, I want to talk to Frankie B.
Yeah, he's posting some wild pictures in the chat.
Well, no, I just want to know the one with the all the white background, then the black, and then it's just like what it looks like. Sort of like the AE map, but not really.
It just looks familiar to another map, so that's what I was asking.
Hey. Hello?
Yo.
What? Who? What?
Yo, yeah, I posted them pictures up because you were talking about the realm being bigger than what they say it is.
Right.
Pictures from eWars video. Miriam on the flat Earth map on the moon, and then Enoch talks about the 4 gates: the east, the south, the west, and we're in the north, where all flesh is. So the realm outside of the Antarctic, it's nothing but ice, but our realm is way bigger than we think it is, than we are told. What's that?
I don't doubt that at all. I've always thought that for the longest time, for a couple of years.
Why do you say it's way bigger than we think? Like, what makes you think that?
Well, it'd be naive to think.
Well, no, I know. I was just asking,
everything.
like, why, like, if he had any, like, specific reasons why, you know?
Well, magnetically, there's supposed to be more land.
I think the creator created this so that when everything is done, it all opens up for us. When the final work is done and Satan is cast into hell and all of sin is removed, I believe he's going to open up this whole realm for us.
Have you? Wait a minute.
Hold up.
Have you heard of something called preterism?
Yeah, I'm on the cusp of believing that the 1,000-year reign is over and we're in the short season. But I'm not 100% sure yet. I've been doing a lot of research on it. It seems to me in my spirit that the enemy is replaying all the scenarios of the tribulation. It doesn't feel...
You ever been told you sound like Richie from Boston?
No.
I love Richie from Boston. That's my guy.
You sound like him, bro.
Oh, cool. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, no, Richie's cool. Like, a lot of people give him shit, think he's just some kind of shill or something because he got a lot of views.
Richie's real deal. He's
I like
telling
Richie. You guys follow his jailbreak channel?
I don't follow his jailbreak channel, but I do follow him still on BitChute where he's still posting and
Richie's talking about us all gathering together and getting prepared and reaching out to one another and start putting communities together because this thing could go sideways quick.
No, Richie he's said a few things where it might have looked bad, but you got to know Richie to understand what he was actually saying, right? Like,
he's got a heart after the people, man. He's doing this because he cares for us. You know what I mean? He's like on the front line. He's a prophetic voice coming out of the wilderness. I mean, he called the pandemic.
He's not loud about flat Earth for a long time now, but he still says it. He's not ashamed of it. That's for sure.
No, he knows about flat Earth. He says it all the time. He says, "Look, this realm is flat. Get used to it." There's that.
Who says that?
You know what I mean?
Who says that?
Richie from Boston.
His last couple
RFP, baby. RFP.
This realm is flat. Get used to it. It ain't a ball.
You know that he's not going to be with us much longer, right?
Yeah, I know. It's a shame, man. I've been praying for him.
What?
Yeah, he's got some health issues.
He's got health issues, and he refuses to get the the suggested medical treatment. So
is he seeking alternative medicine?
No, he's not doing that either. He's just calling it quits. He's
traveling. Yeah, I think he's going to see some of his subscribers, some of his friends. He's been just traveling across the U.S. I think he's in Colorado right now. The last broadcast, I think that's where he said he was.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Richie. Richie's a good guy. I found him right when the pandemic broke, and he was the first YouTube channel I found. And then I found Alex Jones, and then just in May, I found you guys and another flat channel, and my life has changed through this whole thing, man.
It's definitely freeing.
Dude,
Flat Earth. I think
Richie, like he toots his own horn plenty, but I'll do it again. Like he was literally before the whole CV thing. Like he literally called it out. Like weeks.
Yeah, he
before.
did.
Like I witnessed it. Like this dude saw it coming and called out everything that they would do before it ever even started. So and it's happened. Like it's.
I think Flat Earth is the gateway to breaking the spell of the lies. I truly believe when you get into Flat Earth and you start studying it and you receive it as, Yah's creation, I really start to believe it shows you every other lie that I literally said to my friend, everything we've ever been told is a lie. I was joking around. But then, like a month later, everything I've ever been told growing up is a damn lie. But Christmas, Jesus' name, the name of God is their Babylonian deity. I mean, everything mainstream media tells us, it's a flat out lie. They can do nothing but lie.
Yeah.
And I think Flat Earth is the thing that cuts the veil and takes the shingles off of your eyes so you can see and hear what the spirit and the truth is really telling you. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
Complete.
Yep. And I got to applaud Austin for what he's doing, because he's out there on the front line. He's exposing not just Flat Earth smack, and he's government smack, and he's doing it all. And it's a pleasure to support him and be part of this channel and be part of this community.
Oh, no doubt, man. He's really putting it out there for free speech. He's exercising his amendment rights.
Yeah,
RFP, more than that is he's being real. He's getting out there, traveling the country, talking to real people. Even though he hates people, you can tell it just by watching one of his videos. He hates all of his viewers, and he hates everybody that he fucking meets up with. But he goes.
Oh man, you know what though? That nerd outfit he had on was that was just classic.
You're talking about Whitson now. You're talking about Whitson now. Oh shit!
Yeah.
I'm still talking about Richie from Boston.
Oh, sorry. I thought somebody else mentioned him. My bad, you guys.
No, maybe they did.
I changed the topic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Whitson. I think enjoys getting out there. But no. Richie does it, but I don't think he really likes it. Like he hates every human experience that he has. Period. Whether it's from a truther or not, like it doesn't matter.
He met 10,000 of his subscribers. He said he's met 10,000 of his subscribers, and he loves his subscribers. And I feel the connection with him. He's a good dude, man. I love it when he says, "Look, I got a shirt on that has something on it, and just get over it, all right?" He keeps it real.
So is he still doing videos, or
BitChute only?
He has his own channel.
That in his own website, right?
Got his own website, Alex Jones, but you got to pay for it. It's $2.50
I'll
a
have
month.
to look him up on BitChute, I guess.
And he's on BitChute. I'll post it in general.
He was pretty quiet on there up until recently, but recently he's been putting a lot of videos out, and I appreciate that. He's kind of back,
Okay.
I'll put it in the voice text stream. All right.
Okay, thanks. Hey, can you do me an enormous favor? Would you mind shooting me a DM with the link, pretty please?
Shooting you what?
Can I ask Frank a question?
Can you DM me
Yeah,
a link?
Yeah.
About a post.
Let me get this channel up. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, it was way back. I was trying to wait for a break and all that. You posted like 4 quick little things. It looks like, yeah. So it looks like that's. I think I've seen this before. Is that inverted moon? That blue and green?
That is Outlawed Intel or EWAR from. I'm going to post a video in the chat right now. It's episode 7, The Known World.
Look,
it's from EWAR's YouTube channel.
I'm not gonna shit on it, but I'm gonna tell you I don't trust Anon.
Oh man. Sorry.
I like it. I think it's interesting, and I think it's. I think he's right on with it. I think he's really right on with it.
I've seen something similar that piqued my interest. That's why I'm asking.
Huh?
I said I've seen something similar. That's why my interest is piqued. I think I know what I'm looking
there's
at.
someone named Vibes of the Cosmos. He goes into the moon map.
Yeah, that's it.
Moon mirror
Yeah,
map more.
Yeah, where do you find? Hold on.
It was on YouTube, but his channel doesn't have it. Somebody else had to copy it. He took it down.
Yeah, he got deleted from YouTube.
Vibes of the Cosmos is still up. Last I saw a post.
Do you guys remember like 10, 15 years ago when almost everything on YouTube was like these conspiracy things where they would talk very dramatically, and they would have a very dramatic sounding background music, and they would lead you from one place to another, and you would be convinced that aliens existed or something else to that like.
Oh jeez. You mean like Shane Dawson?
This is what UR is doing. This is like old school tactics.
Come on, man. Okay, that's Vibes of the Cosmos.
No, that's EWAR, Mira. I just posted up. I'm putting Richie's channel up now.
The Vibes of the Cosmos is interesting, but it's all image, with that stupid beat music, and it drives me insane, so I have to put it on silent. But I get what's going on. I just want to someone else's interpretation walkthrough to see if it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the one you put out up too. Did I put the?
What is the mirror theory? What is that?
It's a BitChute channel. I thought I put it up.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, it's a series that came out from a dude named EWAR. He did a 13 video series, and YouTube took it down. So somebody put it up on.
Look, I'll admit I'm a big critic of EWAR. I'll admit though that there is a lot of interesting stuff mixed in with what he has to say, but the overall narrative, I think, makes way too many giant leaps.
But if those landmarks and distances are true, all those shoreline distances are true, then that shit is pretty fucking coincidental.
Coincidence theory. Sure.
How do you research Sturgius's moon model? Like I tried to look for the information that EWAR put up on that video. I had to literally have to screenshot every picture off of it because I can't find nothing on Sturgius.
I'm about to go into my Anon rant, by the way. I've never trusted anybody with Anon on their name, or anybody with an anonymous name. Any writer that was anonymous, I've never taken anything that they've ever said as truth. And I'm not about to start. I'm not about to start now.
I'm with Lou.
Well,
I love your voice battle mode. I love it, man.
Go pilot to pilot.
From battle mode. Battle mode. Where are you from?
Okay, I have to do this. It's not battle mode.
Michigan.
Thank you.
That's the battle mode, right?
Battle mod. the battle mod.
My
But
bad.
I'm Yeah, I'm
Where you
Mike from Michigan. I'll blow this motherfucker up. Michigan. Don't get McVade.
All right, Michigan. All right. I don't. Your accent doesn't sound like Michigan now.
It's a joke.
Oh.
When I do that redneck, or when I OA and go Canadian, which one? I like to ridicule people with that.
It's the underlying country that kind of trumps all the other accents.
Yeah, I'm not Southern. I just grew up on a farm.
What state?
In Michigan. I'm a Northerner. I'm a Yankee.
You really are from Michigan. Yeah, you don't have that Michigan accent though. I love that. I love your voice. It's you got that old school. Yeah, you got that old school like I grew up in Philadelphia, Kensington area. You got that kind of feel, man, like where Rocky was filmed at. You got that kind of feel.
That's that broken. That's that. Yo, that's a deep septum, Adrian. Yo, Paulie, you shouldn't talk to Adrian like that. She's your sister, man.
Yeah, you got that whole feel, man. That
I got that
Philadelphia feel. You really got like that. Yeah, that's where I'm from.
I
Philly.
have a question for Battle Mod.
Sure.
Okay, so you were saying that the Earth is like kind of like the ground. So seeing as the like sun rises and sets and also the moon, so maybe like left to right or whatever, where would you say that it goes when you can't see it?
I wouldn't say it goes anywhere, and I don't remember being the one that says anything about the Earth is ground. But
Who
what
said
I
that?
say is when so what I say is it's a more local sun, and there's our atmosphere. It is an empty space, so the speed of light isn't infinite in the atmosphere. Attenuation happens in the atmosphere, so the light of the sun attenuates to the point of atmospheric extinction, which means it can no longer be seen. It appears distinct because it's running down the surface. You're looking down the ground. It's just like looking down a wall, and eventually something far enough away will blend into the wall. The same way, you're looking across the surface. But the light comes to a point, it attenuates until it can no longer be seen. And because of varying levels of density in the atmosphere, the attenuation is at varying levels. That's why at dawn, you see the sky light up all the way up at the top before you see the ground light up. Because it's thinner up there and the sun is getting closer. And that's the first place, the thinnest atmosphere, the first place it comes through. The last place it comes through is the ground. In the morning, the sky lights up, then the ground lights up. At night, the ground darkens, and then the sky darkens. And it's because of varying layers of density and the varying rate of attenuation to the point of atmospheric extinction. Now, I have a GIF where you can actually see day and night exist together. It's from an Arctic cruise ship, and the guy looks on one side of the boat, and it's day. You look on the other side of the boat, and it's night. If you're in live stream voice text, I'll share this with you.
So you think that the sun kind of goes like left to right?
Oh, no.
And it
No, I don't believe it goes. What do you mean left to right? East to west? So on a flat Earth, east to west is north is the center, and east to west is just a circle around north. Circle one way east, circle the other way west. There's a GIF in there that shows a circumnavigation, which is just a circle around north. And I don't believe the sun does perfectly circular paths, or it wouldn't make the analemma, the figure 8 throughout the year. But I believe just on day and night, and it's not that I believe, we can demonstrate light attenuates as it passes through a medium. It's a scientific principle. The atmosphere is a fluid medium. That means inconsistent, noise changing of varying levels of density. So the reason the sun doesn't light up the entire Earth is because it attenuates to the point of extinction. And those aren't flat Earth concepts or my beliefs. Those are scientific principles.
So
Atmospheric
you don't believe,
extinction of light.
you don't think it's like an infinite plane type thing? Personally?
Well, I don't like to. That's, I don't like to enter into
Because I think if it was a plane
presuppositions or.
that just went on and
It would
on,
take.
the sun wouldn't be able to
It
go.
would take. Well, see that. Listen, that would be if the sun went through the entire infinite plane, but then it'd take an infinity for the sun to get back to us, and it'd take an infinity for us to prove it was an infinite plane. So I don't really gather into things that I can't prove. So infinity isn't even it's just a concept. It's an abstract. It's an ideal.
There's evidence of boundaries, so we have boundaries because we have gas pressure. We're contained. We have to be contained. So because we have gas pressure, what happens after that containment? Who knows? We can't go there. So
Yeah, and when you ask me what I believe, you just invoke speculation. I can speculate all day long, but these aren't things I can prove. Attenuation is a scientific process that can be demonstrated. So is the atmospheric extinction of light. We can observe it. It can be demonstrated. We know how light works through a medium. We can even quantify it and equate it. It's an inverse square law. So attenuation is, inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the light source when in the atmosphere. So the further it gets away from us, the dimmer it gets. It appears to set because it's hovering over the surface you're looking across. If you look across the surface for long enough, that surface takes up 90% of what you view, the image you see. So things at the very end of it will seem to blend together or converge.
Yeah, I guess I was just seeing if you thought that the sun orbited us or not.
I believe the sun does a system of cycles around our living realm, which is Earth. Now, is that the end of the world? No, there might be other lands or other realms outside of this realm. I don't know. I prove it. And I wouldn't say an infinity because I could never prove an infinity of land.
Right. I guess it would have to, if there was another land, it would have to be like a fucking holes or something in the land for the sun to go through or some shit.
Well, there's a multi-pond theory where it shows, a big sheet of ice, like a big square. We'll call it an area, unit volume. And there's 7 little circles in it, and each one has their own sun, and each one's a different realm. Some people have a theory on that. I'm looking for, does anybody have that multiple pond theory map? This isn't a flat Earth map, but it's just somebody's concept.
Is that the suns? That
My
one?
info, I do.
Can you post it, Jen?
I got you.
I think that the mini palms.
So I want to point out that this is a map. This is a map from Antiquity. This is the concentric rings one. This is like we are Atlantis and Earth is the center of this circle, but that's not the one I was talking about. Spiral Love, thank you.
Oh,
this
sorry.
is the one I was talking about. But listen, both of them show the same thing.
Oh,
really? There's on the one you showed, when you go into the furthest concentric circle out, you'll find heaven in Atlantis, and then just in the center, there's an ice wall around it, and that'd be our living space. And you see what P.D. Shea says is the dodo bird. So you see the familiar image of the Azimuth map, the AE map, the dodo. But the one below it is the multiple pond theory.
And that is
Like
so
there's
weird.
many Earths. Yeah, and this isn't a map from Antiquity. It's not a flat earther didn't come up with it. It was an old map, an ancient map. There's a lot of ancient maps that don't make sense. when compared with maps of today. And if we're going to believe Eratosthenes, Aristotle, and Copernicus from way back then, because the Greeks were so freaking smart, then maybe we should consider their cartographers too in their maps. Chronographers.
Yeah.
Outside of what we can verify, which is just that the Earth measures flat and level, it's like there's a lot of different conceptual ideas. I'll post another video of other possibilities of, it's just different conceptual ideas that people have. And it doesn't mean that anyone is claiming that this is how it is. It's just kind of.
Oh, yeah. Truth prevails. High five. High five. That's a great one. I totally resonate with this idea. I'm not saying this is how it is. I just find it interesting. I would be willing to say I believe that it's a realm we're in. And I believe that there's more land, and maybe not like in what Martin Kenny says in Universal Disclosure, but I just think there should be a lot of discussions about this. There should be discussions about what it could be. But for sure, one thing all flat earthers agree with is that it's just not a globe like they're telling us. I mean, you can have two conversations. You can debunk the heliocentric model, which, there's so many anomalies, it's really embarrassing. And then all over the earth, we see too far, and nobody can find the curvature.
That's the big thing, is there's a lot of people who are here that don't want to wear the flat earth role because they don't like the term. They don't like the idea that it puts in most people's minds. So instead, really the best way to think about us is globe debunkers, right? Like you've been given a positive claim by all of the authorities with all of the funding that they could possibly need, with all of the time that they've had. And they give you a model, and we're here disproving their model day in and day out. Like, there's no doubt that their model is fucked up. So now you can either be with us and try to figure out what is the actual reality, or you could be against us and defend a fucked up model.
Yeah, it's actually we should refer to it as the old heliocentric model because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all.
What are some of the anomalies of it, the heliocentric?
Well, I didn't want to get back into the eclipses, but I was listening earlier and I didn't even know who was speaking. But when you were talking about the eclipses, there's actually, I don't recall anyone mentioning the Selenilian eclipse to you, which is where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time. So
it was put in the voice or the text, just not in the voice.
What is much closer? The moon is a lot closer than the sun, so that's why they don't always align.
That's what they tell you, but that's not what we observe. We observe the.
Well, we would even if so if you assume in a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, if you assume a solar eclipse is the moon eclipsing the sun, then you would say that the sun is definitely behind the moon, right? But that's a big if statement. We don't really know what's eclipsing it, and they both appear the same size. And even if that is what it is, the fact that they are the same size is a crazy circumstance. It is the idea that you don't have a
vacuum
creator and that shit doesn't exist because of you is a ridiculous idea.
The vacuum of space is an anomaly. Shouldn't exist because it doesn't.
Yeah,
it can't.
Second law of thermodynamics violation because of entropy.
Right. Let's just jump from one topic to the next like machine gun fire.
No, I'm sorry. I heard her ask for anomalies.
Yeah, I did.
The Selenilian eclipse. You seem to like eclipses. The Selenilian eclipse is a great example of an anomaly. All right, this is a lunar eclipse in which we're able to see both the sun and the moon above our horizon at the same time, while the moon is eclipsed from the top down by our Earth. Supposedly, according to your model, makes no sense. Even your model coins it the impossible eclipse because it does not work according to geometry.
Do you see that GIF I just posted?
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's showing the like the so-called shadow, and I heard someone else pointing out to you earlier, also that the lunar eclipse, when you have a lunar eclipse, it's red. It's not even dark. But anyway, just like of the anomalies, the eclipses are one, especially the Selenilian, because you have both of them above the horizon at the same time. But there's a lot of them. I don't know if you grabbed that video where it's like a possible cause of the solar eclipses, but there are other, let's just call them celestial luminary. Like, well, they're not even luminary because those seem transparent, but they seem to play a role. But they seem to be like other celestial bodies. And then I'll also post one, and I did hear them mention the Rahu and Ketu. And there's actually a guy was able, like you could see the shadow of it as it approached it. So he was actually able to catch this other, like, non-luminous
We have Globers going crazy. Platypus and Matthew Learns. Both are like, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. That's not a paradox. All right, do you want to?
Let's say it is believable to have the dark or celestial bodies making that shadow, which makes more sense than whatever the fuck was going on with that particular eclipse, because that doesn't make sense otherwise. But it could still technically be a globe.
But what you're not
So what are some of the other
It
anomalies?
could if there was ever any curvature measured, but the Earth measures flat level, and we experience it as stationary. And not only that, but I don't know if you've seen, like, even the government and the flight manuals and everything refers to the Earth as flat level, stationary, non-rotating.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward, right? A little weird. Okay, so I don't speak as eloquently as others do in here, but I do happen to know that there were, in fact, 2 anomalies, according to the heliocentric model, with the solar eclipse we had in the United States. I don't know if that's where you live, but
Yeah, I saw the recent one, where I guess the last two.
It was what, 2017?
Do you remember?
Yeah,
Do you
2017.
remember? Do you remember approximately how wide the path of totality was? Approximately.
Approximately 74 miles or something like that.
Yeah. So that's a problem because there's nowhere in nature where a shadow is casted upon an object and that shadow is smaller than the said object. That's not how shadows work. I mean, I'm not like really proficient on perspective, but
you're saying it didn't cover the moon fully? I mean, the sun fully?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's an excellent argument.
Because the Earth is smaller than the sun. Is that what we're talking about? Because it didn't cover the whole sun with its shadow?
No, the shadow itself is only 74 miles in diameter, while the moon is massively bigger than that.
Oh, a lunar eclipse?
Shadow smaller than itself.
We can't hear you.
All right, the idea is that if you try to create a shadow with an object, you will find that the closer the light is to the object, the bigger the shadow will be, right?
Yeah, right.
And if you back that light source away, or I'm sorry, hold on. This does get complicated.
So what? Well, what it is,
following.
the shadow can be the same size of the object casting it, or larger. It's never smaller.
Thank you, Truth Prevails.
But it's
I just know the topics that have been discussed in here. Oh, sorry.
Hey,
Oh,
so they
sorry.
have the umbra and the penumbra, which when you're talking about like galactic distances and how light works and all that stuff, it's all theory. It's like
Okay,
this
but
is how we think it
Lou-
would work.
Lou, there was one more. Didn't people say the path went the wrong direction? The path of totality. What?
Yeah, see, I don't know about. I'm not gonna use that argument because I've heard that argument, but I don't know about it enough.
Yeah, it's been too long since I've heard anybody talk about it.
Well, we've had the shadow like that's caused from the eclipses go in both directions. So either if according to their claim, they have to explain why the Earth started spinning the opposite direction.
Right.
See, there's a lot of arguments that I think often flat. Unfortunately, like this happens on both sides. Glober, just you can all relate to Glober's citing something that backs up their model,
Okay.
and you're like, well, that doesn't prove anything.
I got
because
another
that
one.
That would work the same on a flat Earth. You know, like too often we're using bad arguments. We're
What about-
saying something that would work the same way on a globe, or
Okay,
you know.
what about this one?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe you can speak better on this one, Lou. How about that we shouldn't be able to see Tycho crater with the naked eye?
Given the distances and the inverse square law, correct? Like, there's no way. Like Tycho crater, they say it's like 50 miles wide or something like that. There's no way you should be able to see a 50-mile wide crater with your naked eye from 238,000 miles away.
Yeah.
It's absolutely impossible.
So that doesn't pass the smell test in my book because I'm not a coincidence. I mean, okay, who has a better anomaly for the heliocentric model?
You can
I'm not
just
doing
do
it.
anything, really. In my view, it's like everything.
That the stars line up with the pyramids and have for who knows how long.
And not only is that evidence of having the same stars, but also that the Earth isn't
Well-
shifting either. We have rumbles, but if they're still lining up, then the Earth hasn't moved out of its place. You know, like
Yeah, that was my thought. Is that nothing has
Matthew
moved.
is about to pull his hair out. Look at Matthew and
Yeah.
Platypus in the chat. Those guys are about to pull their hair out. Look at them. If they have any hair left.
What's going
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it may
Platypus. I never said the moon wasn't physical, you moron. I said we
Maybe we
observe
could
it to
go
go
over-
a certain direction.
Hey, I didn't
Well,
say
we-
you. Hey, I didn't say you thought it wasn't. I just asked if we can agree that it is.
It's a physical object, and we observe it to move from east to west, just like we do the sun. Now, you can turn around and say that's because this moves, but you can't prove it moves, so what good is it to say that's because of this? Show me the cause and effect relationship proof.
Well, here you go. I'll give you
Show
this.
me that proof.
Hold on. I'll give you this. From our perspective, technically, one of two things could be true, like totally isolated from any other information.
Well, they could be true. Both could be true, but we lack the frame of reference to see which is true, so we take what we observe.
Okay, but
East
from
to
our
west movement.
From our frame of reference, the moon does not move above us at the same speed as the sun. So either the sun moves faster or the moon moves.
We're not talking about speed.
Person.
It does no. There's no way it moves in the opposite direction. They both move the same direction.
Or hear me out on this one. Maybe
You can observe it at night in the eastern sky, and then during dawn or close to daybreak in the western sky. We know which way it moves. We've observed it. It appears to move east to west, same as the sun for an observer on Earth.
It appears to move east to west. I agree with you. Unfortunately, it does not.
Why? Are you trying to...
Hold on, this is between me and him. So, you're the only person on Earth that agrees, that even has an opinion. Everybody else takes it as they observe it. Not one person on Earth agrees with you on a west to east movement of the moon. Everybody else says one's a turtle and one's a hare. The turtle and the hare, that story is about the sun and the moon.
No, I operate on the assumption that the simplest explanation is often the most correct. You either have to have a vehicle by which the sun and the moon each move at different speeds around us, or there's only one thing that's moving. Well, technically there's still two things moving, because the moon technically goes in the opposite direction.
In your model, all three things are moving at once. What the hell are you talking about? And it's relative movement.
Well,
Christ, now you're even...
No.
You're so far in the weeds, you're not on our model or yours.
We were specifically talking about apparent motion, Mike.
New person is
Hey.
the person.
And if you're going to keep calling me by my first name, damn it, I need to know yours so I can return the favor.
Hey guys.
My mother, hold on. Jen, 1 second. My mother is the only person who calls me by my first name, and it's how I know I'm in trouble. So just call me by my last name.
Well, that's how I feel.
Just call me by my last
name. Truth prevails. Do you want to go
I'm
over
sorry, Jen.
That's okay. Truth prevails. Do you want to go over what you were trying to explain to gang?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I mentioned several things. I'm not sure which. Okay, so you're talking about the
Damn, Mike, they shut you up like it was ladies' night or something.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's
If you
all
could
good.
explain that tangential.
No one shut anyone up, man. I don't know what you're talking about. That's kind of rude.
Give gang the ladies' night tag.
Shut up, platypus.
Actually, that's a pretty good idea. I think it would be good to get some Glover girls in on ladies' night.
Yeah.
Well, we can do it. I'm not so sure she'd be a Glover, because she sounds like she's genuinely looking into it. And she's
I'm just learning. I don't know anything about it.
I think she's open, which is what makes her a better candidate, right?
Yeah,
like,
she's looking for the evidence to say confidently that it is a globe. I think because I get that, because that's what we've been taught. It's a hard thing when you realize that your entire reality is made up and they've lied to you about it and that you believed it. I was pissed. Okay, so I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to see, like, reasoning for the anomalies. Like, that's just what you do when you learn something forever. You're just like, why is that? But if you could explain that text about why that wouldn't work, what I said, if you.
Right. Well, okay. So according to what before I go on though, I want to point out that
go ahead.
They give you an explanation in a story they give you a story to explain everything that is in your awareness in existence, right? But when you realize that they're lying to you, it doesn't mean that you have to know everything. It's okay not to know some things, and if you don't really know the answer, it's better to not know the answer and to continue looking for evidence for an answer to this thing that the anomaly that you're seeing, rather than to just, make up a story.
Yeah, basically, like, there's a lot of things that we can't know unless we can actually go there and tangibly test, like, those things. And I
have no idea how they came up with how our solar system is orbiting a black hole. There's no way for us to exit the solar system and like observe that.
Right, and even according to some of the other stuff that they've taught you separately, that should be impossible to even know of, like, the location and existence of one, right? Like, this is like a new thing. Yeah, a black hole. Like, you wouldn't know where it is. It's invisible. How can you take a picture of it?
Yeah, they don't have pictures of it. They just say that, oh, we think it's this because of how things act around it. But really, that's not really proof, is it?
No.
But, okay, so the thing
you're
that I want-
you're operating on a false premise to begin with. Black holes don't exist. They were conjured by pure mathematics. So this whole thing is a farce, right? Always go back to the baseline claim and evaluate and validate that first. Don't go off into 5 different tangents off a fairy tale. Is my suggestion. That would probably help you from probably looking like an idiot. It's just my suggestion. Take it if you want it.
Space is fake.
Especially with somebody like me coming in here and exposing this dumb shit. So
well, you might think it's dumb shit, but when people have been told an explanation and a story for everything, and they're trying to unwrap their mind off of it, it's like pointing out the reasons why they can't solidify into those things. Like there is a reason, because they claim that everything out there in the universe has.
What I'm saying is, go back to the original.
Dude, I already started. Look, man, I already started talking this. We were already having a conversation about it, and I wouldn't be saying everything that I'm saying now if you weren't talking about how dumb it is. It's not dumb for her to ask questions, okay? If she
no, I'm not saying how dumb it was. For fuck's sake, I said go back to the original claim of the black hole, right?
Yeah,
and validate that first.
There's no evidence for him.
Yeah, we were just talking about the heliocentric model, and that's part of it.
Well, then go back to the...
It's just the model. That's just how the model is.
The model? Okay, what's the model? Can you show us that model?
I didn't say it was true model. I was just... That's what we're talking about.
Okay, that's what they said they were.
If you want to go into another room and continue this conversation, I'll be glad to do that with you. I'm not even gonna... I'm not gonna sit here and fucking fight to talk, man.
QE doesn't know how to read the room.
You fucking monologued all over me.
Dude, you jumped in and I was already in a fucking conversation. You come in here talking about how
dumb and stupid because you're begging the question, for fuck's sake.
You're a fucking dickhead, man.
You're begging the question, for fuck's sake. You're a numpty dipshit.
I care what
You're a numpty.
I don't give a shit.
You are a numpty. You are entertaining.
All right. That's enough.
Thank you.
Please, can we just... Can we please just keep it civil?
But there's this issue with what they present to you of all these bodies that they claim exist in this vacuum of outer space or 10 to the negative 17 toward pressure, right? One, it can't be true because the sun, they claim, is a ball of gas on fire, right? and that it's in a 10 to the negative 17 toward pressure, violating the second law of thermodynamics. And then they claim that all of these bodies have their own gravity. So when something has its own gravity and it's locked in place and it's at a certain specific distance and it moves away from it in an elliptical pattern, then it's going to get closer to another body. What do they call it? The third body problem? Is that what they call it?
The 3N body problem.
But yeah, just the cosmological constant issue and the third body problem. So if you just like, I can't articulate those and go into detail, but if you just logically and conceptually think about it, if something has like if it's in place due to this so-called gravity, which there's also no evidence for, right? Look for the evidence of these things. Look for measurement of curvature, measurement of axial rotation, any evidence that what they claim a 50 torr adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, that's not even possible. The sun existing in this 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, not possible. So just take a look at these things, is all I'm saying.
What does Platypus say about the three-body problem, brother?
Well done, sis.
Well, when she's talking about contradictions, I just want to point out that, like, Most of what you claim is heliocentrists will claim is proven. They have different models. They don't have one solid model that all works together. They have a whole bunch of different little models that they try to integrate together, even though one tends to be contradictory to another. And so they've confused you. They have a whole bunch of like conflicting ideals that most people have just kind of like picked and chosen in order to make up their worldview.
And people assume that it's all one model, like it's all been figured out, but it really hasn't. Platypus, what do you say about the three-body problem, by the way?
We can't quantify two platypuses orbiting a third.
As standard practice,
we can give an explanation, but there's no absolution.
No, there are certain people on the server that I stop talking when they come in here because I don't want to contribute to derailing the conversation.
Well, that's cool.
Leave me out of it.
Smart man.
Maybe like we haven't run into a large enough thing, but if we did, then it would destroy whatever we have going on with. Are we talking about the sun's gravitational pull? Like, wouldn't that be the issue?
They put on the moons.
We established that the sun can't.
No, the issue is three different bodies orbiting under the pretense of gravitational force. So we can't equate any three bodies. It could be the sun or three other bodies. You
like
can
the
include
planets?
the sun or not include the sun. Universally, it falls apart. So
the other
two-body equation, they can barely equate a two-body equation. They have to cancel out the attraction of one and equalize the attraction in the other.
It's all nonsense. The three-body problem comes about from Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics was debunked. This is what I'm talking about. You have to go back to the foundational truths, right? You go back to the foundational truths and you see if they hold any water first before you start extrapolating off of them. There is no three-body problem because Newtonian mechanics is done, right? So you go to Einstein, his equation. There is no three-body problem. There's a two-body problem because his equations can't solve for more than one mass. And they can't even define mass. So he's got a one-body problem. You see what I'm talking about? This is the important point. When people bring up topics, always go back to the foundational claim because you're anchoring the fairy tales. Don't extrapolate off a fairy tale because you'll be down the lane like 30 leagues down, begging to question fallacy lane, and it just ends in nonsense when you can have destroyed it about 25 minutes ago with the anchoring issue. Follow?
Space is fake.
I think you might have come in late on that conversation because they were just kind of going through the things that the heliocentric model says they have claims for and kind of listing them when you came in.
Yeah, trying to unravel this fairy tale that they've already placed in their minds.
We'll take it from what I'm saying is take it from the base. So black holes shouldn't have been part of the discussion more than a minute. Right?
It wasn't.
That's chapter 27 in the Chronicles of Narnia. You can stop them at page 1.
Yeah, I'm in the preface.
For new people, they have to like hear these. These are things they hear about all the time, and they have to like all of a sudden realize that everything they've been told doesn't have an explanation that's proper. So they were just kind of listing all of them for somebody that's new.
Yeah, that's cool. Then just start taking apart the anchor. That's fine. If they start there. Makes it easier.
So you guys think all the planets and stars orbit us and we don't orbit the sun? It's the main.
Ooh.
No,
Look at the time.
The planets are just, they're just, okay, what's a planet?
What's a
It's
planet?
lunar and star. It's a light in the sky. The stars,
Yeah.
they're just lights in the sky.
Right.
and we just see the lights in the sky move over our heads.
If you type into Google P900 or P1000 and then stars, real stars and planets, you'll see a lot of close-up shots that are taken with a $600 camera. And it doesn't seem like what NASA's showing us, that's for sure.
Yeah, these telescopes that they put out on, and they manufacture and put out on the market for people to look at these stars, they have imaging software in them. And so it can detect and it knows which constellation that you're looking at. And when you get to these wandering stars that they call planets, and they want you to think they're physical objects, they superimpose. They have imaging software that gives you what they want you to see. Right? So, but if you don't use the imaging software and use manual, or, I mean, think about it. If you're able to zoom in on some of these things with a smartphone or a Nikon P900, it just has an 83 times zoom.
Yeah, I've used one of those crappy, like, $200 telescopes, and when you zoom in on a star, it's so fucking, like, pixelated, basically. Like, you can barely see anything. Even, like, I was trying to look at Mars, it's just like a circle, and it happens to be orange, so... But it was a shit telescope.
Looking at the luminaries wouldn't determine the shape of the ground we standing on, right? If you look at the lights in the sky, will that determine the shape of the ground?
No.
Exactly. So there you go. We can observe the luminaries and we can see the cycles, but that's what we can do, observe them. Some people will make stories about them and tell you the stories, and some people might believe the stories, but all we got is what we can observe from down here.
I mean, it's perfectly believable that they orbit us. I mean, I have no other proof that we're orbiting the sun.
Orbit can be above us. It doesn't have to be like in the conceptual idea of the spinning globe model, whatever. Orbit can be like, let's say you go around your house.
We did quickly cover that. We said that orbit can be defined as a circular path. So
yeah, circle above.
If I can skate circles around you, let's say you've never been ice skating and I used to play hockey, I can skate circles around you. That's me orbiting you.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Who's the, like, Arab guy that was just talking? Or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, he had an accent.
He's Puerto Rican.
No, I'm sorry. So do you think that it might be an infinite plane, or you think that it's more of like a body?
Can you grab something infinite, put it in a bottle, and paint it red?
My guy, just no.
Exactly. I haven't seen anything infinite ever. So infinite, I wouldn't tell you. I couldn't be able to tell you if that exists. I don't think so.
So you think it's equally possible that they might orbit also underneath us, where we can't go, per se?
To the infinite
Like
thing, I mean,
the stars and...
my understanding is that we are in a contained environment.
Mm-hmm.
So that might answer your infinite question. Past that containment, I don't know what's there. But you asking about what's under us?
Yeah, because you were saying it might be orbiting in a...
No,
it's hard to explain. I don't know all of the words, but
on the ground, we're standing on the ground when everybody looks up, and we see the luminaries above us, and we can observe the cycles that repeat every year, right? But it's above us, not under us. I mean, what's under us? We don't know. The claim is that the deepest hole ever dug was 8 miles. That's a claim from whoever the Russians did that. So nobody knows what's under that. So claiming what's under 8 miles is just more stories that cannot be verified.
Okay.
I can tell you I don't know. Is that okay? Because nobody knows.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I know you're
Different
asking.
people have different ideas, so I was asking you.
I mean, it's to me. I know we like to focus on the science of it, but you seem like a person who might be convinced by just what clicks in your mind and what feels right, and faith and stuff like that. For some reason, you sound like that to me. And just look around you and look at all of the astonishment of what's been created around you, the balance of nature, how adapt you are to fitting into this world, and how you're at the top of that pyramid and everything else. And then look outward, and even if you're going to accept the heliocentric model, look at the precision at which like you're in the Goldilocks zone of this. If there was a Big Bang, there was it's all randomness, but you just happen to fit into this Goldilocks zone where you're on the right planet that has the right conditions, and they've got a moon that gives them seasons and balances them out, and then they got a sun that's exactly 400 times the distance and the equal in size to give you eclipses. And just look at all of this. Look at your hand and look at how complex it is, and tell me that this stuff wasn't created with a purpose, that evolution and a Big Bang and circumstance did this to you. It's unfathomable. Like, there's no way you could come to that conclusion logically.
Yeah, God is good. Agree. Yeah, I've got faith. True statements.
So basically, flat Earth is, again, what it kind of fits into all of what I said. Other is as long as you erase the whole space thing and Big Bang thing, you needed a creator with a plan to create this.
Why would they tell us the lies? What do they gain?
Why would they lie is an awesome question that it's logical for you to ask, but it's illogical to think that you could actually answer it.
Like, because they don't want us to continue exploring the Antarctic or something?
Money, resources, your mind, lying about how things actually work. So in your mind, you have only a conceptual idea of how things actually work.
Like for comfort, because they don't know?
That's control. Control, yeah. And probably the ones that are lying to you, they probably don't know everything either. So they want to control you, control people's minds. So that's this position. I don't know why a liar will lie, but we could say to gain an advantage, possibly.
MK Ultra.
It installs a basic contradiction in your mind that you're not even aware of until you realize it's not true. Because you're told that you're spinning, but you don't feel it. There's no evidence of that happening. You can see a straight line of horizon, completely straight, but then you're told that somehow turns into curvature. So it's all these contradictions that we walk along with and don't even think about, and then we just surrender our intelligence over to just the professionals must have figured it out, but they must have figured it out, and then we don't think that there's a lot of capability in our own abilities to figure things out on our own, because we're just from a very young age. If that's the case, then nothing makes sense. even though you're not saying that, it really is that contradiction that just rests in your mind the whole time. You don't realize it till one day you're like, well, at least these days, people are like, okay, I'll look into this. And then once they do, they're like, wait a minute. Now a lot more things make sense.
Have you guys ever been on like a international flight and then you're like really high up and looked at the horizon?
Yeah.
And it looks
Many times.
many times.
I got a link.
I can't say that I have
What are the
noticed
shape?
curve.
What are the shape of those windows?
She said she hasn't seen the curve from high up, so yeah.
I mean, I wasn't really looking, but it's not like I'm gonna say like, oh, I've seen the curve. But I was
Saying,
just,
if you take an international flight and look out the window and see curve, it doesn't mean there is a curve.
The thing about spherical trigonometry is that you need curve in all four directions, not just from near to far, for there to actually be curvature. So if you don't see it in one in the like right and left, then why would it be near to far?
Plus, when you talk about
this fucking big circle, my guy.
yeah, but
Right?
when you
I mean, it's a big.
the aircraft, the manuals are designed says that they're designed to the aircraft is designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth. And even the pilots that are operating the aircraft, they don't take into account any movement of the ground nor any curvature of the ground. So it's
Now they don't go dipping the nose of their plane.
So the aircraft is designed for a flat, non-rotating Earth, and the people operating the aircraft don't take into account any curvature or any movement. So there you go. Pretty easy.
And think about it, if the Earth's a spinning ball and the plane's flying in a different direction than the spin of the Earth, then the plane would have to land on a runway that's moving, right? It would have to land, it would have to try to land on a moving runway if it's going in a different direction than the Earth spins, right? They're saying it spins 1,000 miles at the equator, and then they have runways in every which direction, but the plane never treats the ground any differently. No matter which direction.
Aircraft would have to dip their nose 0.02 inches, and we just don't observe that.
Well, I'm not talking about the dip right now. In fact, Matthew, I'm glad you spoke up because you were trying to explain to us the other day about how the difference between the spin of the Earth and the 500 miles an hour or whatever the plane's going when it lands would be so negligible, right? Is that the word you used? That it wouldn't even matter that they train the pilots how to fly in a simulator that assumes stationary Earth.
Yeah, that's right. Uh-huh.
So you were saying it's negligible. Interesting. QE, what do you have to say about that? I'd like to hear you guys talk about this issue because you were the one that pointed out to him that it is a separate reference frame, and I was saying
what
the idea. Weren't you saying that? Weren't you confirming that it is a separate reference frame for the plane to QE? Didn't I hear you say that one time, Matthew? The plane's in a separate reference frame, so it would have to land on a moving runway. And the actual timing of that somehow is negligible, even though it's totally not what they're trained on in a flight simulator. I just don't understand how it. I don't understand how it would make it. How it could be negligible. The difference between landing on a north-northwest facing runway compared to a south-southeast facing runway. You'd think the calculations would be much different.
Yeah, if you had a misunderstanding of how things work, then you would think they would be much different. But if you just recognize how it works...
Well, I'm asking you to explain how it works, how it could be negligible. We're talking about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and we're talking about different varying speeds that the plane takes into account, right? And they don't even account for that because they're trained on flight simulators that assume a stationary level plane.
Yeah, the air moves about the same speed as the ground underneath it. Both on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth.
Talking about the plane as opposed to the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, the plane is flying in the air, and so
that's patently fucking nonsensical buffoonery.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
That's what I was waiting for. Oh, that's what I was
waiting
for.
Okay, so the air is moving with the. How does it? Can you tell us mechanically how it? I'm not even going to go there. This can be disproved by an incoherent second grader walking outside. As soon as an east or north or south wind hits his face, your whole point implodes on you. It's so fucking stupid. All right? I mean, gas molecules aren't, there's no bonds between gas molecules, right? So how in the fuck can it spin with the Earth when it's not attached to each other to begin with? And then, there you go, Jimsy, thank you. You got clouds moving every which way. How the fuck is... This is so stupid, Matthew. Did you say... Do you have a master's degree?
Yeah, but it's in computer science, not atmospheric science.
It doesn't have to be in atmospheric science. All you have to do is fog a mirror. Dude, are you kidding me? I don't know what to say. This has to be the stupidest argument I've ever heard. Other than ink molecules are alive, this is the stupidest fucking argument ever.
Well, I mean, Platypus might have just said one that was equally stupid.
What?
Ink molecules are alive?
Ink, as in like pen ink?
Yes.
Genius.
Holy shit! I hope you're doing a numpty on that.
No, this was years ago by an evolutionist. I got him to the point that he had to tell me that ink, paper, or I put it to him that ink, paper, and glue molecules. Be an atheist, ink, paper, and glue molecules have to author technical instruction manuals and blueprints, and he told me ink molecules were alive. I'm not shitting you. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, see, we're leaving Matthew off the hook here.
Yeah,
Sorry. No, I'm fully on the hook. Yep.
Yeah, you're fully on the hook. This is ridiculous on so many levels. It's unbelievable. I mean, just those photos right there, or the videos right there, you're finished. And then there wouldn't be no Coriolis effect because you don't have an inertial reference frame. And by the way, if you don't have an inertial reference frame, all of Newton's debunked laws, they're debunked anyway. Don't apply. Reference frame.
If I was to say that we know the atmosphere is always at perfect equilibrium, what would you say to me?
At perfect equilibrium? Equilibrium with what?
Okay. I didn't expect that for the answer, but okay.
It's always seeking equilibrium because it's a dynamic system.
Oh, it's not equilibrium. That's correct. Yeah.
Before we get off the topic that I brought up just real quick, because the plane speed and the spin of the Earth in every which direction, and the plane treating the Earth just like, it would any other runway, no matter which direction it faces. I mean, Matthew, you try to explain that as if like I didn't understand the topic. Doesn't make any sense that you think that it wouldn't make a difference. And you said it'd be negligible. Can you explain how it would be negligible in your mind? Even if it's not right, just explain how you think about it if you really believe that.
Yeah, if you're trying to land in Quito, Ecuador, which is near the equator, the runway is moving 1,040 miles from east to west. But if the air above it is also moving about 1,040 miles.
East. I'm sorry, west to east.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, west to east. I misspoke.
That's
Appreciate that. Yeah, and if the air above it is also moving west to east.
No, it's not. That's where you die. It's not. We could. I got to stop you because we just went over for the last 2.5 minutes. That's horseshit. Yeah, I got to stop you. Your whole argument implodes. Sorry. Hate to be rude, but I'm not putting up with that shit.
Yeah, I don't see that as a proof. I'm just saying it seems to make sense.
It's
to me
not anything. It's fucking batshit insane. I don't know how you go around. Here's another thing. Here's a good one to get off. Let's get off that plane. I'll go back to the plane thing just for a second, just to show how stupid this is. Okay, let's say we have a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles. They're both roughly on the same latitude. Everyone following so far?
Got it, yes.
Yeah, it's rhetorical. The Earth is allegedly spinning at 800 860 miles an hour. Let's just make the numbers even. We'll go to 800 miles an hour at that latitude. And it's 200, and that's about 175 miles an hour for takeoff speed. So we'll just round it to 200. Make all the numbers even, 800 and 200. So, and the runway from Charlotte, North Carolina is facing west. So that flight is going to take off and fly straight to Los Angeles, right? What the Baltards have to believe, or their claim, is that the Earth is spinning from west to east. When that plane starts rolling down the runway in Charlotte, North Carolina, it reaches 200 miles an hour on wheels up. If you're in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter, and you got eyes on the airport and you're observing this plane take off, when that plane has wheels up, then that fucking plane is flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Everyone catch that?
Earth is spinning, yeah.
Yep, because the Earth's spinning from west to east at 800. Its takeoff speed is 200. You subtract that off, it's going backwards. It's 600 miles an hour, folks.
Yep.
For Matthew,
I'm with it.
For Matthew, the helicopter would have to be out in space for it to actually get that view, right? Because the helicopter is still in that reference frame.
No, that's not the inertial reference frame. The inertial reference frame is the atmosphere. And what they call space. It's the same reference frame. There's no barriers in between the two, according to their bullshit. So they're still screwed. So this is how crazy it is, folks. I just destroyed the whole heliocentric model with a flight from Charlotte to Los Angeles. If
It seems like it's even worse.
It's not worse.
Yeah, I didn't even have time to eat my peanuts.
Yeah.
It seems like it's even worse if you're saying that the air and everything in the air is like Velcroed in the.
No, don't get off this point. No, the new perspective. Don't go on to another point. We already destroyed. It's not attached. Just stay right here and mellow out.
All right.
Because this is a real comfortable spot right here.
Yeah.
Silence is okay.
Are you done asking rhetorical questions I could answer?
What's there to answer?
No, I agree with you. Yes, negative 600 miles an hour is what I would say the plane is doing when it takes off.
There you go, folks. The plane's flying backwards at 600 miles an hour.
I mean, it depends on which reference frame you're talking about, but the
600 miles an hour.
is.
I told you what reference frame it was being viewed from. It was a helicopter, eyes on the airport, watching this plane take off. This happens every day. Many people have seen this before. Do the planes fly backwards at 600 miles an hour, folks? No, they don't. There goes the whole heliocentric model.
Matthew, as a mathematician, yes, you can express it in a negative number, but you know that can't happen in reality, right?
Yeah, of course. And you'd have to figure out a way to get the helicopter to not be in the same reference frame also.
Same reference frame as what?
As the air, so that you could see the negative 600.
You have to be in the inertial reference frame. That's it. It's the end. It's that simple, folks.
Just so this makes sense for anybody listening, as far as the reference frames go, Matthew, are you under the assumption that the plane is always within the same reference frame as the Earth when it spins?
When it's on the ground, it's in the same reference frame as the ground, and when it's in the air, it's in the same reference frame as the air.
Yeah, two different reference frames. Non-inertial spinning,
exactly,
and the inertial atmosphere. See, you contradicted yourself. Before you said that you have to be in space to be in another reference frame. You just contradicted.
No, I'm saying the non-inertial reference frame of the atmosphere is pretty close to the
atmosphere is not the non-inertial reference frame. The Earth is the non-inertial spinning reference frame. The atmosphere is the inertial reference frame. Get them right.
Okay, got it.
So can the plane fly against the airs? If the plane flies every which direction, how is it still in the air's reference frame?
When it's in the air, it's only the airspeed that matters. It's not the ground speed. That's how planes fly,
What?
by using.
Not-
How could that be?
That it can't be. You'd have to multiply the 800 miles an hour plus the plane speed. You have to or you have to subtract the or add the spin of the Earth that's coming in its face at 800 miles an hour plus the airspeed.
How would you ever gain lift going the wrong direction?
You can't. It will freaking crash.
Right? And why
Yeah.
wouldn't the wind all be in one direction if that was the case?
It isn't going the wrong direction. It's tail. It's so stupid. We're getting into absolute abject absurdity
But
here.
see, we know that Matthew's not stupid, but he still believes it. That's what gets me.
Yeah, because I understand it differently than you do it. Yeah.
There's no
But that
understanding
saying
it
that doesn't
differently.
make
It's
a
either-
difference.
The conservation of
understand it
energy
differently. You're
when
not
you're
explaining
changing
how it
direction
works.
suddenly.
No, it's conservation of linear momentum. Most ballers call it the conservation of angular momentum. They fuck up because they don't know what they're talking about. They
What
call
is it again?
angular momentum. They
What
think
is
the
it
plane
again?
when it takes off is still rotating.
Slow down.
So when a plane
He still doesn't understand. Make it clear for him, QE. It was.
I can't explain it. I can't break it down any further. It's an incoherent second grader can reconcile this in a matter of 5 seconds in between iterations of Candy Crush.
Matthew's a professor of
You do have an entertaining way of putting things, QE. I'll give you that.
You can explain it to him, but you can't understand it for him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here, let me do
That
the.
doesn't make any sense that he can't understand this.
Was
I-
that
that's what
difficult
baffles
for
me.
anyone to hold on? New perspective. Was that difficult for anyone to understand? Do I need to go over it again?
For Matthew,
Well, I'm going to go Glover on you. So you said the conservation of linear momentum? Linear? Linear? Linear angular?
Not Bob Linear. No, linear.
So when you say wind speed, Matthew, you mean that the wind is caused by this air that's its own reference frame spinning separately from the Earth? Is that what you meant by wind speed?
I meant airspeed, like the airspeed indicator on an airplane when it's in flight. That's the main thing that matters as to how much lift it has.
This is funny because you guys talk about like the atmosphere being velcroed to the Earth, but then you're talking about that in a separate reference frame from like the wind and the air and the clouds
right.
and what
You got it, Lou.
Oh yeah,
You
because
just
the plane is a
contradicted
third
himself.
reference frame when it's moving in the wind.
There is no third reference frame. There's only
there you go.
non-inertial and inertial. Lou, you caught him.
No,
Contradicted himself again.
So why would the runway faced in every which direction be treated the same when there's different varying speeds for the plane and a constant rotation in one direction for the Earth? How could that be negligible?
Yeah.
I don't think you can even construct that in the imagination realm, let alone
He
reality.
seems to think that he seems to think there's math that answers this. I don't get it.
No, it's not imagination. It's the law of non-contradiction has been violated about 8 times by my count.
Wow.
So it's not imagination. You're coming up against logical flaws that can't be overcome.
You're working real hard when there's a simpler answer.
It's not just Matthew. I told you they must believe what I just told. They have to. They don't have to state it. Like a communist. Like he doesn't have to state that he's against private property ownership. He's a communist. That comes with the territory. So they don't have to actually physically state it. They're a globe earther. They're the Earth moon. When they come up with that silly excuse, just use my example. Communist, you don't have to state it. You don't have to say it. It's inherent in the characteristics of your belief. So it's over. It's all over. Laughingly so. This was over in 2015. I keep telling people. They just don't want to listen. They also want to bring up refraction a lot. I'm going to have to do another presentation. I'm going to camp out on refraction. Fuck it. I'm just going to do it. I told you I was going to do it, but I thought that everyone got it. It apparently not. 3 conversations today. I was just real quiet. The flat earthers enabled Remember, I used that word earlier. Enabled them to bring up refraction, and they just went along with it. So, I'm just going to camp. Like I said, I'm not going to dog flat earthers out just now. I got about 5 more presentations on refraction. And after that 5th presentation, I'm going to tear flat earthers' asses up. Just going to tear them up. Sorry.
I've been beating up flat earthers mode also recently, QE. I'm getting tired of some shit going on around here.
Really? What else is going on?
It's some of the same old shit, but like it's just exacerbated itself to become like far worse recently, I think.
You gonna take care of that, Lou? I don't have to worry about that.
I don't know, man. Look, it's kind of getting down to this. Like, some people need to get in line. Like basically stop. This is gonna be hard to say to you. Like you're an exception. Like QE is QE. You got a persona and stuff, but like too many people just trying to be bullies and chasing people out of here before they have a chance to speak. And it's not working. We're never going to get anybody to talk to that way.
Sure, I got you. Yep.
I'd be interested if you did a video about like why we can't see the sun at midnight. That would be interesting to me.
No, I'm not doing stupid stuff like that.
Because that's a major problem for most Globers about why we don't want to believe in.
Nah, I'm going to stick with topics like refraction. Once I kill that, it's over.
Yeah, the Globers have a lot of problems. QE can't fix all their problems.
I know we don't want to hear the math that you're about to go into about the air speed or atmospheres for the air wind speed or whatever. If you want to put the math on a little,
not going to let Matthew Learns get out from
I want to understand. I want to get how he thinks this mathematically works because it's one thing to like even just imagine looking from space in far enough to see that the plane's somehow going 600 miles or appearing to go 600 miles backwards, 600 miles per hour backwards. But it's another thing when you're trying to show us the math of how a plane going 200 miles an hour is going to slow down to land on a runway that's moving in every which direction. And how
you're getting them, you're letting them get away. You're back at that other point. So you think you need more than the plane flying backwards?
No, I'm not saying I need more. I'm just saying that it's a real gotcha. It's one thing for them to imagine the plane can be going backwards. He didn't seem to have a problem with that, but somehow working out that the calculations that at any direction the runway faces would be negligible, as if there wouldn't be something they would have to go through every single time they landed to make sure that they landed the plane safe without Dyson ball wheels on the plane or whatever it would take to somehow do this.
The calculations, he wouldn't know those calculations.
He seemed to want to go
That's
through
an unfair question.
He was actually starting to explain it.
What's spinning again?
No, go ahead. Let Matthew speak. Let Matthew speak. Like I said, that he wouldn't know the calculations. They would be uber difficult. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you thought it was negligible, why would you assume
New perspective. Is your name Matthew?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Matthew.
So, according to the globe model, using the simplification that QE said, if the Earth is spinning 800 miles an hour in Charlotte and LA, let's just say there's no wind, like it's a perfectly calm day, and the plane flies 200 miles per hour. Then the way that we would explain it is that the air above the ground and the ground itself are basically going the same speed, and so the plane just flies through the air.
We already debunked that.
No, I know you did, and that's how we would explain it, though.
Yeah, but it's all debunked. You can explain it in Narnia. That's bullshit. You're still avoiding the question. Because you're still going backwards at 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, from one perspective, like if there was a satellite in space, it would appear to be going.
No, not a satellite in space. Doesn't need to be in space. I already told you that. I'm not going back over this, man.
Okay, so
I already conquered this real estate. I'm not going to go try to attain the real estate again. Yeah. You're exposed.
Oh, I see the XO made a meme about me. I feel honored to be the subject of a meme.
Don't worry about that stuff. That's just getting off the red herring fallacy. You believe that planes fly backwards at 600 miles an hour?
From one reference frame, yes.
See, I don't give a shit what reference frame it is. You're fucking batshit insane. You should listen to
Where
yourself.
can I see this?
Listen to this back over again, and it's fucking insane, dude. I'm telling you.
I mean, I know you call it 600 miles an hour backwards, but from the reference frame of the ground, it's 200 miles an hour forward.
200 miles an hour forward in what you can't be going 200 miles an hour forward if its momentum is going 600 or 800 miles an hour back the other direction. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm just talking about reference frames.
Yeah, you are. You don't know what reference frames are, number one, and you fucked everything up so far. As I demonstrated, it's over. The whole model implodes with that simple example. Want me to give you
tell
another
the truth,
example?
I have absolutely no idea how to respond to what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't, because there is no response. I'll give you another one. No two people can live on a globe.
Why not?
Well, because there's a paradox. You know, Alice and Bob, this is the simplest of all globe Earth debunks. Alice and Bob, right? I don't care how far you put them apart. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles, 20 miles, doesn't fucking matter. In between them, from Alice looking at Bob, the Earth drops away at 8 inches per mile squared. And Bob looks at Alice, Bob's Earth drops away from him. That's a contradiction. It's a paradox. Can't happen.
You're right. It would be a paradox if the direction of down was identical for both.
No, direction of down is identical.
If the direction of down is identical, you're right.
It is
it's a paradox.
It is.
On the globe model, it's not.
Vertical drop, it is. Yes, it is. Vertical drop is the same. Drop is drop. Vertical drop.
Okay,
yes,
so on the globe model, when people are in different places, the direction of down is not parallel in those two places.
It's not parallel. I didn't say it was parallel. Parallel is a red herring fallacy. Bob cannot look at Alice and have a drop between him and Alice look at Bob and have a drop. If they'd come together, they'd both drop into a fucking abyss. You're screwed. That's
right. I don't agree with that diagram either.
That's how easy it is to defeat the globe right there. I didn't have to use the planes, just use Alice and Bob. Everyone catch that?
Yeah, make sure that you recognize Alice and Bob have the direction of down be the same
have the direction of down.
Or for this paradox.
I'm not talking about down. I'm talking about drop.
The direction of drop, sure.
Direction of drop. Yeah, vertical drop. Yep, same. It's vertical drop is fucking vertical drop. You like that, Mike? It's all over. That's how stupid the fucking globe Earth is.
Well, I just like the way he's trying to fiddle battle with it, like he's going to find a prize at the bottom of the Cracker Jack box.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if you actually believe it or if you're just defending the globe.
Yeah.
I actually believe it. I think it's true. I think it's the right.
That's a lie.
So honest.
Do these contradictions make sense to you, though? Why we think there are contradictions?
I don't see them as contradictions, just misunderstandings.
What are we misunderstanding? So, hold on. In our sphere of view, any way we look, the sphere is curving down away from us, right?
That's right. But in a different spot, it would be a different direction. So New York and LA have different direction of vertical drop in the globe model.
Not true.
It's true. Don't laugh.
I didn't talk about New York.
Listen,
oh God.
Well, if I'm standing in Michigan facing New York, it's going to curve down at 8 inches per mile. If I face Canada, same thing. If I face Dakota, same thing. If I face Ohio, same thing. So me and Alice, she's in New York, and I'm in Michigan. She's looking down the curve. I'm looking down the curve. You don't see it.
You're looking at a curve. You're looking down a curve towards each other. So if you start walking towards each other, you will both fall off into a fucking abyss.
Yeah, my 16-year-old could get this. She actually does. She's just looking at me like, damn.
Okay, no, I agree with you, Mike, that's how it would be a contradiction if Michigan and New York had the same direction of a vertical
You're
drop,
still
same
going
direction
back
down.
to the direction of
Well,
drop.
see,
That's
it's
the
not
whole
about
crux of the matter.
direction.
It's the only thing
Listen,
it's about.
listen, in a sphere of a given size, no matter where you set a person on that sphere, they're going to observe the same curvature rate all the way around. Except, okay, you say oblate, it'll be a little different if I'm looking across the fucking equator rather than if I'm looking towards the pole. Okay, but it's still going to curve in every direction.
Right, you've got that right.
Yeah, so you're acting like New York is going to view a different direction of curve than Michigan. No, not true. No matter where you are on the sphere, there's no top, bottom, left, right, up, down. All you're going to see is curve.
That's right.
Hey, Mike. You guys were talking about the moon earlier. How far is the moon from the Earth?
Oh God, we're going to red herring fallacy.
That's a good question. It doesn't work on a
red
flat
herring
Earth at all.
fallacy away from this total debacle of math.
How far do they say the moon is from the Earth?
It's fake.
So
does it matter?
Hold on a second. You're VC verified. You just hold off for a second there, friend. We want to stick here for a couple minutes. Then we'll get back to your question.
Okay. My bad.
No, just keep that question in your mind, right? We'll get back to it. Because this is a train wreck of epic proportions. You guys want to jump to different topics when this one is the sealer. Every single topic we discuss is a sealer. You want to spend a little bit of time. Don't jump to a different topic. If there's silence, well, so be it. The silence is golden. Follow? These are killer points, man. Simple ones. Let me pull up another one. Something else. Let me see if I can snatch it real quick. Where are you? This is.
Well, it's funny if I use a triangle, Matthew. The distance equates many different ways now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Mike, check this out, man. You're gonna appreciate this. Is everyone looking 21 minutes after the hour?
Oh, this is that. What's that? Blah blah surveyors fucking dumbass shit.
This is Jesse Kozlowski. Watch this, guys.
Yeah.
Watch what he does with this, right? What he says is, this is 0.47 miles. He's got two theodolites, right? He says the theodolites are at the same elevation, all right? So what he does, and like I said, they're 0.47 miles away from each other. So they're at the same elevation when they're right next to each other. So what he does is he takes this other theodolite and he puts it 0.47 miles away across this lake. And then he looks through his theodolite on the other side of the lake and looks over here and says, holy shit, that's Earth curvature because my crosshairs are beneath that theodolite right there. What didn't he take into account? Angular size change with distance. What he's saying, that now, here's my rebuttal. Have a motherfucker go on to the other side and look through that theodolite back towards him. What do you think's going to happen? The guy
probably the same thing.
Exactly. Contradiction. This is a paradox. You can't have Jesse looking at this and have him higher than this one and have another person over here look back. This is the same Alice and Bob. You can't have the other person look back and have that theodolite lower than that one. That's what I'm talking about, folks. This
is that the white thing or the yellow thing in his image?
Yellow thing.
The yellow thing is a total station. The white thing is a survey stick. But whatever. This is the main surveyor, right?
No, Jesse Kozlowski.
Well, if he's educated in survey, he knows it's nothing more than a reflection of topography and layout of the land.
No, he didn't take into account angular size change with distance.
Well, that too, yeah, but it still wouldn't be considered a survey of curvature. This would just be the layout of the land. What's the elevation of one bank? What's the elevation of the other bank?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what.
They're both on the bank of a lake. Is that what we're looking?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, his proof is because this theodolite is below the crosshairs that the Earth is curved. But he failed to take angular size change with distance. Shit shrinks with distance. This is the same Alice and Bob thing I was talking about before.
Yeah, but the premise is they're both the same height, right?
Yes,
and they're
they
both
are. They're
level
next to each other.
Yeah, they're both total stations. They're the same height.
Yeah.
These fucking idiots. A little bit of knowledge is a deadly thing. You give a guy a rifle and just teach him how to load it. See if he doesn't kill somebody. Don't teach him nothing else. Just teach him how to load it. He had enough knowledge to set the shit up.
Yeah, don't miss the point though. The point is this is a paradox.
It is. I mean, I'm with you on that, but as a surveyor, I would account for that, but it wouldn't be my cause for error, and it wouldn't be in my total approximation. I would just call it the layout of the land.
No, you'd be wrong. It's not the layout of the land. It is angular size change with distance. If these are at the same elevation, when you take something away from you at the same elevation, right, it's going to fucking get smaller.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Right, if they walk those theodolites across the lake at each other, eventually, they would level right to each other.
But there's no general rule that all banks of a body of water will be the same elevation. See, that's the problem.
Yeah,
so
the problem is
I know, but that's because this is what I do for a living.
I know it's aside from the topic, but I've been in this for a while, and I just within the last week or two came to the realization of the argument that I've heard people make about, how we say that the horizon would always go to eye level as you go up, or many people say that.
I don't say that.
Yeah. No, I finally came to understand why you don't say that. Even on a flat Earth, it would drop, just not nearly as significantly as a globe would, right? Like, anytime you elevate your position on something, even in an infinite plane, if it were that, you would be looking down on it,
down to view it,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't play party to those arguments either. Angle of view. No different than if I take a perch on a mountaintop to have a clear view of my entire area that I'm supposed to cover. My target, if he's down at the bottom, there'll be an angle to view.
So, I mean, it would appear from any distance that we're normally able to observe that it goes to eye level. And as you went up, from what you can do, it might appear to drop slightly, but not what you would expect if it was a globe of, once again, 3959. The curvature should be visible way sooner than what we see it, right?
Yeah, but what it wouldn't do, though, is the horizon would not continue to extend outward. It would have to drop away.
I shouldn't even say that. Than what we see it. We don't see it. But I got to correct that. But, like, we don't see it, period.
So when I look out at the horizon, I'm looking down. When I look at the horizon, I'm not just seeing the horizon in my peripheral. I have to tilt my head. Is that what the issue is? Is that what?
What I'm saying is, as you go up. So oftentimes, like what I'm talking about is bad flat Earth arguments. Like, if I'm going to be a flat earther, I don't like other flat earthers making bad arguments on my behalf, right?
Well, who's making them on your behalf?
Well, anytime a flat earther says something that's just wrong, it's on all flat earthers' behalf, right?
No, we can't start policing each other like that. But Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. The point I just wanted to ask
It's something I make clear in check-in. I tell them, like, outside of the verifiable information, everyone's going to have their own conceptual idea of what things, and each one's their own individual.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, look, I'm not talking about it doesn't make it actually wrong or right. What I'm saying is, to the person who you're talking to, they're going to perceive it as like, this is the only flat earther I've ever met, and he said some bullshit.
Shit, David Weissing says a lot of bullshit, and boy, do we have to answer for him now? David Weiss, sorry.
We do when people want us to cover his arguments.
No, well, then we tell him to talk to him about that. But that's not what we say. I mean, that's not what I say. I mean, that's not true. On our behalf, you can't just put everybody in one freaking book.
You might both agree on something, but you can't just assume everybody agrees on everything.
No, but that's what they do, though. That's what not everybody, but that's what they like.
Yeah, that's not what Lou's not covering the thing. I don't think he's covering the thing that would be agree or disagree. He's covering things that are factual, that are said, and things that are non-factual, that are said as if they are factual. I would prefer not to have people doing that. I get put in a basket with you. That's all there is to it, whether you like it or not. I had this flat earther once tell me that Australia is not real. What are your thoughts on that? How are you going to prove that?
Did I say that? That's a straw man.
Well, I don't care. Flat earthers believe that. This flat earther told me that.
That's the thing, though.
Call the police on him, straw man or not.
Regardless, that's a straw man. I mean, if whoever said that to
the guy in the background, you're sitting here talking to him. That guy in the background's the one that told me that. And you're sitting here talking to him. You guys got to agree on that.
No. I mean, that's just where you got to confront that person. Then that's the way you got to handle that. I mean, I didn't say that. Did you hear that?
I had another flat earther tell me that frogs couldn't hop on a globe. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, no, dude, plenty of time. We'll hear this at least once a week. We'll hear that. We're gonna fly. We'll hear how our butterfly is able to fly. Like once a week at least. No.
I mean, we're supposed to answer for everything that they say in
How about this? How about I keep track of who says what, and then when they come to me with that dumb shit, I come to the person that said it.
That's better.
It's gonna be a lot of work, Batman.
No, not actually. I've already got this list compiled and reported in Notepad on my computer. What's up?
Whoa.
It's been pissing me off for about 4 years now. Since we're on the subject, what the hell?
Basically, what we're saying is we're not going to name names and who's making shitty arguments. But
that's not what I'm saying, Lou.
Some of you know damn well that your arguments suck, and you need to stop saying them.
Yeah, Lou. Make sure next time to a new person, don't bring the infinite plane argument, because that brings people into the rabbit hole. Okay, make sure, Lou. Put that on the notes.
Hey, no. I told the guy specifically. I said there are some people who say this. Most of us disagree with that, and we
definitely need to
why
hear
bringing
that.
it up at all?
I'm fully informing the motherfucker.
What the fuck? Then she was asking me about it. I'm like, good.
So this flat earther.
Wait, one second.
You just punched us all in with the infinite plane. That's what you did.
One second. So
this flat earther told me once, Earth goes on forever. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up, because one flat earther said it, and then she was asking me about it. I'm like, I don't know, the infinite plane. I don't believe in that shit.
No, see, that's the thing. No, yeah, if he came to you, he came to the wrong person. Like he should have come to me. I'm the one who said it.
When you brought it up.
Yeah, right. But
so you're talking about
the crazy stuff. Like if you're gonna be an infinite planar, you have to be like a simulation like guy also, right? Like that's the only way possible.
IPS. That dude sucks.
I'll jump in on this one actually, because why would it be that an infinite? Now, I'm not an infinite planer or believe in the infinite plane, just to start off with. But I don't know where the Earth would end. But if it did end and it was contained and it somehow outside of that containment of reality is a non-reality, that doesn't make any sense to me either. Like, what would be outside of the container if it's not more
Something
reality?
beyond your understanding.
God, there you go. Most likely. That's possible. But then why wouldn't that be a VR? You know, if there's an outside reality as well as an inside reality, right?
There's a time and a place for everything,
like a VR model.
and I think we chose the improper time for this.
Yeah,
I think
now we're on to virtual
Anyway,
reality.
but yeah, designating speculation of assumptions or misinformation.
See, now you hit it. Now you pinpointed the problem. New perspective. I've been waiting for that.
Oh shit!
So no, he pinpointed the problem. He pinpointed it.
Yeah,
I'll give him credit for that. But we can't listen. I try to police everyone. I can't do it. There's just so many people out here. Flat earthers. They want to have their opinion heard, right? It's an ego thing, right? They want to be heard, and to a point, I don't have a problem with it. However, I said about 3.5 years ago, the biggest debacle awaiting flat earth are flat earthers, right? It's inevitable because, listen, there's nothing wrong with being a flat earther, right? There's no problem with it. However, it's a different game when you come out here starting to debate publicly people on the subject and you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. See, that gives everyone else that's come before you, that's laid the groundwork, that just train wrecks them. Now, they may not be doing it intentionally, but that's what happens. You see where it feeds in on itself and then it implodes. You have to have a hierarchy. I don't care how you feel about this. You have to have a hierarchy of people that are competent in the field, right? You're always going to get your outliers. I understand that. But you have to have a competent higher echelon that deals with more or less the public, the media, and all the other organizations. But okay, well, who are they? And they have to be on the same sheet of music. But then you get a whole bunch of egos because people been out here for longer. You know the routine, right? They've been out here for longer. They have their own thoughts and ideas. No one ever wants to come to an agreement, and then it implodes on itself. You see where this is going? Anyone?
Yeah,
I see it.
Division is always the tactic, right? And it just happens naturally. It's just so easy to do. Like,
yes, yeah.
And if you want to try to explain it,
right?
And if you want to just try to explain how the seasons work or anything, you're kind of forced into like assuming some sort of model by trying to explain the different motions of the sun and the moon. I want to ask QE, what do you think of David Weiss's Sun and Moon Act?
I don't listen to David Weiss's stuff. That I don't like the gentleman. I don't partake in. I'm not a follower of anyone. Never been, except in the military. You got to be a good follower to be a good leader. That's besides the point. I don't follow anyone in this subject area. Why would I?
Just to keep up on what people are talking about, I guess.
I can't. There's too many people. Too many people have different agendas. I can't evaluate those things. They may be right on some things and then wrong on the others. I can't correct everyone. It's an impossible task, right? I don't entertain it. Yeah, I don't do it. I would have no. My time's taken up already. Right. I got a family, just like everyone got a family, got my own issues. I can't do it. Even though I spend for the past, 6 years, 15 to 20 hours a day. It's acme of foolishness.
I think Flat Earth really needs to come together as far as saying when somebody new comes to the topic, what do we all agree with? And it should be universal. Pardon the pun, but it should be where all flat earthers basically say, like, we've debunked your model. You know, that's it. We've done it. We've debunked your model. It is not a globe. So,
good luck.
Okay, honestly, I have to say that I think we do a pretty good job because everybody pretty much agrees when people come in here.
No, we do a pretty good job in here. But what I'm saying is, flat earthers.
Yeah, well, we're talking.
There's your clue.
Here, I thought that's what we were referring to is what we did in here, not out there, because out there it's a totally different beast, right?
Yeah.
But in here we do make it very clear to them when they come into the server that the basic fundamentals of flat Earth are those verifiable things that have been established and demonstrated.
I agree. In this server, most of us, when it comes to the staff, do a pretty good job of, elucidating that point. But we're not the only place for flat Earth. And there's a lot of places where they go just based on faith, and they go just based on straight up conspiracy. Like they're willing to go from flat Earth to reptilian in a second.
Yeah, that's out there. Look, everyone has to have their own level of discernment. That's on the individual. That's not on us. That's not our job. It's not like it's none of our bit. Like their discernment is on them. They're responsible for their own discernment. But I think that the fact that everybody does a pretty good job of making that clear distinction between what is factual, what is objectively true, what's measurable and verifiable, between the distinction between that and speculation, we have to also understand that they gave us answers and explanations for everything. So it is interesting. It's very intriguing when you realize that we don't know the answers to all those things, and now everyone is just curious, which is a good thing, and they want to know how these things work and what the answers are. As long as they make that distinction between speculation and what is verifiable.
Yeah, I don't know is the most intellectually honest answer to a lot of these questions.
It's not.
That
Leluka. I think Leluka has something to say. Leluka, what do you got to say about it? Oh, Leluka, Moonburn. Yeah, you. You see the thumbs up I just gave you for your comment? Can you say that out loud? Yeah, you.
I already know it. I'm looking at pictures of my bad mud bog days. But I already know what you're talking about.
She doesn't have a mic. Do you want me to repeat what she said?
Sure.
I gotta go find it. Here it is. Yes, some should shut it. Precisely. That was my point.
She said,
that's a difficult mission, right?
Yeah, to elaborate on that, I would say that the people lately that I'm bitching about have been more vocal than just about anybody else, and they're the ones who need to shut it the most.
Well, certain people sit in here and they run the live stream all day long and they keep it on the same bullshit. And I'd be happy if they just stick to things we can prove rather than speculation. Don't listen. That dude earlier, Lou, he wasn't new. He wasn't a new guy. He'd been here before. He's a toxic mofo. He got what he asked for. He got it before.
No. Dude, which dude are you talking about? That depends. There's been a couple of them. Like
Freak Face.
No, I'm not. I don't give a fuck about Freak Face.
Yeah, I gave it to him because that's all he ever does when he comes in here. Is you take it straight from flat Earth into I've been treated so bad. I'm not here for people who want to cry how they've been treated. We shouldn't even give those people 2 seconds of the time of the day.
I was there witnessing it earlier this morning with A different new guy. I could go into my DMs and tell you who it is, but I'm not going to do that right now.
Well, yeah, a lot of times we have a new person come here and we all see it. You start a conversation with one person, then there's 15 other people who jump in with that attitude QE's talking about. I got my own thing. I've been in it longer, and I don't like the way you're doing it, so I want to take over. So 16 people jump on one guy, and then when he gets overwhelmed by a bunch of dumbasses jam pie on him, and he strikes out, then bam, he's gone, and 10 minutes later, it's why? How come we ain't got no one to talk to?
Yeah. They're just chasing people out straight up. Like, you're not a flat earther, get the fuck out. And then you wonder why they call us an echo chamber.
So listen, I was told to use my old school tricks. Remember when we used to take a person's name and make it a channel override, Lou? We can restrict. Yeah, we can restrict certain people until they get it. You know, just like the dog, you got to rub his nose in the pee till he figures out to go to the damn door so you can let him out to go potty. You know. Make his name an override and point out to him what he does and why he's restricted. And when he
going in
had a cool-off period.
Going in and writing in a certain person as an override and taking him out and stuff is too much work. Honestly, I'm not fucking around.
Not for me. I'm not that lazy. Give me the name. That's all you got to do. I'll do it.
Damn, we've got all the subject quickly.
Look, my complaint isn't with your standard person, like your low rank people. I don't give a fuck.
I know that.
You're allowed to say stupid shit. You know, like, but when you're a gold or a mod, that's different. When you're in here just fucking trolling the situation.
I know that, Lou.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We're not talking about your average everyday cluck. We're talking about the cluck that thinks just because he got gold now he's equal to everybody here and he can walk over people and it's going to be him heard and that's it all day long. We're talking about the same guy, Lou.
Yeah.
All right, back to the not to besmirch your rant.
No, you're good. I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Yeah. So the question is, what's the solution to our dilemma? Our dilemma here, because
demotion is the fucking solution.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think we need a new mod staff.
Not that solution to the local problem. I'm talking about big picture problem that we were talking about before we started on the menial stuff in here. So what's the solution, right? If you listen to Joan Baez, we got to fucking organize, right? And there's got to be, I don't want to say elected officials, but you got to have people that stand out in front. Right?
Yep.
I'm just saying. Now there's going to be problems right there but those will get washed out. But we got to have, there's a solution. We identify the problem, right? So what's the solution? So, and then the next big problem is how do you implement that? All right.
Well, it's not like we can go police Mark Sargent on his own live stream, right?
No.
I wish we could.
Nope.
We could offer him some hush money. Who wants to pitch in?
Hush money.
Here, we'll pay you to shut the fuck up, Mark.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's the.
I love Mark. He just, there's a lot of guys out there that bring a lot of attention to us. It's not always the best attention, but they still get the ideal out there.
From a video game perspective, he's okay.
I'm talking about this is I don't want to say Democratic or Republic or Communist, but that would be the solution, right? Now you can still have people out there giving listen. I'm not trying to stifle anyone's opinion or anything or their right to speak. That's not the issue. The issue is the mission is flat Earth, isn't it? Not egos, not anything else. Mission is flat Earth. So I don't have the answer. I'm just saying, right? We're too fragmented now. It seems like every time I've been doing this for 5 years, I thought I had this wild fucking dream that people would probably listen a little bit more intently and catch on to topics and make it simple. It's always keep it simple, stupid, right? So you got 3 main points that destroys the globe. I'm not going to go over them here, but there's 3 main ones, right? If everyone gets those down, it's over. But we're so fragmented. Everyone wants to hear themselves talk or sing Kumbaya, together and, watch the plants grow or drink piss or fucking whatever. See what I'm saying? See the problem?
Yeah. I remember when they made us into piss drinkers too, damn it. Yep. That was the beginning of me saying, man, we need to get rid of some of these dumbasses. No offense to anybody.
Because everyone wants to be heard, right? In this particular topic, I don't think everyone should be heard. If you're a flat earther and you're not competent, it's great to be a flat earther. You could do what you do, but shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With the arguments, right?
That's tough, but that's totally true. Like, we want to be a free speech platform and all that, and offer people their view and all that. But
no, not me. I want to go back to the way me and Judas did it. Mute everybody in the motherfucking lobby and tell everybody who can talk when.
Now, what you need to do is whoever's having an issue, like saying some stuff that you don't like or is incorrect, you need to talk to that person directly or instruct them and give them some more education or what to read or what not. Instead of saying, we got to shut you up. No, tell them, hey, dude, you're saying some shit incorrectly. Here's some, things you need to read. Read about Boyle's Law, read about whatever law. And then teach them instead of saying, shut the fuck up.
Dude, whatever bot it is that the Chatterbox uses, I think could be very useful here. So, I'm not sure what it is. It's a little bit cumbersome, I think.
I don't like that bot, to be honest.
But I think it's a neat idea. At least
I know you do.
Maybe not for the live stream, but you could also have a separate room, like kind of revamp the arena where you invite only trusted people in. You know what I mean? Like you've seen their system, right? I think that would work good. I think that would work good for the arena.
I'm over here getting hit on by little girls right now.
Can y'all have a mod meeting? Can y'all have a mod meeting about this? And can we move on to people that are in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should also keep drunk people away. Whoever is drunk, mute them.
Yeah, I'd give a thumbs down on the bot myself. I don't like their bot. Discord's complicated enough without complicated bots. Who's got the damn echo?
Probably me.
Always has to be Lou.
It's not something within the server. It's a lot bigger. So I identified the problem for you guys. You can fight over how we do it, but like I said, it's a difficult situation. I think it's time for a new move because this isn't going anywhere. I'm not talking about within the server. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bigger picture, like I just said.
Yeah, for me, I think, and for you would be the same. We'd like to get a recognized academic paper, right? Peer-reviewed.
Nah.
I would. I would like to be in the spotlight where the whole damn world has to know what's up.
Too. Well, it would also provide a lot of credibility to Flat Earth if we had a peer-reviewed paper.
Now, peer review has nothing.
Calling out fraud.
Peer review has nothing to do with this. Peer review has to deal with. It's not even part of the scientific method, right?
No, it's not. But
Part of it. I see what you're saying, but that's not what we need. It's not science, so why bring peer review? Has nothing to do with science anymore.
Well, the peer review could be on the distortion of science, pseudoscience versus science.
So aren't there channels for calling out fraud?
Who's gonna? Give a question. Sorry, who's gonna review that? Pseudoscientists or scientists?
It's
the problem.
It's gonna be funded
We investigate
and
ourselves and find
researched
ourselves
by
in.
those who have interest in its result, as usual.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that what good is it gonna do if the person that's gonna review it is a pseudoscientist and be like, dude, the fuck?
Doesn't have anything to do with it. Peer-reviewed paper has nothing to do with it. We need to organize. You need to have people out in front. I don't know how you go about doing it. I just identified the problem and the solution, but how to get to the solution, I think it's insurmountable.
Well, don't you need people that are considered by the masses to be experts to take an open opinion, at least at it? And I mean, it sucks because it's appeal to the masses, but they need to be respected by the people if you're going to get the people's opinion. And you need to find somebody who has an open view and is going to look at it honestly and fairly judge it, right? How do you define that?
Well, we have the channel of the education system where they're teaching these things that are fraudulent. Aren't there channels for like holding them to what they're teaching, like, charging them with fraud and making them verify what they're teaching is true or not teach it?
But I think what Q is talking about a representation of the flat Earth, not a paper or anything like that. Am I correct on that, Q? I mean, representation of the flat Earth. Thirds talking about not meaning a somebody that's actually knowledgeable on whatever they and respected, I guess. Is that what you mean, Q? Or am I off?
No, say that one more time. I'm doing something else.
So what you're not talking about a paper, you're talking about a representation, a personnel or whatever that's gonna represent
Yes, more or less like a Supreme Council.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Would you have to have like a list of
ton of
goals
already
that
prominent
those
people that have their own following. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, like determining the actual goal in mind would be something that I would be interested in seeing. I don't know.
Yeah,
A lot of people have different opinions about what that goal might be.
Who do we put up as our representative of the Supreme Council? Is it Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent, Quantum Eraser, Bob, or you know what I'm saying? It would be so fractured. It would be so
it'd be fractured. They'd all have to be of the same accord. That's not going to see the egos then jump into it, and then it's over.
We're all only
You
here
have to
because
convince
we're
everybody to sit
independent
down and
thinkers
come to an
begin with.
accord.
Yeah, this is having a conformity amongst independent thinkers is kind of a contradiction. That we're all here right now because we were all, not following the leader.
Yeah. So you can give it a think. I don't think there's a solution. Thought I'd put it.
Who is the leader?
There is no
Who is the leader?
We don't have one.
It's hard to assume that flat Earth is even a distinguishable group. I mean, it's just a realization.
I don't think you have to call it a leader. I think anybody who's got influence needs to take responsibility and go to each other and figure out how it is that they can come to just arguments that they all fucking agree on and just put those forward instead of getting in each other's way.
All right, QE for president.
That wasn't my mission here, man, but that's too funny.
Q be like, fuck off. Everybody that comes.
We still got Matthew here, and I'd be interested in hearing more discussion of some of those things. That
So we put Matthew as our representative. Since he already did it.
There you go. I'll be on the Supreme Council of whatever.
How about mascot?
Got to be a Supreme Councilman.
What were you saying the other day, Matthew, about your problem with the idea that the sun would have to move at 2 different speeds?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, that's an explanation that some flat earthers say about the seasons, is that there's a Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn that the sun moves in.
Is it just flat earthers that say that, or is that the globe model also?
It's a globe model also, but on the globe model, those two circles are the same size. On the flat Earth model, they're different sizes.
They're equidistant. No, on the AE map, they're not equidistant. AE map
the radius is different on a AE map.
Yeah, the AE map, the tropics aren't equidistant, but the AE map is in the flat Earth model.
Okay. So do you think they have a different radius, or they're the same radius?
Well, that applies to your argument, because without it, you have no argument of equidistance, right? So I see no reason why they couldn't be equidistant on a map, unless you're trying to force one tropic to be in the utmost center and to be the smallest circle that it is. But
yeah,
you know for a fact it only travels so far north and so far south. It doesn't go completely north or completely south. So there's no reason why there couldn't be concentric equidistant circles.
Yeah, they're concentric circles, yeah. But the question is, is the radius the same?
That's what equidistance means. They are equal in distance.
So if you have two circles that have the same center and the same radius, they're basically the same circle. So what's the difference between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn?
I'm not saying there is one, you are. You're saying on flat Earth they would not be equidistant, which means do you not get that?
Yeah, you're right. I thought that they were different sizes. If they're not, then there's no problem.
Isn't that called the solstice?
Yeah, the solstice.
We're not talking about the precessions. We're talking about the equatorial plane and the tropics, the planes of the tropics.
Yeah, the place on the solstice, one of the solstices is the Tropic of Cancer. The sun goes directly over the Tropic of Cancer. The other solstice, it goes directly over the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, that's a precession and the equinox, right?
Exactly. And my question is, I thought that they were different sizes. The Tropic of Cancer.
I already covered that. They are on an AE map, but the AE map isn't a flat Earth model. If they're not pushed all the way towards the very central point or the very center of a circle, then there's no reason you couldn't place two concentric circles that are equal in distance anywhere on the map. But that's really
okay, I got what you're saying now. Okay.
It's only when you try to force them in these cubby holes, and we're not trying to force them in them cubby holes. That's all I'm saying. An AE map, yeah, sure. But that's not a flat Earth map. It's a global projection in azimuth. And it's funny, it's called an azimuthal equidistance map, isn't it? When they're not equidistant.
I don't know where the name comes from, but it's something. Yeah, I don't know what it comes from. Okay, next question. What about the sun at midnight? Where is it?
In Alaska, that's above the horizon.
Well, that would be relative to where is midnight.
Yeah, no,
at that time.
Good question. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so where is it midnight at? And the only thing I'm going to say is not there. The sun isn't there, obviously, because it's midnight.
Yeah, but in the summertime, in the northern region, the sun's above the horizon the whole time or the whole day. It doesn't set. the land of the midnight sun. So where is it? It's above the horizon. It
Right.
depends how far you are from the North Pole.
What if you're not close enough to the North Pole and it's dark outside and it's midnight and it's dark? Then my question is, where is the sun?
It depends on the season, right? In the wintertime, it's just going around you. The same thing. It's circling you. Nothing has changed except that it gets further in its circuit away from the center. It's traveling in a larger circle. Picture if you have a flashlight on a round dinner table and it's, say, 1 foot above the table, it's not going to light the entire surface. But if you do a close lap around the center of the table, there's going to be a spot that stays illuminated the whole time. The larger the circle gets, it's not going to illuminate the whole surface. So that's all that's happening. It's too close to illuminate the full Earth. Except during the summer solstice. During that period, you get 24-hour daylight.
So the sun is still above the horizon, but because it works like a spotlight, we can't see it.
Exactly, right. And you know what? I have a picture from the 4th of July. You could actually see the tapering. Have you ever been in a place where it's raining on one half of the street and the other half's dry?
I've seen that happen,
transition. Yeah. I caught the transition in a video of the sun. The edge, it goes from blackness to sunlight in the same.
Yeah, I got a gift of that too in the Arctic. It's night on one side of the boat and day on the other. This guy
I caught that tail of it. I'm like, holy shit, there it is. And you could see the slope. The sunlight was coming in at a slope and it was fading into blackness. There was like a transition line. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like it's very rare that you catch that because the conditions have to be perfect.
Yeah. All light attenuates. You don't have to say a spotlight. All light attenuates to the point of extinction when shown through a medium. Light isn't infinite when it shines through a medium.
Yeah, check out your headlights. How can you not see forever with your headlights driving down the road? You only see so far.
Attenuation to the point of atmospheric extinction.
Even, that's why you got low beams and high beams. It's just like fog. The only difference between air and fog is the amount of moisture. But even air, nothing can, like air is the substance. You're not going to shine infinitely through air. It's really not that difficult if you just look at it common sense wise and you put the pieces together, you're going to see how obvious it is that you're on a flat stationary Earth. It's like it couldn't be anything else.
Yeah, but sometimes at midnight I go outside and if it's really dark, I can see stars all the way down to the horizon. So I can see all the way through to the stars.
Well, the stars are just above the horizon. It's all above the horizon.
But the sun is too, right?
Of course, yeah.
So how come I can see the stars but not the sun at midnight?
Because it's too far away. It's like, have you ever
So the
looked
stars
down
are closer or brighter?
Have you ever looked at like telephone poles, right? And they appear to get shorter. You can look down a road, like a long straight road, and they just
law of perspective.
That's all it is. It's just perspective, right?
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah,
where is the moon at? I haven't seen the moon in almost 2 weeks. I'm in Philadelphia.
The moon is at low light at the moment. I'll put up the phase. I think it was last night. It was 0 light from the moon. Apparently, 0.
It's the new moon phase. It was just I saw it about 4 days ago, like the sliver.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, it was above the United Kingdom, I would say, a couple of nights back. Before it lost its illumination completely, it was above the UK. Yeah, Scotland.
Okay, so yeah, what about this thing about the stars being visible but not the sun at midnight? I still don't understand.
Check out this vid, Matthew. If you go to about 1 minute and 30 seconds, you can see the moon, right? This is this rocket was over Arizona, and the moon was over New Zealand. So it would be on the back side of the Earth. It was a globe, and you can see the moon in this video. And these guys were not flat earthers. These were just rocket These were guys that amateur rocket engineers. And that's what they do for kicks, right? They build expensive rockets and launch them. Anyway, this caught the moon. So it's like, wait a minute, the only way you can see it is direct line of sight. The rocket was leaned over horizontally and it caught a glimpse of the moon. And it was supposed to be over New Zealand. So how do you explain that? It would be virtually impossible. Plus, it's looking parallel with the horizon. It's looking parallel to the Earth, right? And it's viewing the moon, right? You would have to look straight downward. You know, when someone says you can dig a hole to China, as if the Earth is a globe, you can dig through to the opposite side. That's nonsense.
Yeah, the opposite side of Arizona is somewhere in the South Indian Ocean.
It would be New Zealand.
No, it's the South Indian Ocean.
Okay, but opposite of the ball. Go get a globe out. It was on the backside of the globe. It was viewable from New Zealand.
12 hours difference from me and Bangalore. Right. Exactly.
So 180 degrees opposite.
Well, okay, 180 degrees opposite of Arizona is the Southern Indian Ocean. A little bit less than 180 degrees is New Zealand. So it would be possible in New Zealand, but not Southern Indian Ocean.
Okay, yeah, but you're splitting hairs. So, like, how do you explain it being horizontal to the Earth? Right? It's horizontal. The rocket went horizontal and it was viewing the moon, which was supposed to be on the backside of the Earth. You got an explanation for that?
Not at the moment, but I can make one up if we give me enough time.
You make one up. Okay.
Well, how come you can see the moon on some sunny days? Like you can see the moon when the sun is out at the same time.
Yeah, both being above the horizon and the moon not being full.
The phase of the moon is independent from the time of day. You can see the different phases of the moon almost any time of the day.
Isn't it funny that as the sun rotates round the Earth, so the sun rotates and the moon is in the opposite sky, yet the phase stays the same for 4 hours? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's why you don't see the. That's why you don't see the full moon.
That's another one of those classic flat Earth arguments that should never be said about the sun and the moon being in the sky at the same time. That's a ridiculous argument. It's totally stupid. It's completely from ignorance. If you say that, you're doing harm, not good.
Yeah, how's that, Lou?
Oh, they're claiming that the sun's reflecting the light, or the moon's reflecting the light from the sun.
No,
So, I mean, when you view that, if you view both of them above the horizon, according to that logic, the moon should be full anytime you see both of them above the horizon at the same time. And with the sun moving away and it becoming dark and the moon's still in your sky, you should see the progression.
Yeah, no. If you're being more specific about certain phases and stuff like that, that's different. I've heard too often people just saying, you know, you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during the day. Why do you see the moon during the day? Flat Earth. It's like, give me a break. Like, I'm not talking about, you know, like if you're talking about certain phases at certain times of the year or certain times of the day, and you know, like you're gonna put geometry to it. It might be a good argument, but I've heard some ridiculous shit when it comes to that too.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that the sun's not responsible for the phases on the moon. That is independent of the sun, because it should be, if the sun is opposite in the sky and the moon is there, it should be a full moon. It's not. That's during daytime sky.
Also, the fact that moonlight is actually colder than moon shadow, like
measurably.
Yeah.
Why it's complicated because of the distance of the sun they're supposed to have, right? Behind that moon, it's not across, it's across and behind three-dimensionally 93 million miles or whatever.
Yeah, the distance of the moon is another interesting question. If the moon comes towards us as it's rising and then goes away from us as it's setting, how come it doesn't change size in the sky?
How come what doesn't change size?
Well, hold up, Matthew.
Apparent size of the moon, of the full moon.
Yeah, let me cover that. Did we give you a distance to the moon or the size? Because you absolutely need to know the size of the object and the distance to it to say that the angular size would change from that distance viewed on Earth.
Yeah, you're right. You can't tell
You have to have a distance to it. So we haven't given you a distance to it or a size so that you would be able to logically infer that it would be that it would change angular size throughout the day. And that very argument stems from Flat Earth Society and their little disk rising through space and their 32-mile radius sun that's 2,000 miles up. And once you have those numbers, you could say, hey, at that distance, angular size should change throughout the day. But with that as an unknown variable, you can't imply that. So, I mean, what are you using to logically say we should see a size reduction? What distance? Because it's inversely squared. Angular size
No,
is
you're
proportionate
exactly
to
right.
the distance.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I can't make any claims about the size. Well, I'm saying something slightly different. I'm saying that if the distance changed, then the size should change without specifying by how much.
Yeah, but
Well, we haven't done any scientific study on it or anything like
It
that.
should only be true at a certain distance, though, Matthew.
Just my drone video that I'm sure you've seen, Matthew, like from first frame to last frame, and I'll be the first to admit there could be other reasons for it, like atmospheric effects or whatever, but the moon does appear to get larger as it approaches. Like not much, just a tiny little bit, but it does appear that way anyway.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
I did my own research and I found that it didn't change size.
well, I was going to say, I've seen the moon be bigger and smaller at different times of the night on different days, you know. I'm not seeing it change in precession like while it's moving, but I have seen it be a different size than it was before.
Did you take pictures and measure the pixels?
Because it has been seen to change in angular size.
I did research the last full
Supermoon.
moon, which is July 23rd, and it didn't change the size from where I was. That's all I can report.
What about a supermoon?
I'm talking about change size within the space of a single night during a full moon.
Oh, I know. But the truth is, it very seldom changes size.
It never changes
But
size.
why
So it
would
never
that be?
changes distance.
Yeah, why would it? Yeah, so why are you implying it would change difference from a flat Earth?
I'm saying that my observations show that throughout a full moon, the night of a full moon, the
I caught
size
that.
stayed the same, and therefore I think the moon
So
stays the
about-
same distance the whole time.
About 0.52 angular degrees on the
Something
sky.
like that, yeah.
Well, even according to your own like religion, isn't the reason why they call certain things like super moons? Isn't that because it appears larger at a certain
It
time?
is. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, like the one I just posted one.
I'm talking
So
about
that's
within the space of 24 hours during a full moon.
Yeah, we caught
One
that.
day.
How far is the moon from the Earth?
Well, without even answering that question, it stays the same the whole night, is what I'm saying.
What's the distance from the moon to the ground?
Well, you can't really say distance stays the same because, you know, it could change within 5 to 6 miles and there'd be no change in angular view. If it was at an astronomical distance, we could say it could change 1,000 miles and it still wouldn't change in angular view, but we'd need to do the equation on that. We need
Yeah,
the
exactly.
distance.
My claim is really simple. It's just that it didn't change size.
No offense, but to say that it doesn't change distance is being disingenuous because there is a variance where it within 3,000 miles would always appear the same.
Yeah, I agree.
So what you can do is say there isn't a drastic change in distance.
Did any of you got video?
Hold up, I want to cover this. Even if we're on a spinning globe, if you're on the side of the globe and you're rotating towards the moon, you are shortening distance from between you and the moon. You are getting closer. But even the equation for angular size will show you that there's a distance in there that it can move, and it'll always be the same. It'll still be the same equation. It'll still be the angular size. 0.52 would reach within a 10,000th range. So in that 10,000ths, at a greater distance becomes more and more distance. The further away it is, 10,000ths of that distance could be 10,000 miles. Even further away, it could be 100,000 miles. So it could get 100,000 miles closer to you and still never change in size because of distance.
Well said. I couldn't have put it better. I agree with what you said, Mike.
Yeah, so it's disingenuous for us to say that it stays at the absolute exact same distance constantly. We're not in the reference frame to actually denote that. It's just all there is to it, because we know that there's these Goldilocks zones with angular size. Like, you get 100 miles away, it'll stay a certain size until you get 125 miles away. Then you'll lose more arc minutes. Or angles.
No one's claiming to know what kind of light it is, how it moves, or the distance, and you can't measure the distance of something that is moving, and it obviously is moving. I've never heard anyone claim to actually know any of that, and you would have to know those things. But it is demonstrable that it's not 238,000 miles away, existing in this area of outer space that there's interest.
So, Truth, would you say as it's so-called rising, is it coming closer to you, or is it staying the same distance as it's rising?
It's moving overhead, but what kind of light it is, I don't know. You would have to know what kind of light it is and how it's manifesting. You would have to understand these things to be able to figure those things out. Look, these things are intriguing to me. I would love to know, but I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. My argument depends on the assumption, and I admit it's an assumption, that the moon is a physical object that stays the same size, and maybe even some other assumptions too.
Has anyone seen the video of the Satelloon going across the face of the moon? Is there any truth to that?
Or the lunar wave?
No, it was a satellite, what they call Satelloons, because they're filled with helium. And it went right across the face of a full moon, and you could see the balloon attached to the satellite.
Right. There's also a thing called a lunar wave, where a wave literally seems to go over the surface of the moon.
All right.
I was in the other room folding socks. I had to come in here. Why the fuck would you even say that? How are the two related?
What?
A lunar wave versus a balloon that has a satellite attached to it? Is your lunar wave your explanation?
No. One guy brought up the lunar wave, and a different guy brought up the Satelloon.
I think a good point to point out with the Satelloon being seen, like the angular size of the Satelloon and then the moon. It's like if it were 238,000 miles away and that Satelloon was like in front of it and you could see it the size that it is.
All right, maybe I misheard it from the other room. It sounded like somebody said, we see balloons with satellites attached to them. And somebody else said, you do know there's lunar waves, right? Is that how that went?
No, I said that a Satelloon is a balloon attached to a satellite because satellites can't fly. They have helium balloons attached to it. And in the video, you literally seen it go across the face of the moon. It was a full, bright moon, and you could see the balloon.
I don't know if it was the same video, but I've seen something similar. Yeah.
Is that a real video? It looked real. I mean, and if that is, what is the height? What is the supposed height on the satellites?
Look, there's no argument about the existence of Satelloons. Again, it's not something flat earthers made up. Like, they exist. Like all Globers need to admit that they exist. If they don't, they're insane, and you don't need to talk to them.
So what's the distance of a Satelloon? Does anybody know the recorded distance that they fly at?
NASA or the military might, but they probably won't tell you.
Right.
Oh, the true, right. You have no idea.
Now with a really good telescope, you can see the face of the moon really good with a telescope that goes about 4 miles or a camera. So would it be safe to say that the moon is around 3 to 4 miles away on any given day in that radius, under 5 miles from the face of the...
No, that's not safe at all. No.
All right.
You can fly a plane higher than 5 miles, and you will never go over the moon.
All right.
I think you can, if you're going to make assumptions, you should assume they can do more than you think they can, but...
Yeah, 5 miles, we'll be right back into the angler size argument.
Sorry about that.
You're right, though, Lou. Somebody did bring up lunar waves in a way that seemed kind of weird. I heard that too.
I went from the other room, like across the house, because of that. Something weird was said, and you guys denied it.
Although I'm surprised. I think with all the talk about stuff in the sky, I'm surprised we don't talk about that more often. Lunar waves themselves.
I found the balloon transits the moon, but I also found where they launched balloon satellites in 1960. In 1960, they launched a balloon satellite into space. 1962, they launched one from Cape Canaveral. They absolutely exist. It's just all the Echo One project was the beginning of it. We use them in the Corps for communications.
From what I
like
understand,
a whole retrieval unit.
Yeah, from what I understand, they have a retrieval unit for them when they run out of helium. They have a plane that comes out and catches them, and then takes them back, and then they refill them, they tool them, and they shoot them back up.
So the XO posted something that's an interesting point, because he showed, like, you can see the angular size in comparison to the moon. You can see it pass in front of the face of the moon. And the supposed height, according to what he posted, right, is of the ISS is 253 miles. Yet you can see a commercial airplane appear to pass in front of the moon in the same way with the maximum height of 7.2 miles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the moon is closer than we all think. I think it's anywhere from 3 to 5 miles away from the earth, from the ground.
I think that changes depending upon where it's at.
I mean, it could change within.
I mean, we don't know.
3 miles one day, 5 the next. You know what I mean?
Dude, it would have. Look, again, I already said you can fly a plane higher than 5 miles. If you can show me a sun or a moon that looks like it's below you, like all that. This is a question about perspective, and we've heard that argument before. But depending on the angle that you have and how low it is on the horizon and the time of day, okay. But show me noon in a plane with the moon below you.
Why noon?
Why noon? Because that's when it's the highest in the sky.
At the sun, not the moon. The moon is in different, like at noon
Oh,
position.
fine. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Directly,
I'm talking about
it's
the sun
directly
from
over
now
your
on.
position, but if you were higher than it would be under your position.
Well, you just said the plane fly in front of the moon, so the moon is higher than what a plane flies.
I'll find it, Lou, and I'll show you.
What is the altitude that a plane flies, or the supposed altitude?
5 miles is way 5 miles is way too close for any of these things. Way too close. Like Like it's not 5 miles, it's not 50 miles, it's not 500 miles. It's farther than that.
Yeah, planes can fly as high as 7 miles high.
Yeah, well, there was a song, 8 Miles High.
Which
Could that have?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Could that be a clue?
No, it's a
On the
coincidence.
birds, 8 miles high.
So these are good discussions, like amongst flat earthers who already know that the Earth is flat. It's not really productive when talking about trying to point out that the Earth is flat and level or measures flat and level. But if we're going to have this discussion, like all of this is speculation. I just want to point that out. But here, Lou, I'll share this video right here where a plane.
Yeah, I know. That's at sunset or sunrise. I can see it right away on the thumbnail.
Yeah, well, at noon position, it is higher. So I don't know about at noon position if like someone would that I don't know. Like if someone can find that, I would like to see it. But at noon
I think
position,
it
no,
was.
I don't know what time. That was.
So, Truth, what does that video say to you? What do you think's happening in that video?
I just observe the sun moving within the clouds because the top of the clouds aren't lit up. The other side of the clouds are. The plane's flying above the clouds.
Is it okay if I just jump in and say I've had this conversation with you? We got a little bit heated one time, and literally your point was that the sun is nestled within the clouds. Like the clouds are no higher than or lower than the sun. You were saying that the sun was in the clouds.
Okay, I don't have to say anything. You can just look at it and see it for yourself. If you're saying that it's doing something different, then explain or demonstrate how it's doing something different.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Why are
Yeah,
the top
no,
of the clouds not lit
I
up?
agree. No, I agree. This video shows that the sun is below those clouds.
Well, I feel like if the sun was in the clouds, eventually a plane would crash into the sun. So
That's true. It's not in the clouds at all. It's just below the clouds.
Now you're
it's
assuming
below the
that it's a
angle.
physical object. If you're
Can
saying
I-
that a plane would crash into it, like you can't. You're
Can
making
I
a lot
say
of
something
assumptions
about
there.
the
No one
sun
knows what
and
it
all
is.
this? Can I say something? There was a video by Jeranism where he, or maybe it was Taboo Conspiracy, but they were going over another video that this guy had done where he sent up a balloon with a camera pointing straight upward and a camera pointing straight out to the side. And there was one point in this video when the sun was both directly above and also in the camera that was pointing off to the side. And I'm not sure how it was
If
like
you've got
that.
that,
But
could you share that? I would love to see that.
if I can find it, I remember how Jeranism like took down all his videos. I don't remember, and then Taboo Conspiracy got his channel deleted. So I mean, I can ask him for the video maybe, but
I think Jaron
like,
is
yeah,
taking
it was really crazy to see when I saw it.
Jaron's taking his videos down twice now. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, because it's obvious it's not what they claim, okay? Because there is no evidence of this outer space, and it's obviously not a burning ball of gas in a 10 to the negative 72 torr pressure. And it's definitely close and local. We don't know what it is, but it's like, and we don't know how it moves. And if someone wants to try to map out its path, then more power to them, you know. But like, if you've got something like that, because there's actually some other evidence, supporting circumstantial evidence, right? That there may be more going on to it than what we know prospectively, and that it's optical, and that would definitely support that. And I would like to put try to help put the pieces together.
Yeah, and I tried to explain this to you the last time, and I don't think you quite understood what I was trying to say. Maybe, but look, like
I'm
you,
saying
again. Imagine the hallway that we all see, like in our memes and gifs and whatever, right? Where everything sinks to eye level. Well, if something is in the very far distance, no matter how high in the sky it is, it will appear low on the horizon.
Yeah, I get that, and you can tell because the angular size changes and it shrinks, right? But see, here's the only thing. I'm saying that I don't know. I'm saying what we observe, right, and that we don't know. But it's like people want to address it as if they know, but they don't know either. It's like, you don't really know any more than I do about what it's doing, but we can definitely discuss what it appears to be doing because it seems to be optical. And look, there's a lot of it that we don't understand.
We know for a fact that there have been many people who dreamed about going to the moon or going to the sun. And there have been flying machines made. And flying machines are all around us now. And nobody has ever gotten anywhere near the moon or the sun. No matter what time of day, period, it's always above them if it's visible.
Yeah, I believe the sun is outside the firmament.
Outside the container.
Well, there's nothing to like. There may be like the whatever's manifesting. I don't know. So if you're saying it's outside, like I would need show me something. Show me something. Where? How do you come to that logical conclusion? What?
Well, hold on. Wait. I've been meaning to say this for a while. Can I say something?
I want to say something. With all this attitude, I think the moon stuck up somebody's ass. What?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to anyone.
What I was going to say is that, in order to prove how far away the sun or moon is and what it even is, you have to go up to it and touch it. And so until anybody does that, it's kind of a silly conversation to have.
But we can observe it.
Yeah, but that's my point. You can observe it, but not touch it.
Well, if you touched it, you would probably die, so...
Would you die if you touched the moon, do you think?
No, sir.
Yeah, but still the same thing applies. As far as we know, nobody's gone there to touch it.
We really don't know. And that's all I'm saying. We really don't know. Can't say what it is doing or what it's not doing. All we can say what it appears to be doing. It may be it may be 100% optical. I don't know, man. It's like it's definitely electrical. There's something electrical in nature. It seems to be anyway, but I can't even say that. Because I don't know. But there's nothing that indicates that it's outside of the system for me. I mean, I don't see that.
See, truth, I would agree with you there, but I think your idea of a local system is much smaller than mine. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking like a local sun and a local moon could easily be thousands of miles away, not 5 miles away.
Just as easily be. I mean, it could just easily be either or. I don't know. There could be. It could be a manifestation of like an effect, like some kind of electrical effect, which causes a manifestation of light that we see as the sun.
Do you guys think it's possible that the sun is 8 light minutes away?
No. What, 93 million miles? Is that what you're? Yeah. No.
Yes,
nothing.
yes, ma'am.
There's nothing to indicate that. That means that it would have to exist in this environment of a 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure, and what you're referring to is the claim that it's also a burning ball of gas. So there's you would have to demonstrate that would even be possible. That violates natural law.
Truth, you keep saying 10 to the negative 17. It's close enough to 0. You could just say 0.
Actually, Matthew, that's not true. It's orders of magnitude on the scale of what? Away from 0. The scale of what?
It would say 0.
Well, hold on. I want to know if to the 10th power. What is the order of magnitude for that, Matthew?
You can't do the division because you can't do
a hell of a lot of zeros, right?
You can't divide. So, but the raw number,
You
the
don't have,
magnitude
oh
is
my
really
god,
small.
it's a multiplication table. It's an order of magnitude. 10 to the negative. So you're getting lost in the negative, the fact that it's negative.
Yeah,
So we can go from the positive. Listen, there's a 0 and then there's a positive scale and a negative scale. We absolutely can have a variance or a delta variance. So yeah, and it's orders of magnitude. We've already been through this. It had more decimals than your bank account. So no, don't just say 0 because that would give them the idea that they're right when they say it's minuscule, but it's not. It's orders of magnitude.
Like if somebody's able to give you a hickey, how many orders of magnitude is the vacuum of space than the pressure caused by that hickey?
Didn't that happen in one of those alien movies?
The vacuum cleaner did it.
Okay, just put it in the voice chat that those two numbers are fairly close as a raw number, not the order.
Yeah, but it's not a raw number. Math is very specific, bro. Give it up.
I think rounding something that negative up to a 0 is just almost declining to acknowledge complex numbers into an equation. You're pretty much saying it doesn't matter, and it does matter.
It does.
If it didn't matter, they wouldn't say 10
See, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. Oh my God, that one is so far from 0, it's pitiful. So we know the place every number beyond that decimal, right? Those are orders of magnitude, are they not?
They are.
What's it start at? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. Can you go on from there?
Trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, sextillions.
I know it makes a massive
And
difference
we're beyond that.
when I buy cryptocurrency that comes out and it's got that many decimals and then it moves up to, just like 4 or 7 decimals. It's like my money compounds greatly.
Hello? Hello?
Who's that?
Hi.
Earth to Earth. Hello.
Yeah. So I have a counter argument about the vacuum of space would suck up the air, and because of that, it's wrong. So basically, vacuum of space don't actually suck the air. They actually
Nobody said it. Nobody said it sucks. It's a delta variance. It's a difference in pressure.
Sucks. The high pressure moves into the low pressure.
Right. Well, that creates a vortex, a delta variance, which is known as suction. Yes, but
And it does so.
we're not saying it. We're not talking about suction. We're not saying your vacuum of space sucks. We're talking about negative pressure versus positive pressure and the orders of magnitude in between the numbers we're given. So your argument, your counter, isn't really a counter because it's a straw man. Nobody mentioned the sucking of the vacuum of space. We were specific to the negative power versus the positive power and the delta variance in between.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know how we would label that delta variance? I mean, just to see whether or not you're along with us or not. Would it be delta P?
Earth to Earth dipped. I don't know where you went. But I'm saying
yes.
0 is a stronger vacuum than 10 to the negative 17.
Yeah, of course it is. But your model doesn't claim 0 either, does it?
No, we're saying it's not quite 0. Yeah.
So delta P is differential pressure. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a difference. It's a subtraction problem, not a division. So it's not the orders of magnitude that matters. It's the raw magnitude that matters.
You want to stop at 0 so it's not a scale anymore, right?
That's what he wants to do.
So can you have one container, and I want to mind you that you have to have a container, but can you have one container and have a 50 torr pressure in that large container, have a smaller container within it, and get it as near to 10 to the 17 torr pressure, and then open a valve and maintain and have that to maintain without
No.
mixing it?
They can't
No,
do
you
any
can't.
of that.
You can't
because-
do any of that.
So there's no reason for us to believe that that's occurring or happening.
On the torus scale, though, positive and negative do matter in magnitude.
Yeah, so if you took a tire with 30 psi in it and put it in a vacuum chamber with 0 pressure, and then in another vacuum chamber with 10 to the negative 17 pressure, it would be about the same. That tire would experience
They would
about
both.
the same.
They would both explode almost instantaneously. Like, yeah.
That's why I said 30 psi. 30 psi is not a lot. Tires can hold that much.
Yeah, they can hold triple that. That's the recommended pressure.
Yeah, and so
for most.
that's what I was.
Most
that's why I
up
was
to a
saying that delta
17.
matters.
Well, you can act like it's minuscule all you want, but we know absolutely it's not minuscule.
No, the delta is minuscule. The delta between 30 minus 0 and the delta of 30 minus 10 to the negative 17 are about the same number.
The same, meaning like they're both close.
The differential.
But like they're both close to 0. But when it gets, you as a mathematician understand magnitude, and
I don't swear.
And when you're going between 1 and 0, and you're trying to get ever closer to 0, but you can never reach there, orders of magnitude become very important. You're talking about something being 10 times stronger, 1,000 times stronger, 10,000 times stronger, 1,000,000 times stronger, 100, 1,000,000. Like it's that's the way you need to phrase it. Not it's just very close to 0.
Yeah, but when it ends up in an equation as part of a delta where you're subtracting them, then it's okay to round.
What?
Like if you're trying to determine if the
sport
tire is
hates
going to
me.
explode, right? If the tire is going to explode, you do 30 minus 0 and say, oh, okay, the tire can hold that. Then you do 30 minus 10 to the negative 17. You say, oh, that's about the same. The tire can hold that also.
So is 1 psi pretty much the same as 0 psi?
It's pretty close. As far as like if you're trying to design a tire or something, you wouldn't need to make a whole lot of difference between those two numbers.
So 0 pounds per square inch versus 1 pound a square inch is the same?
No, they're different, but they're fairly close. And in terms of tire pressures and putting them into a delta equation where you're subtracting, they're going to be pretty close.
1 pound is the same as infinite vacuum?
No, they're not the same. At the third time I've said it.
What is 0?
0 is 0 pounds per square inch. 1 is 1 pound per square inch. They're not the same.
And what is low pressure compared to high pressure?
It depends on how low and how high, but you just do the subtraction to find out.
But there is a difference, right?
Right.
And it will equalize, right?
Right.
Unless prevented with a container, like a
Unless
pressure.
prevented by it for some reason.
It's good to be precise, not close, right, Matthew?
It depends on the context, but yeah, when you're talking about engineering, engineers are like, this is close enough. So it depends.
Well, it's good to be accurate and precise.
No, he's right on that.
With the micrometer, you always want to reach to the fourth digit.
If I'm trying to bear a load of 252,000 pounds, and I'm pretty sure I can bear more than that, then it's close enough. If I know my number is going to be above the number I need, then okay. It still doesn't make it a minuscule difference. Because when we engineer, process, and design tires, we're not processing them to exist within a vacuum. We're processing them to bear a load bearing capability, right? Capacity, right, Matthew?
Right. And so, what about the Elon Musk?
So they're hold on. They're not designed for negative pressure environment.
Those tires on his Roadster, let's say
it's the same as a windshield. Listen, hold up. It's the same as a windshield. You know the way a windshield is rounded, you can punch it from the outside, and it's pretty hard to break a windshield, right? Have you ever just accidentally bumped into a windshield from the inside? It'll spider web your entire window because it's designed to hold pressure from the outside. The same as a tire, pressure that's going to be applied forward. It's not designed to hold the reverse pressure. The same as the sidewalls on a tire. They're made for pressure that's going to push in and maybe a small amount of expansion. They're not designed to withstand a large amount of expansion and pressure that pulls out, or negative pressure. Because negative pressure allows it to overinflate.
Okay, so let me see if I can get this right. You're saying that on standard tires, let's just round some numbers. Let's say they're designed to be inflated at 30 psi, but you're saying they may be able to go up to like 60 or 90 psi before they burst. Is that right?
Well, sure, yeah, but that's the pressure they're designed to hold.
Got it.
The force is pushing outward, not inward. So I wouldn't venture to say that they'll hold the same in the reverse.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's true. It wouldn't make sense. Okay, so
I'd have to test that.
Also,
with the Tesla Roadster that supposedly went to space, let's say that it was 30 psi when it launched at sea level, and at sea level the pressure is 15 psi, and supposedly if it really went to space, then the pressure in space is 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Well, I would say that the solar winds would do more damage to that car than the pressure, and I wouldn't even bring pressure into the argument.
Sure,
I'd bring the solar winds that sandblast at a rate greater than any plasma cutter or sandblaster we have here on Earth.
Okay, so my question is, laying aside that for a second, would it be possible for those tires to not explode at least temporarily? Like, because
not when they're getting beat down by the solar winds, bro.
But that might take a little bit of time, right?
Have you read any articles? No, not a bit of time. Have you read any articles on what NASA says, how much topsoil is removed from the surface of the moon daily by solar winds?
I'm sure it's many tons. I don't know.
I mean, at what rate do the solar winds perpetuate from the sun? Can you even tell me that?
It's very fast, and there's a lot. I don't know any of the numbers.
That's right. So the energized particles would rip those rims and tires, not just the tires, but the rims. It would just eat them away. There, no clear coat that we make on Earth would withstand the solar winds. The windshield is formed under heat, and it would be destroyed under heated particles. You could tell me there's not a lot of matter in space for convection or transference, but I say the car itself is the matter. and the molecules, so it will have an absorption rate. We know there's an absorption rate. We test this. All physical things have an absorption rate for light, energy, rays, all that. So I would say we don't even have to bring pressure in to say that that's undeniably true, that there's no way they went to space with the damn car because the solar winds would have ripped it apart. Do you know what the sun does to interior in clear coat and paint right here on Earth in Arizona or Texas?
Yeah, it sort of degrades them, fairly quickly, just within a couple of years.
Fairly quickly with an ozone to protect it. So without that ozone for protection, wouldn't it be logical inference that shit would be gone in minutes?
I don't think it would be that quickly, but yeah. So in other words,
I do
that the sandblast solar wind effect would destroy the car, but in other words, flat earthers shouldn't use the argument that the tires would explode as a reason for Tesla not working.
I wouldn't even bring pressure into that argument.
Okay, neither would I, but some people do. So I'm glad you said that.
The car didn't go to space, so it doesn't matter.
It's exactly what we're talking about. Like, what are the arguments for saying that it couldn't have gone to space?
Well, I mean, could you put that kind of like the same pressurized tires in a vacuum and create as close as you can? Because from what I understand, from what I hear, you can't even create a 10 to the negative 17 torque pressure vacuum. But you get the closest that you can get, and you put the tire in there. What would happen?
Look, Matthew,
it would not explode. What's
the best evidence you have that it did go to space? I mean, you got a couple of pictures or a little video when it was supposedly, it appeared to be the same curvature of the Earth as, say, the ISS, same fisheye lens bullshit that they always pull. And after that, you never saw anything about it again. Like, what solid information do you have that this thing, like, literally went anywhere? You have nothing. So when you ask, how can you tell me that it couldn't happen? What you're saying is the same thing as, tell me that unicorns don't exist or gremlins aren't pulling at my toes. I don't have to prove that. You have to prove your side.
Trying to prove a negative.
Yeah, I want to touch. Go ahead, Matthew. After you get done, though, I want to.
Sure. Yeah, I want to hear what you have to say, Truth. Yeah, I want to hear what you say. I was just bringing up a minor point, one like sub point of this whole argument, that sometimes some flat earthers say, hey, if you took a tire and put it in a 10 to the negative torr vacuum, it would explode. And I was saying that's a misunderstanding of pressure. And Battlemod agrees with me. Mike said it wouldn't explode because of that. So putting a fully inflated tire into a vacuum would not make it explode.
Well, I think what he said is he'd have to test it, but he wouldn't say that it would. I don't know. Like,
it's fully inflated tire.
No, what I said is that they're not designed for inverse pressure. So,
well, guys, it's just like the space suit, like the suit that the astronaut wears has pressure, and that doesn't explode.
Hold on, it's like there's something
Would it be cheaper to build them out of rubber then? Sorry.
Because I heard Battlemon, it's like I didn't even know that they claimed that there's so much of the moon that got like blasted off of it, like over all of these like, oh my god.
Yeah. So what?
That we're 4.95 billion years old, and that this has been like the system found its equilibrium right. The moon is like locked to the Earth, but yet it's losing its mass, and that's what determines this. Wouldn't the gravity change? Wouldn't it like all that shit change over time?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll find the article where NASA says how much of it. But when you look at the rate and the temperature of the solar winds, so 1 million Fahrenheit. 800,000 Kelvin. 300 kilometers per second. That's the temperature of them. We're not even into the energized particles, ionized particles, and the rate at which those flow.
We should be building armor out of Elon's cars.
Yeah, we're just right now. We're just where the reason why there should be no paint, there should be no windshield, there should be no interior, no rubber, anything flammable should be gone. Anything that was forged at a lesser temperature than 800,000 kelvins should have disintegrated and be floating away in the spherical manner. Drip, 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 drip. Should probably flow with the solar wind too. Or the same way the wind is blowing from the sun towards the earth.
Yeah, that's the way the solar wind blows, man.
Omnidirectional.
The car was made out of Nethril. You know, that stuff they use for armor and Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
It was actually built by the Draenei in World of Warcraft.
Matthew, I want you to prove to me that hobbits don't exist.
I can't prove that.
It's like proving that all swans are white.
Yeah, I can't prove that either.
Oh, you can actually if you ever see a black one and you document it. You can prove they're not all white.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, guys, I just posted an image in chat, so it kind of seems to me like it's on fire.
That's somebody's painting, bro.
Oh, okay.
Here it is. Solar storms could sandblast the moon, NASA. Solar storms could spark the moon, NASA. And our men were here where the moon is being sandblasted by solar winds all the time. Those rayon looking motherfucking suits they made were bad than the motherfucker.
So why do we still have the same craters?
Yeah, why isn't the moon not smaller?
Exactly.
Think about how sand dunes move around in the Sahara, right? Like, wouldn't that be happening on the moon?
It would. The moon would be getting blown to the earth. The soil from the moon would be ending up on the earth when the solar winds hit the troposphere and cause the aurora borealis. We'd feel a little. It'd be raining moon dirt all the time. One of them articles, it says it's the equivalent of 300,000 dump truck loads of lunar topsoil that disappears daily.
Like, it would have to be getting smaller. The craters would have to be changing, which means the so-called gravity would change, and it would get less, and the Earth would be able to act upon it more and pull it closer, which the sun would affect it less, and that would pull it closer. So why is it not crashed into the Earth yet?
It also means that they're not impact craters. They're just sandblast craters.
Right, when they describe gravity and they give you that like trampoline type material where they put something heavy in the middle and they show everything moving around it. Like, I mean, you've been to a mall where you can drop a quarter, like it eventually like circles into the inside, right? That's what they're describing, right? So how could anything ever be in perpetual orbit? It would have to be slowly working its way in. There's no way you can actually explain that. Mathematically, maybe Matthew Learns can try to do it, but I'd like to.
Yeah, there's no friction in space. With the quarter, there's friction, so it's
no friction in space. Only because you choose for there to be no friction at this very moment, or what?
What causes the solar
Well,
winds?
how could there be friction if there's like it's almost a vacuum?
It's almost a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum. See, that's the trick to their game. It's only almost a vacuum when that suits their argument, and then it's a perfect vacuum when that suits their argument. So which one is it right now?
It's what it needs to be for whatever they're.
Oh yeah, it's never a perfect vacuum.
How could
there is friction
every
in space,
impact on the moon be at a 90-degree angle? How is that possible?
It's not. Yeah, they're not.
So there is friction in space, right, Matthew?
A tiny little bit, because there's a tiny little bit of matter out there.
Yeah, it's
negligible, and we can call it zero. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yes, it's virtually zero.
Is that the same as the torr, the pressure? We're just gonna call that zero.
I'm saying that it's a small amount, so you'd have to do calculations to see what the effect is. Yeah.
We can sit here and pick apart that model all night long because think about it. The sun is supposed to have like this huge amount of gravitational pull, but yet it helps maintain this like position of the moon at a specific distance from the Earth. But then when the sun is on the opposite side of the moon, then you have both bodies pulling in the same direction. So why isn't the moon pulled towards the Earth?
It is slightly, and the moon is in orbit around the Earth.
Is it falling into the Earth?
No, in fact.
Oh, actually, I can answer. Yeah. According to their religion, it's getting further away by like an inch per year or something like that. And they say that since the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, that things are getting further away, slower and slower. But it's just all a fairy tale.
They could have at least tried to claim centripetal force. Like, damn, that's what they went with? That's fucked.
It almost seems like with that detail that they managed to, fill in a little part of the fairy tale to get around your logical argument, Lou.
I mean, it's supposed to be a balance, right? It's supposed to be a balance that the sun pulls so much, the Earth pulls so much, and it leaves it in this location. But then what happens when they're both on the same side and they're both pulling in the same direction? Does it you can't make anything up to explain that?
And aren't the orbits not supposed to be actual perfect circles anyway? Doesn't that throw everything off if there's any ellipses?
Yeah, they're all ellipses, not perfect circles.
No, it doesn't throw it off because of magical gravity and friction, but no friction in space.
I'm so glad I don't have to defend it and try to explain it and support their, just accept reality for what it is. That's the easiest way to go.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to defend and explain. It takes some learning to understand gravitational mechanics.
Not learning. It takes
it takes mental gymnastics and shit like that. Yeah, you gotta do.
Just because something is complicated doesn't mean it's false. Just because something is complicated doesn't mean it's false.
The more complex it is,
so you have learned. So
it sounds like
how this works. Can you explain it to us? That's what
no, I don't have a very good understanding how it works. It sounds like though that you're saying, "Hey, this is so hard for me to understand. It must be false."
No, it's not so hard. It doesn't make logical sense. The claim that the sun has it doesn't. There is no logic to it. There is no explanation.
Matthew, right now. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's not that I fail to understand it. Okay, so anyway, I don't even care anymore.
Matthew, right now you sound like if I come up with a more complicated story than you, is my story more credible?
No, the complication doesn't mean anything about true or false.
No, but just because you have a complicated story that can't be explained, is it credible?
No, that by itself is not a criterion for whether it's true or false.
Right.
So the opposite is not
you're
true
asking
either.
you're asking us to prove to you that what the complicated story that you've conjured isn't possible. It just doesn't work that way. You have to prove it is happening.
No, I thought Truth was saying, hey, this doesn't make logical sense to me, therefore it's false. And I'm saying, well, I'm sorry it doesn't make logical sense to you, but it does make logical sense to some people, and that's not enough to say that it's false just because you don't understand it.
Okay, what is the logic? Okay, let's step through this. Do you agree?
He's talking about consensus.
Their claim is that the sun has this massive gravity, right?
That's right.
And the Earth has gravity?
That's right.
And it locks the moon in this specific distance from the Earth, right?
About the same distance. It's an ellipse, but it's not exactly the same distance. But yeah, there's a balance.
Okay, so the sun, when the sun is on the other side of the moon and the moon is between the sun and the Earth, the sun is pulling on the moon a certain amount. The Earth is pulling on the moon a certain amount, and there's this balance. So when the sun is on the other side of the Earth and the sun are both on the same side of the moon, then why isn't it being pulled like the drastic, there is no balance there anymore, right? And you have two bodies that are pulling in the same direction. So why isn't the distance from the moon changing relative to the Earth?
Okay, so yeah, you explained that really well. That was good. The gravity of the Earth is stronger and like overwhelms all of the other things as far as the moon is concerned. That's why we call it it's orbiting the Earth, and those factors that you mentioned do have an effect on the speed and the type of orbit that it goes in, and that's part of the reason why it's an ellipse. But you're right to bring up all those questions.
Does
Those
the moon
are
change
complications.
distance, like relative to the Earth?
It does, yeah. It's an ellipse. It's not a perfect circle. That's why we have things like a supermoon.
So what's preventing the moon from being pulled into the Earth when both the Earth and the sun are on the same side of the moon?
Orbital mechanics, inertia, all of these are very well understood. But I mean, you're bringing up good questions. I'm just telling you that there are answers. That's all.
You know, you're claiming there's answers. You can't give them. You're just claiming that there are some out there that we don't know and you haven't bothered to look up, but you could if you would, but you're not gonna.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm claiming.
Yeah, you said about gravity, you said there's people out there who understand gravity, but you yourself do not. So why believe it? If you can't even understand it, Matthew, why are you believing?
Because there are lots of things that I believe without understanding fully, like using my phone.
Matthew, can you just point us in the direction of somebody who knows what gravity is? Because we don't know of any names.
Yeah, but the point I'm making, Matthew, why have you not done your own research into gravity and what they are saying about gravity? Then you would understand that they're not telling the truth. So
I understand the basics, but it doesn't. I don't see any contradictions.
Because lots of scientists say so. They're just accepting it.
I think that gravity is very well understood and described, but nobody quite understands why, the reason for it. And we don't understand the mechanism. We understand the how, but not the why.
See,
you would not understand why things get down.
Describe the description. You're able to describe something, but again, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked this exact question, and he answered it pretty well. What is gravity? I don't know. You know, he says we
Next
can.
Question.
We can describe it. You know, like, but we what is it? Next question.
Enough room to explain that.
He did something else though. He said, "Oh, you need proof for gravity," and then he dropped a mic and then walked off the stage. But if gravity made the microphone go down, why does the helium balloon go up?
Someone was trying to get in.
Gravity
Who
affects the
was that
helium balloon.
Who was that was trying to jump?
I was hot micing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
The thing is you keep talking about how you don't get it. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't get it, but somebody out there gets it. I just want to know who that is. Who gets it?
People who understand quantum mechanics.
People like theoretical people, or like people with names.
I don't know who understands it on a deep level.
Single person, not a single name.
Like fake Facebook accounts on the internet, people.
They give us a story about it. How do they support the story if they don't? If they don't understand it and they can't explain it and they can't describe it, then where did this story that they gave us come from?
Let's not forget they can't prove it. There is no proof ever. No experiment has ever been proven to show gravity. Not one.
Yeah, you may be right about that.
Matthew, I am right about it. Just go and do a Google search and see if gravity has ever been proven, and see if scientists agree that gravity, there has never been an experiment that has shown gravity to be a real thing. Not one.
There's never been an experiment that has shown.
Are not agreeing with anyone who talks about gravity as being a force. Scientists are not agreeing with you. Go and look. Go and check Google. Go and search as much as you want. You'll come to the conclusion there's not one experiment has ever proven gravity as you're talking about it.
I think he's agreeing with you. He just believes it exists anyway because he's religious.
When I was like 18 or 19 years old, I'm almost 40 now. I was taking electrical engineering classes, and my German digital electronics was the class. For some reason, he went on a little side tangent, and he was talking about gravity, and he explained to us in that class that gravity. He was talking about at the time it was like string theory and all that, or a universal model, one of those. And he said that the one thing that doesn't fit is gravity, and nobody really knows what gravity is. And if you can figure out what the fuck gravity is, he didn't say fuck, that you'll win the Nobel Prize. Well, it hasn't been done in the last 20 years, I know that, and that's the way it was then.
Yeah, they're still looking for the proof of gravity. That's why LIGO was built. That's what they say they were doing there. 100 years after gravity was mentioned, they're still looking for proof of it, and they can't find it. They said they found it by gravitational waves at LIGO, but if you look into the stuff, it was proved wrong. It was peer-reviewed by other scientists who were better acclaimed in the field of gravitational waves, and they said that the findings at LIGO were false, but yet they were announced to the world as being fact. They were wrong. This is out there in the open. You can go and look it up yourself. They were given a Nobel Prize for it, if I remember correctly, and then a few years after it, it was said that their findings were incorrect. They had not found proof of gravity.
You should ask Matthew if he believes in the Loch Ness Monster.
I do not believe in the Loch Ness Monster.
Prove to me he
That's a red herring, dude.
Prove to me he doesn't exist, Matthew.
Me being from Scotland, the Loch Ness Monster is definitely fact. Sorry, guys.
See, we got a like a eyewitness report here.
I believe in the Loch Ness Monster as well.
Yeah, I definitely believe in that. I believe in that more than the globe. I'll tell you that.
My ancestors came from Scotland.
There's proof more of the Loch Ness just being real as there is the globe. No proof of the globe.
Just like there's no proof for a container.
Listen, Nelly reproduced her grandkids are in here right now saying they believe in her.
It's Nessie, not Nelly. Nessie.
I renamed the bitch. I don't like Nessie.
What's the really popular Nelly song? I want Nessie doing the Nelly song.
Hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. Yep, that's the one.
Would that be like a global warming spoof?
I don't know. We have to work on it. Let's get together later in the collab lab.
No.
Can I ask what the photo of the moon with all the blue pockets, it says was gas collected, what that was posted in reference to?
Are you talking about the post with the NASA links?
No, Battlemap put a picture of the moon up, and it had a bunch of blue, CGI marks to indicate such and such. I was just wondering why he threw it up there. I didn't see. Maybe I can't read the text.
Really? That's the moon? It's an article, bro. Solar storm could spark lunar soil? Is that what you're talking about? Those are all articles. You can click on them and read them.
Yeah, I apologize. It's so tiny on my screen. I didn't even see the link. I just see like a tiny line there. I didn't realize it was a link.
You're fine. You don't need to apologize.
He's my elder and veteran. I'm just trying to show respect.
Damn it. Don't sir me, son. Oh.
I didn't say, sir.
In a roundabout fashion, you did.
I call most flat earthers on the servers, sir, out of respect.
It's just it's a NASA article. They say that the solar wind stripped the lunar surface at a given rate every day, and literally by those rates of shit, if the universe is millions of years older, to exist this long, the moon would have to been just as big as the damn sun.
It reminds me of the Al Gore argument saying that, each gallon of gasoline puts a ton of CO2 in the atmosphere.
He sounds like.
So how is it not molten? How is it not molten at those temperatures? The tiny little particles of the sand there, it should be like liquid, right? With all that radiation hitting.
800,000 Kelvin, you tell me.
Aldeon sounds like what World D?
Maybe they use some of that clear coat they put on the Tesla before they launched that. Maybe they clear coated the moon. Hell, I don't know.
He's a good brother, Truth.
Do they think about the things they say before they say them, or they just say them and then know that they can just make up another lie on top of it no matter what?
Matter what?
I think they just know damn well 80% of the world are a bunch of dumbasses that just want to be told what reality is so they can go around and repeat it and think they're smart.
That mindset gets us in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you got guys out here spitting equations they couldn't quantify if they wanted to.
It's all unwillingness to look into things deeper.
Is there still an issue with modeling 3 bodies with gravitational pull
angles and orbits.
I don't know. Did something change in the last 2 minutes?
I don't think so. Matthew dipped. I was gonna ask him about that.
I would think the n-body problem still applies then.
Has Matthew ever discussed the in-body problem?
Yeah.
He just said because he doesn't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. So he just believes it. He believes
It's in
it
balance because they said so. That was it. Perfect, elegant balance. They keep describing it like that, like they want people to fall in love with it.
Bless you. Might want to wipe that up.
All this takes place in Narnia anyway.
Interesting. Coming from a perspective of pure fiction, the World of Warcraft. I went over this with Joshua Matthew at one point. You know, I was streaming when I was playing, but the world in which the game takes place, for the most part, is a globular planet. But at the same time, the field in which it's programmed, the surface that you actually play on, is a flat plane. So it's only a globe when they show cutscenes and things like that. But when they're actually in their planet, it's a flat plane.
Even the globe, most likely, when they show that, is still programmed in a flat geometry. It's just
well, they can't even get that right, because if you look at the proportions of, because they have a flat map of the fictional planet, then they have there's cutscenes where they have the globe, and the dimensions are totally off. They're different. They don't match. The only game I've ever seen.
We see in reality. That's why they're trying to say that these things don't match.
Well, the only game I've seen where they've successfully portrayed a globe in gameplay was Super Mario Galaxy, where you actually had these balls, these planets that you would play on, and those were spheres, and it had a totally different feel. It's fun. It's a fun game, but it also illustrates the fact that being on an actual globe is totally different.
Yeah, it felt very unnatural to be thinking about it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're playing Super Mario Galaxy and you're on an actual globe, it feels wacky,
Is that a one-player game or a two-player game?
I've got it. I haven't played it in years, though.
I'm pretty sure. Like all Mario, I think it was 2-player. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so QE was talking earlier about the Bob and Sue or whatever problem with the globe. You could just show that, right, in that game. Have two people on the same planet and show what it shows you. So doesn't that model it for you?
Yeah, it should. I don't see why it wouldn't.
It's a 1.5 player game, because you could play as Mario and the second player can assist you with the.
They don't want you seeing that shit.
Yeah. Can't have two people at the same time on a globe in the video game world.
Yeah, the second player can assist you, but not completely play like Mario.
Right.
That is crazy.
But yeah, I don't know if anybody actually plays World of Warcraft. There was an instance where this very powerful entity was out in space flying around and had this gigantic sword, and he plunged the sword into the planet, stabbing it, and then there's another part where you can actually go and see the sword. The proportions and the dimensions are totally off. It's not even close. So even in a fictional setting where people are getting paid salaries to design this stuff, they can't even get that right.
But even in Mario Galaxy, you still, if you fall off the planet, you fall down towards a black hole. So
Right.
even the whole thing is built on top of a flat.
There's still a flat plane that comes into play.
Yeah, there's a flat plane, and then the game is built on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a spherical game that's modeled over a flat sandbox, basically.
Well, there's a flat sandbox, and then the spheres exist in the sandbox that you interact with, that you're, then the gravity takes over when you're on the particular sphere that you choose or wind up on.
Yeah. So globes
the force
work
that
on a
holds you
flat
to it.
Earth.
What's that?
Globes work on a flat Earth, but they're not for educational purposes.
Yeah, they all have that little sticker or stamp on it, not for educational uses, right on it, because they know it's not to scale.
I
If
believe
anybody
that
starts asking questions.
Yeah, you could go to a store and buy a globe, or you could buy a game that has a globe in it, but they require a flat Earth.
I can't understand why they put those disclaimers on it, though. If you're trying to deceive everybody, why not just put a sticker on it saying this is the actual place in which we live and believe these dimensions? Why not put something like that on it?
So when you find out it's not to scale, that you can see the sticker and say, "Oh, that's why they just didn't make it to scale. That's why everything seems off. I don't have to worry about this or look into it anymore."
Plausible deniability is one excuse for that, or it seems almost like the controllers, the deceivers, it's like they have a code they have to follow. They have to tell you somehow. It's weird. I don't know.
It's all sci-fi.
they've got
It's all entertainment. If most people they like it because it's entertaining and they entertain the ideas. Just like Matthew. Matthew tells you he saw it in his imagination. He believes it. It's entertainment.
It's an escape from reality. I totally agree. Because you know what? It sucks. I mean, the world. You know what I mean? Not like everyday life, but it's pretty terrible.
I like Star Trek and stuff like that, but I know for a fact that what I'm seeing on Star Trek is not real. Same thing with Star Wars. It's total fake. Fantasy. I can separate. I guess some people can't. I mean, now they've got Jedi religion, and I'm not making that up. There actually is a Jedi.
Real?
Yeah, I was. Somebody told me about that. They were in the.
They don't actually believe that there are Jedis and stuff, though, right? Like,
I don't know. They
Well, I
probably
believe
do.
there's Jedis.
Are they really allowing that? Because then the next weekend the Sith is going to be approved, and then they'll be allowed to do God knows what.
The Moon Children, that's
Holy
the
War.
Jedis, right?
But it's this guy was in the U.S. military, and he was telling me that because in the Army you have tags and you put your faith on it, so that if you're killed in battle or something like that, they know the sort of burial protocols to do. And I saw a gentleman that his religion was Jedi, and this guy was serious about it. Wow, man! I mean, good movie and all, but that's taking it too far.
Was his blood type orange juice?
I don't know. It's the same thing with the Scientology. That's based on science fiction as well.
Yeah, but they'll let anything go on as long as it gets people riled up and a little herd and controllable.
Yeah, it's true.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
4, 5, 6. We
Does
can count.
Many people in here and nobody's talking?
Yeah. The biggest, I think that with the flat Earth model, one of the biggest problems is I don't think that the most popular flat Earth models have the configuration of the continents correct. I think there might be some flaws there.
Call them projections in here.
Mark Sargent has a decent map where Australia is not big, but regular size.
And those 4 continents in the middle where they claim the North Pole is, those are usually missing on most map
Right.
stuff.
What I need to do.
Thinking about.
Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking about this myself once. I was like, I want to see what can a flat map of what you know and can traverse and orient yourself be made. So I was trying to figure out how to do it, and I thought maybe if you just ignored trying to do coastlines, rivers, and all that because it's difficult and it changes and all that, and you just plot major cities, start with ones that they know the distance that you can drive yourself, it's been verified a lot of ways, and just work your way out.
Yeah.
And then see what that looks like and just work from there, because I don't think that they're telling us like a lot of the distances. When you go and you look at resources, they're not always the same, so it's kind of tough.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is get in with either Photoshop or Illustrator, one of the Adobe programs, and get one of the Google Map, the satellite ones, and see if I can, play around with the stretch and warp and move it around, make my own model, see what that would look like.
Well, if I heard correctly, Kingdom in Context, Sean Griffin are trying to make a art
In West
project.
Blaze.
I'm going to call it an art project. Yes. I don't know what they call it. But yeah, they're trying to make one of like the heavens and underneath it and stuff. And I don't know, that's probably going to look pretty cool.
Yeah, because the model the map that people keep throwing around, the UN looking one, I just don't think that's accurate.
This is going to be
It gives
more
a
like
rough estimation of where they want us to be, but it's not like near 100% at all. I don't think.
it's like that show where I'm bad with names. That famous actor's on stage and he's saying that the map isn't even real. How it lines up.
Well, the UN, if you think about it, is a globalist organization, so it would make
big
sense
time.
that they would have a fake flat Earth map.
Very deceptive, too. They're a very dishonest organization.
That they made the continents bigger via population or what they thought was more important.
Some way to mess with us.
Africa was only like the 4th of the size it should be.
Mm-hmm. And there's the space photos that are all different looking. The proportions and size of Africa are always different in every one of them. That shows Africa.
That's what didn't turn me immediately away from the Vibes of Cosmos stuff when I first ran across it, was knowing that the sizes are off anyway. So just because it doesn't look what I think it should look like doesn't discount it.
The Globers can explain how you can get different sizes of continents.
Different angles. The satellite was taking pictures at different angles.
what you do is you take a picture at one distance, then you zoom in, and then you can see more. You take another picture like that, and you can have a different size of continents. Did I say it right? You take a picture close, and then you go far away, and you take another picture, and then you zoom in, and that'll give you a different size of continents on the same size globe. Because you're seeing more from a distance. You're seeing that you have a longer, distant perspective.
Yeah, the change in your position doesn't matter if you zoom in or not. The image is gonna be different.
It does make a difference, and if you
That's what I said. Yeah, I was agreeing with you. I was working it out in my head aloud. I apologize if I sounded like I was being, confrontational.
Right, and then if you take a globe and you move in like 6 centimeters close, it'll look different. It'll look funny. You snap that picture, then you blow that picture up, and then it'll give you like a large like Africa or a large like lake where it should be like really small. It's basically camera tricks. But the thing is you can't get that perspective on the ISS. They only have really one distance. So all those pictures with different sizes are debunked because you cannot zoom in and zoom out from the ISS unless you're doing camera tricks. So we can get the continents to shrink and grow on Earth because we can go back and forth distance, taking the shot from close to far away. But from the ISS, they cannot do that. So it's not really legit. Unless they're saying they're taking it from 1 million miles away, like it's from a satellite. That might give a different perspective.
All you ever see if you look at that 24/7 thing is connection lost, and when it's on, it just there is no like perspective when the things roll away from you. The size of those clouds, as the distance that they're moving, they should fucking shrink, but they never do. They're just the same size as they roll all the way across the globe. Makes no sense. I shouldn't keep my mouth open because they're gonna fix it now.
Let me see if I can show us some distant perspectives, different perspectives on a globe, if I can find the picture that I'm checking on.
The fact that they spend all their money with, software, CGI, and they pump out video after video of stuff that they claim is CGI. To tell you that they're fully equipped to make the best visual bullshit in the world, and you have to scrutinize every little bit, but people just see what they think they want to see, and it's fucking beautiful. How could you question this?
I wanted to design a video game for myself one time, and so I studied, because I like outer space science fiction. I think it's fun. But so I studied how in Photoshop and other programs like that to create a planet. And I got to the point I could make, fictional planets that looked real, comparatively speaking, of course. But it's not that hard to do. It really isn't. In less than a day, any one of you could probably learn how to do it too, using the software.
And then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to add a little, foreground fake machine with a couple people dangling off, and bang.
And you've got various degrees of talent too. Once you know the techniques and all that, you get a real artist in there, and they could. You can make it look better than the stuff that NASA's put out.
Oh, they could afford it, but they're too greedy, so they,
Yeah, they're not going to hire a real artist to do that. I guess that goes into the whole thing of they have to make it obvious. It's part of that thing. They have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. Sort of rule. I don't know how to define that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like the thing of somebody who buys tiny hats to me.
Because you can easily make the globe images look a lot more real than what you see, what they put out. In fact, I should probably do that. I should make a globe Earth. I know I could blow away, all the conventional models.
Do it and then have it zoom out and then bump into a dome and throw everybody off and then have it be flat.
Are you saying you do computer graphics? Is that what you're saying? You code or what?
Not code. I have some college digital graphics training. My major is architecture. Minor was design software. Like Photoshop, Illustrator, things like that. And that doesn't mean that I'm the best artist in the world. It just means I have a degree of understanding about those software programs and what you can do with them. I mean, these days, with what exists, a photograph is not necessarily evidence or proof that something is real anymore. It's so easy to fake things.
I swear I'm seeing a lot of interviews on TV where the person giving the interview it's not their face. It's some kind of a CGI mask. Just the way it looks and the way
that can be done.
Hard line. Yeah.
It's not hard to do.
But the fact that they would just use it so often now, I'm seeing it almost every time I turn on the TV, which is not very often. But I'll decide one day I want to see what kind of nastiness that everybody's up to, and it's like, all this looks like it's crazy.
Yeah, my dad sent us a video of what his buddy from college did to just one picture of him, and he made his lips move and everything, and like he was singing a song, and it was really good. It was pretty realistic, and that's just like one person, just messing around, probably not even taking it seriously. And I was almost I was clearly impressed at how good it was.
Be terrified.
Yeah.
What's the implication?
Because we have no idea. Yeah, exactly. We have no idea. And that was just on the phone. He just sent that to me on the phone, and I mean, we don't even know how good they are at what they're trying to do with the TV now, especially with the celebrities. I think you're right on that, man.
The first lesson in college Photoshop class, the first thing they teach you is they've got a slideshow, and they have images in there that they admit are fake, and then they have images that they say are real. And the first exercise is you must determine which images are fake and which ones are real. And it's to show you how you can make fake images, and you can hardly tell the difference. And of course, most people can't tell the difference between real and fake. And of course, you get a 50% chance of right or wrong. But even with that, a lot of people, and myself included, could not guess the real image from the fake.
You've seen the old the NASA channel, Matt Boylan, that whatever kind of artist he is.
Photo or painting.
Bit on that. What's that? Yeah, that's it. That was the saying. There you go.
That's the first flat Earth video I ever saw. I wouldn't suggest any newbie to watch it, but that's the one that got me. I was already.
It was a solid point. It's like, oh, damn, right. Anybody can be fooled with their eyes. It's easy.
You know, so with all this fakery, it does make sense that. Oh, hello.
Hey, it's Chemtrail. I have somebody here that wants to talk to you. That'd be great if you aren't busy.
No, let's talk to them.
All right, his name's Roger. Is what he says his name is.
Don't listen.
Here,
Please don't. I just want to talk to her nicely. Don't
No,
please don't
there's a
interrupt.
bunch of people. It's not.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm on YouTube, by the way.
Bet. I'm so happy. Maybe I'll be famous.
Talk to them. Tell them what you learned from me. And shit.
All right. So what I learned is there's no such thing as gravity. Can you explain that to me?
Gravity doesn't exist, and it's never been proven through a scientific experiment.
What experiment proved the odds that gravity doesn't exist?
No, that's you're reversing the burden
experiment.
there. Yeah, you can't reverse the burden. You got to prove that there's gravity.
I'm not
So there has to be
reversing
an
anything.
experiment.
You are using a psychological question when you could have answered that precisely.
Yep.
You are. I'm not saying nothing mean. I just
Say it
don't
again.
understand why you.
Hold
Why
on.
can't
Take a deep breath. Say it
explain
again.
gravity?
Don't
What
have
is
to.
pi?
You're the one who claims there's a gravity. We're not claiming there's a gravity. That's
I
the
don't
point.
claim there's a gravity. On a real note, God made gravity.
Then we don't need it. So next question. Why are we arguing about what we
Let me
both
try
agree
that. Let me
doesn't
try to
exist?
help. Let me try to help.
Chapter and verse for that claim.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a pen, right? You drop the pen in the air. What happens to the pen?
It's going to drop.
All right, so that's the density of the pen.
Okay,
Do a
what
medium
happens
that's
to the
less
pen when it drops
dense.
on
Hang on
rock?
a second. The density of the pen drop to a less dense medium will go down. What happens when you hold a helium balloon from a string? You let it go. What happens then?
Well, it's going to float away because it's helium.
Did gravity forget? Did gravity forget?
No, gravity doesn't forget. That's the laws of physics. Helium gas has no weight, and weight has something to do with gravity. And if you are saying
Has
density,
something.
then it doesn't have
Wait a
density.
minute, hold on.
That's
Has
why it flies
something.
away. You're talking about
Hang on.
regular air or helium?
No, it's a helium. Okay, so when people say, when people say stuff falls down, that's actually not correct. What they need to say some stuff falls down, and some stuff goes up. They have to say both. So there's the light stuff goes up, heavy stuff goes down.
But you did.
What happens when I hang on? What happens when I smoke a cigar? What is the smoke? Up or down?
Please reiterate for me and tell me, or is it helium in the balloon, or are you just blowing in it?
It's a helium balloon. I said it.
Why
and
does
we
gravity
agreed
not
it went
pull
up.
on the helium? Why wouldn't gravity pull on the helium?
Why is there no gravity though? I don't get it. You're
No,
doing
I'm
something about
asking
a
you.
balloon. It doesn't even make sense.
The helium balloon
We gotta
Density and
point out
buoyancy.
something important, guys. Okay, hold up. We gotta
Alright,
point
is
out
there-
something
is there an
important.
outer space-
You gotta remember. You gotta
Does outer
remember that
space
there is this claim. 1 second. There is the claim of Newton's gravity, which was superseded by Einstein's gravity. Right? Newton's gravity was mass attracting mass. Then it was Einstein's gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. And those are just ideas, claims that have no
Ideas. There we go. Ideas.
Let me finish. But then there is something called specific gravity, which is the ratio
Well, you just said gravity.
of
Specific
density.
gravity.
Yeah. Listen, it's the ratio of
Specific is
density
very-
of a substance to the density of a reference substance. Apparent specific gravity is the ratio of the weight of a volume of the substance to the weight of an equal volume of the reference substance.
Equal
right?
volume. Equal volume. Doesn't volume come with different metrics?
so
Also,
look.
that would also come with pi. 3.1.
Specific gravity
blah blah blah.
or
That's also
relative
a circle.
gravity is a dimensionless quantity that is defined
You
as
said
the
dimensional?
ratio of the density of the substance to the density of water at a specific temperature
What do you
or
mean? Not
and
you.
pressure. So density, right? If something is heavier,
dude, gravity.
He's trying to answer you. He's trying to answer you. Let him finish, please.
Fuck. But, dude, Bean, it's you. Stop it.
To answer you.
Stop it. Yeah, I know because
let
I'm
him
hearing you
finish and then rebut his answer.
the thing is, we gotta finish sentences, right, before we can just jump back and forth. So
we have to
specific
come up with
gravity.
some sentence psychology.
You can also the specific gravity of an object can tell us based on its value if the object will sink.
So, is there a mod? Can we put him on mute so he has to listen?
No, I want to talk because it's fun. Because now I'm on YouTube. See, listen, dude. I am trying.
You don't need to be there.
No, he's just messing
I'm
with
literally
us.
trying to listen to you. I'm trying to
He's a
listen to you, but my friend here won't let me listen to you.
Because he's talking to one of the members that has been here for how do I say this?
Okay, sir.
Talking to
I
an account that is our friend that has been here for a long time, which is Chemtrail.
So
Chemtrail was participating in the server a lot. And he's just.
I just want to say one thing. Now they won't let me talk. Listen, just say one thing. I appreciate your guys' view and your beliefs. Okay? No, it is a belief because everybody has an expressed opinion.
No, bro. There's a difference between opinions and facts.
Jimsy, can I try? Can I try, Jimsy?
You see, I'm just trying to be respectful. I appreciate your views, but I don't give a fuck.
Let me try.
That's all.
You don't have to. That's good.
Sir, what is your
Trying
name?
to be respectful. Followed by the F word. Nice.
What is your name?
My name's Roger.
Roger.
Who said that? I heard someone say Roger. Oh, I'm YouTube famous, baby. Yo, what's good, yo? Out here 856, you feel? Yeah. Yeah.
So you're retarded.
Absolutely retarded. That's why I took the car and parked it. I sparked it. Now I got my blunt and I'ma smoke it. Fuck it. Everything you.
You should ban him for life for that. You should make Chemtrail pay for that.
You can hear Chemtrail yelling, "Stop it!"
That's Chemtrail's friend. Okay, he gets one of those. He's allowed to do that one time.
Chemtrail is cool. It's all.
Wouldn't stake my reputation on somebody like that. That's pretty damaging.
Yeah, are you that stupid, Chemtrail, or are you playing along? Which is it?
I wanted to
tell him. Chemtrail is a different person than the one that was speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put that on somebody who was
Chemtrail's the one in the background telling him to stop.
Chemtrail put his friend on. That's what happened.
He passed his mic to his friend.
Why does he not know this guy is a volatile wreck? He knew what was going to happen, right?
Hold on. Chemtrail's a little bit of a crazy, I don't know, loose wire or whatever himself, but he goes out there and he gets out there and he talks to people once in a while and brings them in here on his account to talk to us. I don't know who put him on mute. If you want to have fun, I think the guy that he brought in is fun to talk to, but don't ban Chemtrail over it because it's not.
No, I was just kidding. I didn't think anybody should get banned for that, but I mean, he's just flying off the handle right now.
Hey, I'm a globe derb.
I appreciate what they want to do with their lives, if you will. I will absolutely hear them out, but the way that they're using it is a little bit of psychology. They use a little bit of good vocabulary in replacement of a different word, which is gravity.
Right. Good night. I don't have time for this.
It's just real. It's just real. That's all it is. It's actual science.
Let me try.
Testable science.
Let me try.
I appreciate your view, but
let me try.
My view, I believe in the planet.
Roger, are you there?
Did you just prove their helium?
Here, bro.
Yo, hello.
Can I try, Jimsy?
Thanks, guys. Yo, what's up? I hear you.
Dude, they basically.
Thanks,
this guy
fellas.
sit there and just smoke a bunch of crack or something?
No. The thing is, listen, guys. I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach flat Earth, dude. It's been a few days now, and I'm starting to get through. Right, so I brought him on here to show him that there's other people that like they can talk that you can talk to these guys. Like I'm not the only one. That's all.
Is he capable of talking, or is he just going to scream as other people?
He's just really spiritual and loves the planets and aliens and shit. So it's like it's a satanic this and that. So it's like but God at the same time. You know what I mean? It's an all ass backwards fucking.
He has no concept of what.
No concept, right? Until you learn flat water, and then you'll understand. It's
manipulated by gravity.
Oh my gosh! All right, guys, bye.
Somebody wanted to try. I'll watch. It's hilarious.
It's okay.
Yeah, you were lied to. It's okay and shit. I do all day.
Yeah,
All day.
right.
That's all I do all day. And we sit here and we play chess. All right, bye, guys. Yeah, you're lost. You guys are the lost ones. All right. That's what. Stay flat. No, don't stay flat. Get up, move around. Stagnant water, no good. Don't stay flat. Get up and fucking cause waves. A big ruckus. Fuck, you should be mad as hell and not take it anymore.
Why is there flat
You know what I
Earth
mean?
foundations?
It's not about the shape of the earth. It's about the lie.
You want us to be fizzy water, right? Like,
Do you?
He's swapping us from me. I argue.
Do you guys want me to leave? Like, do you want to talk to Ron? He'll actually listen.
I know how it is.
Well,
Having a party?
I thought it was Roger.
How it is to control a party. I know how it is to control a party. It's very, very cool to be able to mute people and kick them out whenever you want. But you got to understand other people's point of
well, you need to shut up, and I'm going to shut up.
All right, good.
And what's up? Hello.
Okay, guys, pass the talking stick.
What test? What test do you guys have? Besides the helium. That's not even a test.
Long
Why does a helium balloon go up?
Observations.
I already told you this.
I'm sitting here listening. Like you guys are on computers.
Why does a helium balloon go up?
I'm here taking the time to listen to you guys. You guys are the ones doing this with your life. So
Tell us what you learned. So wait. There's a new guy. There's a new guy, right? This is not the same guy.
You didn't teach me distance. You didn't teach me nothing.
North Star.
With a million different sentences.
You didn't teach me that. That's just life, bro. Yeah.
it's the same dude that came to head on a few minutes ago.
All right, bye.
So
what's the question? So somebody can answer you. What's the question?
What tests are there that prove flat Earth?
It's a great question. We got lots of.
Why you respond like that? Why can't you just respond with an answer to where I'm hearing you out? You feel me? I am psychologically aware. Can you please just state it to me? I've had mentors who are billionaires in this fucking government, man. So this shit is corrupt. I know exactly what is going on and what you guys are doing as well.
Chemtrail's friend. The reason I said that is because
why you call him Chemtrail? Why can't you call him by his real name though? You guys don't know him like that.
Dude, that's what
it's not about. You guys don't care about him. You just care about flat Earth.
We call him Chemtrail. We call him Chemtrail. That's our homie.
This guy.
Hey Roger. Hey Roger.
No, I'm not Roger.
Yeah, Roger's out.
Roger's friend.
Yo,
I was actually gonna compliment you because I was gonna say that the reason why I said that was a great question.
Say what?
Because it is the right question that very few people actually ask, and you asked it. So
now what?
Very few.
So now what? I'm waiting.
We have to explain to your perspective, okay?
Oh my god.
What's the radius of the Earth?
Google it real quick.
Yeah, our king's in check, and you need to fucking listen.
What's the radius of the Earth?
What do you mean your king's in check?
That's it. You ask the question. Listen to what the response is.
Okay.
Do you know the radius of the Earth?
What?
Do you know the radius of the Earth? How much it's supposed to curve down as we go from point A to point B?
What about it? What's the test? I want to know a physical test.
You're not going to
What's the
understand
number?
the test
Do you know the number? I can just look it up on Google. What's the number?
Google lies.
Yeah, I just want to look it up on Google.
Wow, you know enough.
That's your problem. You parrot Google and Wiki. You think it's true, and you're just parroting lies.
So what is it then? What is it?
The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles.
How did you get them calculations?
That's the alleged.
Send the formula.
That's the alleged radius.
That's your number.
Send the
You gotta
formula.
come.
Sphere. That's what your
Yo,
numbers
why
are.
is this dude
alright?
getting
That's what Google says. That's what your Google says. So
That's
so
the
that's
ones from the
true.
liars. Those are
He said from the liars.
shit. Those are the numbers from the liars. That's what you
Tell him to Google it right now so he can see you're not lying. Just so he can shut the
What?
fuck up.
How did you get the calculated
Google
numbers?
right now. Google it now and then come back.
to us.
How did you get the calculated numbers? How? Where's the
calculate
formula?
flat.
What formula?
We're
Tell him to
giving it
Google it.
information
This is
on
the
those
flat
What
earther in the making,
formula?
man.
The
About
ones
this
that
guy.
they gave you.
Where's your formula?
From
Do you
NASA.
know what a formula is?
Flat Earth formula.
Do you know what a
Your
formula? What's the
bullshit book.
flat Earth formula? That's what
Flat,
I'm asking.
water, level.
Exactly. You don't.
The fact that you
have-
think that the flat Earth can have a formula shows that you're not prepared.
0 inches
Like
per
we
mile
see
squared.
10
That's
miles.
the formula for the
The
flat.
formula is 0, bro.
So where's the
Go from
Tesla?
A to
I'm still
B,
waiting
and
for the
there's no
Tesla. You're
curve.
just
That's the
there's no
formula.
Tesla. There's no Tesla.
There's
You
no
just told me a
curve.
math formula. So where's the Tesla?
I'm trying to tell you
Where's a
that
physical test you could see with your eyes?
Listen for a second. I'm trying to tell you that if the Earth was a sphere, it would bend down from point A to point B.
How would it bend
And we
down
don't
from
see
point A
that.
to point B?
It is
Look at a beach
supposed
ball.
to.
Does it
It's a
bend down?
ball.
Look at
How
a beach
can
ball. Does it
how
curve?
can you see how can you see such a bend if you're only a certain size? If you're minuscule compared to anything?
Right. So what we did, we
How am I
measured it.
falling? Okay.
The measurement.
If we're yeah, I asked a question. How can you even see
We measured it. Listen.
But you can't. You
Write this
didn't
down.
measure it. You
Get a
didn't
pen.
measure it. You didn't
Get a
measure
pen.
it.
Write this down.
You didn't measure it. You didn't
Write
physically
this down. I'm
measure
gonna tell you
it.
the
You
answer.
can't
Write this down.
physically measure it.
I'm gonna tell you the answer. Write this down.
Where'd you learn flat Earth from?
Will you write this down? When I tell you.
Write what down? You're gonna tell me
This is
formula.
a number.
You didn't
This is a
physically
number.
measure it, dude. You're sitting on your desk thinking about it, and it's on your head.
Are you gonna write it down or not?
What
I'll
is
answer
it?
your question.
What is it?
Listen, hang on. It's 8 inches per mile squared to the distance. Write that down.
What about it? What about it?
That means that
You're just regurgitating shit, bro.
it's 8 inches per mile squared to the
you
distance.
need to educate this
That's
guy
how
more.
much
He just keeps
your globe.
regurgitating shit.
Listen, that's how much your globe is supposed to curve. If it doesn't curve that much, it's not right. It's wrong. And we've debunked it. We've measured 5 miles, measured 10 miles, measured 20-mile laser test. We can see each other on the other side. There's no curve. It's flat. That's what it is. You have to take your model, which is supposed to curve, and measure distances 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. If they don't curve, it's flat. That's it.
Curve. If what doesn't curve?
8 inches per mile.
The ground.
How is there curved monitors?
If you go from point A
How
to
is there
point B,
curved monitors? How is there curved monitors?
look, you have a pregnant girl. She's pregnant. She can't see her
How is there
feet.
curved monitors? Yeah, exactly.
Why can't a pregnant girl
Exactly.
see her feet?
Yeah, can you
Tell me.
see your feet?
Why can't a pregnant girl see her feet?
I'm listening.
Because there's curve in the way. Same thing with Earth. If the
Okay,
Earth
so
were
how is there a curve?
from distance A to distance B, there would be an occlusion.
Yo, you're funny as hell. You're so funny. That is not a test, dude. You're just literally thinking about a
Test is
fucking
to
curve.
see.
I'll
You
show
can
you the
see
test,
what
but
you're
you're not going
supposed
That
to
is
see.
not even a formula anyway. You're
Are
just
you a
literally
dumb
talking about
shit?
a pregnant woman. What?
I can show you the test, but you won't understand it unless you understand what I'm talking about.
You don't have
don't
a
even know how to
test.
read the
You
test.
don't have a test. You don't have a test.
All right.
Okay.
What's your
Have you
test?
ever heard of
I'm done, but it was a
What's your
pleasure.
test?
Thank you.
What's your test? It's a pleasure. Thank you. Your IQ
laser?
is horrible. Your IQ is horrible. That is hilarious. Do you hear? Get out over here.
Hominid attacks. Start making insults means you lost.
Yo, can anybody remove his mod? Can anybody remove his roles?
No, that's not chemtrail.
You're late to the.
It's chemtrails legit.
Yeah,
His
we are-
friends are just goofy. That's all. They can't listen.
Yeah, you're late to the
We're just
conversation, sir.
Both of those guys need a fucking beating.
Well, let's see. Do they even know what a test is? And what kind of test are you talking about? A scientific experiment? I mean, what kind of test, you know?
Those words don't mean anything to them. They don't. It was pointless.
We can show him the 10-mile. We can show him the 10-mile laser test. He's not going to get it unless he realizes his Earth is supposed to curve, but it doesn't.
So what? So what? So what?
No, the test, bro.
Show me the test.
bros.
You ain't got no test. You making shit up right there on your desk. Dude, you got no test.
Yeah.
You're just regurgitating numbers, bro. You're just regurgitating numbers.
He said, "Give me a formula," and then when you gave it to him, he said, "Don't give me that formula."
Yeah, I think it was over his head actually. The 8 inches per mile. I probably didn't get that.
CAT is over that dude's head.
If we ask him how the universe started, he's gonna say, "Big bada boom."
And that's the generation that will be raising the next generation, ladies and gentlemen.
And we've all seen the movie Idiocracy too, so I guess that's
fucking
it.
coming true. It's insane. I mean, the willful ignorance is so it's so boastful. It's like the stupider you are, the cooler you are. Is that what it is?
Even though there's no excuse, they sound way too high for this conversation.
Yeah, they're like sitting underneath a bridge smoking a crack pipe while they talk with us about this, I'm pretty sure.
It's probably crack.
And they I think they weren't looking like at the live stream voice text, so whatever information we present, they're not gonna be looking at it. So what says which says, this we can provide the laser test, radar tests, and radio communications, military stuff, or whatever. They're not gonna be looking at it.
Well, he couldn't even comprehend that Godric was just walking him through what the globe claims, and he was already rejecting that, but that is his belief system. And he couldn't even though Godric was being nice and methodical about it, couldn't even comprehend that what Godric was telling him is what he believes. So there's no way he's going to understand anything else.
What pissed me off is he asked for, he's like, how did you test it? And then when he goes in to start talking about how they tested it, that's the point at which he would have gotten the measurements. But he's like, automatically, no, bro, you didn't test it. You're just sitting at your computer making up shit or whatever. And it's like, that pissed me off because he's not even respectful and he doesn't want the information. Screw him, man. Chemtrail, find better friends.
All right, so the consensus is your friends suck, Chemtrail.
Friends, because we spoke to 2 of his friends.
No, this is the 3rd one I've heard.
What's the common denominator in that situation, though?
I was gonna say they all have one.
They're just morons. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Actually,
they're just high. Come on.
They're common normies at 11 or 12 midnight. That's how normies act. They're not listening. They're just having a conversation with themselves. They don't know the radius. They don't know the curve. So when we tell them it doesn't curve, there's no way they can rectify it.
Don't forget that Chemtrail is on the other side of the room telling them that the Earth is flat and telling them how it is. That's it.
At least Chemtrail is introducing some people to the server, so that's good.
What was cool though is that he's trying to talk to his friends about it.
Yeah, the entire shelter is sick of hearing about it now, though.
The shelter. Did you hear him begging with him in the background? Please, no. He's trying to tell you. You did try.
It's
But why are
cool,
you
I
hanging out
mean-
with these dudes? You gotta find higher quality dudes to hang out with, bro. That's it.
It'll be alright.
Are you guys like college age, chemtrail? Or they leave? I missed
I'm not sure how old Chemtrail is.
No, he's muted because they're way too busy partying.
Oh, gotcha.
He actually left. Yeah, you're right. Because he was
So
muted.
is this one of those? Do we have no ballers here right now? Is that what's up?
Possibly. We actually have metronome. Metronome? Metronome. Your mic is open.
Metronome.
Metronome. Are you there? Welcome to Flat Earth. Metronome.
G'day. I'm actually just on a phone call right now, so dropping it. And thanks for my mic back.
Do you believe in the globe Earth or the flat Earth?
I think he said he was on a phone call.
Oh, okay. Hang up then, I guess.
I heard the dishes in the background. I think he's doing the dishes. So
Oh, he might have said dishes. My ears are deaf. I'm an old man. Anybody expect to have a zero lockdown winter? Will things go back to normal?
I think there's evil forces working and there's good forces fighting, and having that battle right now from the top down. The forces of good are trying to keep the businesses open so people can have a paycheck if they own a business, a restaurant, place where people meet, entertainment.
Yeah, but those. His question is whether or not those forces will succeed, and clearly, not if the plan succeeds.
the news were talking about 49% of people already did what they had to do, taking whatever. And they also made a map. They made a map saying that this map shows that these people that voted, these people that voted for President Biden these states took the jabs, and these states that voted for Trump, this has the lowest numbers of people that took the jab. They making it like a division politics.
Yeah. Split them up.
I believe the world is still under 50%, and I don't think it'll get past 50. That's my belief, because the people that were going to take it have already taken it, and the people that don't want it are not going to take it. Period.
I think they're going to increase pressures to get the people who are like, I can live with this, but they're just going to increase pressures to see how much more and more it takes until people are finally the last of us that are like, you can go fuck yourself. Oh, look, everybody, the enemy, we found him.
Yeah, by putting enough restrictions on travel and concerts and festivals and just shopping and stuff like that, they'll pull another 10 or 15% just from that. Even if they were reluctant until now, they'll succumb to the pressure. They will.
But what pressure are they going to put exactly? Because it hasn't happened yet.
That's what he just was saying. So, like, for instance, like, you think it's, bad now, wait until, anytime it will be mandated that if you were to go in a hospital for any reason, you must receive a punch in the face, a jab. And then they will say, well, it's mandated. Go fuck yourself. We make up the rules. And you'll just say, okay, I won't go to hospitals. I can live with that. I'll figure out a way around it. And then they take something else away. And they'll say it's necessary.
CNN fired someone from their staff saying because they went to work and they didn't prove they've taken the thing. And CNN announced they have a zero tolerance policy.
Yeah, we'll start with private companies, actually, because the private company will be pressured and they have their bottom line to worry about. So they're going to require that everybody that works for them get it, and they'll do it. And then they'll, by proxy, their families will get it because, shit, mom or dad got it.
You know what, though? Most companies don't have that luxury right now. They can't afford to fire anybody. Every place, everywhere is hiring, and they can't find people.
Every state.
That's only because the free money hasn't run out yet. That's all. They're just putting the brakes on that, and when it finally catches up, you'll see people needing to go back. Like, literally, like, the next couple weeks will be the last few weeks that they are handing out all that free money. So,
What free money?
For unemployment and your subsidies for, getting there. Everything you're promised is it's either reaching the end of its limit and won't be renewed, or they're going to start reducing things. Like, well, we need to make this cut and got to pay back this, and we're proposing this, but it's for the good because we were shuffling everything around.
They didn't give the stimulus checks they promised.
Exactly. So, and you're never going to see them. That's part of the scam.
Oh.
You're going to keep on waiting.
The government didn't give me something I was promised. Sorry.
Listen, those people, everybody who's at unemployment and was just sitting around collecting that money, they aren't working because why? Because they're getting that money, right? They're still getting it. When that money stops, what are they going to do? Starve to death? Or turn to crime, or go back to work?
Do you think any time during the Biden administration that they're going to stop giving that handout?
Can I interject for a second?
Yes. I do believe. No, I believe that. Well, you talking about this first term? Is that
Yeah,
what, yeah.
I'm saying until he's replaced, do you think he'll ever stop?
Giving money out completely? There's a good chance. It's definitely going to go less and less and less over time for sure.
No, this is all part of the plan that was all seen long ago. It's about trying to get people on the dole, trying to eliminate jobs, trying to make people reliant on the handout. So that
Same thing Democrats have always done, right?
How is the country going to sustain this? How do they pay for it?
It already has sustained it.
And what do they do? You got to understand, too, that everything that we've seen so far was under the impression that people were going to run out of money and we're going to have to go back to work. Lifestyles will change so dramatically once they learn, I don't have to go back to work.
And
And
the idea is to crash the dollar, which is the world's reserve currency. That is the idea.
Oh, then that's no problem. They can do that easy. They just... It'll take he's got 2 more years. Yeah, it'll get done. If that's the goal, right? If you really believe that, I'm not sure that that's the goal. But
No, okay, it's not exactly that simple. That's just but basically,
if that's the priority, it could get done. I guess,
everybody on the new Federal Reserve e-currencies that they're doing.
They're gonna love that.
Yeah.
And but see, there's gonna be that hard line that will never do it, no matter how much money you wave in front of their face. They won't do it. I'm one of them. I know there's people like me. I don't care what you bribe me with. I'll go out swinging. Sorry, You're not.
Yeah, but it's more like a 51% thing, isn't it? Where it's not really like that. It's more like if you go and look at over time, the unemployment rates to today's unemployment rates, pretty much in every Western country, like they've exceeded pretty much anything since the 1920s. And then if you look at the amount of money that they've
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Like if you look at the money that they've given out already, it really doesn't matter whether they stop giving out this amount of money that you speak of or not. Which I'm not really comprehending what you mean there, because social welfare has already always existed, in the last 20 years.
Yeah, but the amount of people that were benefiting at once is dramatically different. Social benefits existed,
exactly,
but it only existed because it could afford to pay those that were making the claims. That's
sure.
Right?
Yeah. So my personal opinion is basically that my thesis there is that the American dollar, like as you said, is the world federal reserve currency. And I don't actually think it is crashable personally. So I think that it more is just a case of we're just all going to be left in a more sparing position than we have. And not to say that we've never been in other generations, but for our last two generations, definitely. And so I decide that basically on the e-currencies being created and then backed by the Federal Reserve, and the amount that they've printed and released is just not going to be able to basically keep up if America doesn't handle the inflation that. Pardon?
It doesn't cost the Federal Reserve anything to print that money. They're making money. They make money by printing money. They don't lose money.
That's not true, because printing money causes inflation. So,
and then
in a real world model,
there's confidence in the dollar when it starts to inflate. So,
when they print money, it weighs on the dollar, and everybody has that invisible tax of inflation.
Yeah,
I understand that in aggregate, yes, everybody loses money, but who is collecting the most, more than its than its depreciation? They're collecting it at
the American government.
That's why the very people who are crashing the dollar have a replacement ready for you to accept. Like, that's the e-currency. It's still the same people.
Federal, yeah, exactly right.
They've got it ready to go. They're just moving you to a new system.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's been caused by handing out more money.
We're going to talk about they're going to make moves, legal moves, and all that. That's what government's doing this, because the United States government can't do that.
What do you mean? They have done it. So that's pretty much what I'm saying, is that the American government has done it.
This is illegitimate. Everything going on around me right now is illegitimate.
Hold on, can I have a moment?
The World Economic Forum, the IMF, the central banks, they're all getting ready to introduce this worldwide connected economic system, and they have the cryptocurrencies to connect the whole system together. They're gonna grab all the nation's currencies and move them into a digital form of them, including the dollar, the Chinese, currency, all of them.
If we look at it from a outside perspective, as just a third party, realistically, it wasn't actually an option, was it? Because if you look at the uptick of e-currency, as we're calling it in this conversation, it was either the American dollar was going to be subinflated by there being these other stronger currencies that end up having a market cap, obviously not rival to the American dollar market cap, but enough to have a foothold in the system in which it can't be controlled. And so to insinuate that it's something monstrous or diabolical for them to slowly implement a way for us to move over to e-currency is just kind of not realistic, because it's a two-edged sword. It was going to happen either way. So wouldn't you want your government to maintain the hold that they have over the world currency and allow you guys to keep holding the amount of debt that you do, and etc. I'm just saying that in order to do that, it has had to cause massive inflation that is slowly starting to be seen, and it is actually already in effect and being.
Inflation is already right here, and it's
exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, it's already being statistically tracked, and we can see that in the last 6 months.
Hang on, let me say something. Look, around 2002, the Mexican peso inflated overnight. It was 3-1 for decades, and it went to 10-1 overnight. Mexican peso, if you guys remember that. So that's the kind of inflation that we're gonna be worried about. Not that gas prices go up $1. It would literally be 3 times. Gas prices would have to go to $12 overnight. That's what happened.
You guys assume that the Federal Reserve is going to like take this loss, right, for the government.
No, I'm not saying that they're going to take a loss. No, I think globally, I think other countries will take the loss personally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to lose out. Even if it came down to the money's about to become worthless and they had every bit of it, they would just buy gold or buy land while it still had worth when they know it's right before it's going to drop because they orchestrate when it drops. They're not going to lose out ever. But that's why you don't play along. They refuse to play along. And if you play along, you're part of the problem.
They already hold the resources, the pharmaceuticals, that they own the governments.
But how do they hold it? How do they hold it physically?
And what they're gonna do is introduce this new economic system where everybody's gonna be participating. And if you want to participate, you gotta agree with the terms and services. And it's gonna be done through the central banking system, and that's gonna scale down to the governments and to the people.
Yeah, and I believe that there will be too many people that will refuse to participate in the United States for it to just go over peacefully.
Wait, what happens if you have 25,000 cash buried in your backyard? What happens to that?
What happens to the 25,000 kept buried in my backyard? I don't know. Somebody's gonna find it because my ass is miles away in the woods somewhere. If it becomes useless, what do you mean? I don't know. What do you mean? It becomes useless. I don't know. It's buried money. It has no value.
Yeah, I think that's the same as saying it's like
meaning if people have cash, what happens to that? Does it just turn to zero?
We have real world models of that. Like, look at what we're
gonna have 12 months to turn in for the full price.
Us? I doubt it. It'll become worthless first.
But you essentially are in that moment, right? Sorry, but that is what you're in right now. You are in that time right now.
Yeah, but you think that it's anywhere near as bad as it can get? Like they do it incrementally, and right before everybody's ready to catch up, bam, drop it all out all at once. That's it.
You guys know that more than 90% of all money used daily is digital. It's not cash.
Right. Everything's bullshit. That's not hard to figure out. But
of all the money transactions is all digital.
Sure, but you have to remember that this conversation originated surrounding of basically why they would want to or not want to hold down unemployment rates after COVID and after laying off all these people. So, like, in regards to what effect that would have, the inflation would have on that, it basically allows you to keep more people out of work, doesn't it?
What do you mean keep people out of work? What do you mean by that?
Try it again.
Well, effectively, while you're transitioning currencies, you're implementing a model to transition currencies that's more effective to have the most amount of money off the table or, moving as little as possible as you can.
That's depending on what they want to accomplish because the money.
I'm not sure what your point is.
The money movement is what the whole system depends on, right? Money flow, people buying and selling, and they can stop that tomorrow with a new emergency, right? They can say all the commerce stops. Nobody can open up their doors. Nobody can sell. I mean, that's what they did last time in some places, in many places. So.
Right, and
how sustainable? How long? People got to make food. People got to eat, right? People have to herd cattle and fucking do all that shit. So, but who's going to be the sucker that does it? Well, he can just sit at home and do nothing.
I think that's part of what they want to control. How much is being produced and who's producing it, you know? And a lot of the resources and even the lands that are supposed to be being used for these purposes are being, you know, sold at cheap prices and controlled by new administrators now, because even farmers are being paid to not do anything in their lands, you know, to not produce food and stuff.
So they bring in the, you know, sub-Saharan African slave or children workers or whatever they got going on over here to work our fields while we sit and collect unemployment. That's the plan?
That's a big part of the equation, even like before the emergency.
Yeah, I know, but it's not so much in your face as what you're describing, right? It's kind of like hidden in the shadows, because if a normie knew what was going on, they'd get pissed off, right?
Yeah,
you would think.
But you know, a lot of the automatization that is coming, a lot of these, let's say, fast food places, Amazon delivery, drones, all this kind of stuff is gonna be automatic systems that are being, all these technologies that came out of nowhere and keep coming out. There's going to be a robot in the grocery store accommodating the products, you know. And a robot in McDonald's. I'm sorry. And a robot in McDonald's frying the fries, you know, that kind of stuff, making the sandwiches.
But those robots, they fail all the time. They're horrible at their job right now, and you know.
No,
it's gonna
robots
be a while.
are replacing human jobs right now by the thousands.
No, I get. No, I get that. I'm not saying that they're not. I understand how assembly lines work. What I'm saying is some of these jobs that humans are better at than robots, you know, they are not as adept at, and they are high maintenance. People have to work on these robots, right?
The robots need
working on robots.
The robots need vacation.
I understand the benefit over.
The robots need sick leave. Do they sue their employers?
Yeah. I get they're better. I'm not arguing that. It's not. Here, you want to burn them all up.
Till they break.
Want some more straw men? Because here you go. Because that's not my argument.
McDonald's already explained they have robots ready to go to replace, to make the fries. Exactly, just to make the fries, they got a robot ready.
And who's going to pull the fries out and package them, bring them to the customer?
Did you
load the sleeves?
Did you notice when you went into your McDonald's, there's an automated order menu? But you can just deal with the computer. You don't have to tell the person with your voice. You can just put it on the computer and they'll make it for you.
Yeah.
You go to the bank, you see an ATM machine. There used to be a physical teller that would smile at you, that would hand you the cash, double count it.
Yeah.
Go to the supermarket. There's an automated checker. There used to be a lady that would have a little bandage on her wrist because she would get carpal tunnel from moving all the items across the counter and talk to you and say good evening, how are you, sir? Did you find everything?
Yeah.
And that's one section of the economy, because you still need people that are gonna, fix
and how
your
many
toilet.
manufacturers and robot and mechanics did we just create? How many manufacturers?
The mechanics are definitely needed still, but now you see all these electric vehicles, right? They pushing all these vehicles now with the electric cars that a lot of the mechanics cannot fix. So if your electric vehicle breaks down, you go to the factory that sold it to you, or whatever, Tesla or whoever it is, right? You don't go to the mechanics to fix it for you anymore. You gotta replace the parts now, which is made by the original company or whatever.
So you still haven't overcome this overnight change. It's still not going to happen
overnight.
Costs,
you know what? And guess what? It costs more. The items cost more, not less, when these new robots are making them and servicing you. They cost more. The costs are more to us, not less.
So how are they going to get this done in the blink of an eye? Then how is this getting done?
It's happening now. It's happening now.
It's not going to happen in a snap. Like
look at the look at the production line in the to make a car. There used to be men and women pounding doors together, with machines, and now they're all
How many
mechanical
times are you gonna
machines.
kick my horse, dude? For real. I get it. I understand that. What are you trying to prove?
Are you saying that's not happening?
No, but your point is what? The jobs have been replaced. I am agreeing with you, am I not?
Yeah, the jobs
So
are
there's
being
two more
replaced.
things. There's two more things that are
Many
coming.
jobs are being
Let me tell you.
replaced.
There's two
Many
more
jobs
things
are
that are
being
coming.
replaced. Wait, one
I'm
second.
not speaking. It's not
Go
me.
ahead.
I don't know who's talking.
So a lot of the jobs are being replaced. Still, other jobs are like necessary, like who's gonna clean the streets or replace the pavement, fix the bridges, or build the houses. Even though there's 3D printer machines that can print a lot of the buildings now and stuff, but a lot of these jobs that are being replaced, people might be sitting down for a long time and receiving checks, just like just like now, like the unemployment. It might have a different name in the future. It might be universal income or something like that. They're pushing towards that. Go ahead, Rock. Who was it? Rockin'.
It was God. I was just going to say that these automated cars are right about to be launched, and that's going to replace all the drivers. I'm not sure how long that would take, but it's kind of inevitable.
How many people it kills in the process?
It'll kill people, but then they're going to say on TV it's still going to be safer than a human because humans
I agree with you.
They're going to say They're going to say the robot doesn't drink and drive, doesn't get road rage, and it's on a they'll say foolproof computer. They'll kill people, but they won't put that story on the news. They'll just kind of cover that one up and put it on some statistic somewhere. Meanwhile, a child's dead. So you're gonna have the drivers replaced, right? They're gonna send all these these people that work for Amazon, these food delivery, Postmates, Uber, DoorDash, these Amazon deliveries to your door. They're gonna launch drones to replace all those jobs. So that's I don't know how many more millions of jobs replaced.
And a lot of jobs in the financial system is people in computers just typing numbers and letters in a computer from their homes, and that's a huge part of the economy. People in computers doing stuff.
And did you guys see the movie Aliens, where they went to the alien planet and they got that alien ship?
Mining colony, yeah.
Okay, so the girl was impregnated. The girl was impregnated by an alien, right? So it was in her. Okay, so she went to that, it was like a drone doctor, and she selected a C-section. So that machine took out the alien from her belly, opened her up, took the alien out, sewed her up, gave her a pain shot. So how long do you think it's going to take before that's really a thing?
Something like that. I mean, probably within your kids' or grandkids' lifetime, for sure.
Or sooner. Sooner, probably.
I don't know about probably.
But do you think they could actually independently do those things? I guess if they're what is it, coded to do that? Or is there going to be somebody on a computer doing it just like a drone, like whomever was trying to say all these people are on computers
the
already.
Forces that be are trying to replace the human worker, right? Why? So the human worker will have to be relying on the government for a universal paycheck. That's the whole point. They're trying to put us out to pasture. Then they get everything going to be automated. It's an agenda that's going to be pushed. We're not saying the robots are better, but they're going to say this is much more safe. It's much better. We have all the statistics. It's all science. It works. Proven.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys heard of universal basic income, but to me, it's automating everything. Like even computer code will be automated. The same way, you know how our cells, our bodies, how the body kind of everything is automated. I think that's where they want to get it. And these jobs that we do today, anyways, they're menial. You know, they're worthless jobs that keep you busy. It's things that people want to do. So it's just a shift. It's just a change in jobs or things that people hate to do for money. And we're, you know what I mean? Like people are fighting for these jobs as if these jobs were real jobs in the first place. So, you know, universal basic income, they say because a lot of people are going to be jobless and not many skills are going to be needed, that they're going to have to reskill people or retrain people to learn. So it's going to be like a whole different way of thinking, lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like probably our children's children will fully experience that life. But I just want to chime in on that. Thanks.
Who's gonna pick up the coconuts?
The coconut picker-uppers. Who else? I am Gen Z. But they still have to, like on that movie, they still have to figure out what a consciousness is.
They
They don't.
to enslave us.
They don't have to do that. They just have to replace all of our physical necessities.
That David guy is like an antichrist or something. Yeah.
You know, a lot of people in the social media platforms just making money, and they can have let's say a decent life just selling products or making videos in YouTube and just not doing anything productive, just and being part of the economy, you know, and having money, because a lot of these YouTubers have a lot of money. TikTokers make a lot of money. Just girls showing half of their boobs in TikTok, they make money. They don't have to be nurses or anything. They can just, be models.
But that's not really making money because they know all that money goes right back into the economy because they're idiots.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's like a big part of the workforce is being moved towards, being part of this system that is not really productive. And what is actually important, like food production, pharmaceuticals, and all that kind of stuff, that's gonna be taken care of by the big guys. They're gonna be taking care of these important things, and the silly things are you're gonna be. A lot of people are gonna still make money just doing silly stuff, like Bone said, just worthless jobs.
Can I get into the realm of hypotheticals without triggering people?
It's
about
people
conflicts. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's people like you, Jamesy, who make these things to replace real jobs because you think they're worthless.
Sure.
What job, if a computer can beat you at chess, what job do you think it can't do? Tell me.
Make humans.
You don't think it can make humans?
Yeah, a computer is gonna make humans with another computer, something.
It'll have humans make humans. Believe me, that's not a problem. That's the easiest job.
But it will have humans make it. The computer won't do it. I was being very specific. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They can listen. All you have to do is pay you to get impregnated, and you'll have a line of women waiting to get paid. So they'll have all the humans they need.
Already do that. Yeah, they already do that.
Right, they already do it with welfare, right, and with family planning. All they need to do is take the average human out of power, out of a real job, and replace it with automation. And we lose all of our. But basically, they can put us out to pasture. We lose all of our rights, everything.
Yeah, but the machine still needs that guy that is. The machine is gonna have, the whole system is gonna have this section of people that are gonna be there to do the maintenance and do the job that is actually needed, because the machine is not gonna.
Have you heard of upgrade? Have you heard of upgrade?
The machine is not gonna just fix itself completely.
So now you're talking about integrating humans and just taking them over?
Yeah.
Eventually, yes. I think that's the goal. Yeah, it's not hard.
I don't think
Agree,
it
right?
makes
They're always trying to
right now,
program us, code
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, I think it's even worse.
Robot.
Yeah, it's even worse than what we think. I mean, like, culling the herd. You know, when the herd gets too big, right, and we're getting out of control, they say cull the herd. What does that even mean, right? It means lower the population, eat it, do what you do, but lower the population. So, why would they care? We're just cattle.
Sterilization,
Hold the herd.
right? That's women are already having a hard time trying to get pregnant, and they got to do all this IV stuff and whatever, and that's what they, I think, have wanted. But really, those are like the normal people mostly, because they eat like the non-food and they watch the TV and they're not healthy, and so really, the people that don't do that, they're going to have more children. I gotta go.
Later.
Yeah. Sounded like those kids were destroying that house.
Yeah, the
noisy
children
house is
taking
a good
over.
house.
They're taking over.
And your children are making noise. Probably.
No, I get I get the logical progression of everything you're saying and how it's going to happen, but I think that at a certain point it scares enough people where there's an armed conflict and it doesn't get done.
Well, hang on, let's talk about that. Wasn't there public displays of not riots but peaceful protests in like a lot of cities, and they didn't even show it on the news? You heard about that?
No,
In Sao Paulo and Brazil and other countries, they were protesting the masks and the jabs.
These are regular citizens, not like the armed criminal populace of those cities.
Yes, the regular streets. Just like this month.
Who was protesting? I'll have to look it up. I'm out of it sometimes when it comes to world events.
A handful of
Brazil,
cities were
Sao
out there.
Paulo, and where else?
Other places, I don't know.
The last couple of weeks, though, it's been happening? Yeah.
Last 3 weeks. And they're not showing that. So we're already trying to protest, but if they don't put it on the media, then we don't know what's happening.
You're right. Well, people need to start communicating then, because this is the first I heard of it. I'll pass the word along, but I mean, like, if...
And once they get the manual jobs all replaced, then you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be basically on the universal welfare, and then they're going to convince us to do sterilization, because why would we want to have kids and not have any way to feed them except by the government? So they're going to get us to think that the world's overpopulated and that we should do public sterilizations for both men and women, so we won't have more kids, because we can't basically maintain them ourselves since the government's paying for everything.
So you
as long as they start at the top. And yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned the armed conflict, though, and I think in reality it's possible that an armed conflict could fix, cut that branch out, that rotten branch, or take out that rotten fruit and that bad stuff that is making the rest bad. But I think it's all rotten at the moment, because I remember looking in the history of the nation I came from, and anyone that tried to do any violence against the government was just massacred immediately. There was no option to go against the powers that be. They were just killed. That's it.
Yeah, that's the price of liberty.
Mafioso. I mean, government. Sorry. Wrong gang. It's all the same, but.
Same gang. Same gang.
Yeah.
Do you think they're just going to give you freedom? It's not like machines will be the first person or first thing to ever try to enslave people, you know? But it's the people, ultimately. The machines aren't doing it on their own right now. So, like...
Rothschild did say, I don't want a nation of thinkers, a nation of workers. And they made sure they got that by, through the education that we get and through the jobs that are provided. And what are we but that? You are just a very inefficient machine. That's all a human being is, a human resource is. A very inefficient machine. Has to eat, has to sleep, the poop, has to have a shower. I mean, this is expensive. If you think about it.
Actually, science is telling us now that we're actually a complicated rock, I think, right?
We are a complicated
science
rock.
Fact.
I like to think of myself as a beautiful tropical.
I think he dropped out.
Basically made from clay, light, and heat. And we're all basically rocks.
Wait a minute. Clay, light, and heat.
Abiogenesis. This is a scientific explanation of how it started. Light, heat, and clay got together.
And where does the consciousness
became? Hang on. When the conditions became perfectly perfect, the first living cell popped out, started eating, replicating, growing. Then it started changing. Then it turned into a plant, and then a lizard, and then a butterfly, and then into a monkey, human ancestor, and then turned into you and to me.
So we aren't even looking for the first forms of life. We're just going straight from inanimate objects to life.
Yes.
Awesome story.
Abiogenesis.
I thought it had some holes in it, but yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah. You could probably make a movie out of it.
It's kind of faithy to me, little faith. They say after so many millennia, then it's obviously going to happen mathematically.
Can I ask you one quick question? I don't mean to go back on the subject completely, but how long do you think before the voluntary sterilization phase of the New World Order plan? Like how far off do you think that is?
Well, I don't want it to happen. I feel like there's
no, I didn't say I want you wanted it.
No, let me explain. I feel like there's some good people fighting for us, and there's some evil people trying to take over everything. So that's gonna have to pan out. But I mean, we could be in trouble as early as like within the next 10 years if this continues on.
My friend has 8 kids, and he just lost his job. No. Because he's not essential, and we're all trying to help him, man. It's so sad. But the fuck.
Yeah,
I think it's how it started.
The homeless population is growing, not shrinking.
Those numbers are so fucked up. Once you're off unemployment, you still don't earn any money, and they don't count you, and you're off the books. So that number of people who aren't working now that they show you is actually higher. So they're farther along than you're thinking, right? And in that part of the plan, there's more people sitting around doing nothing and surviving. They're still alive.
And the people that couldn't pay their rent, they got a free pass in the government. But then what's going to happen when they have to release that and they have to start paying their rent again? They're not going to have the money because they didn't save money. Most people don't save money. They live in paycheck to paycheck. So if the government gives them a crutch, they're going to rely on that. And then when they take it away, they're shit out of luck.
Does the government give them a crutch, or they just grab everything right then?
The crutch is that they don't get evicted. They don't pay their rent. They claim COVID, and they don't get evicted because there's a ban on evictions.
But why did they bail them out in the first place? Why not let people fight it out?
Because of the COVID. But this has already been done. They say because of the COVID, some jobs have been removed, So we're going to give you a reprieve. We're not going to ban you for 12 months. But then when they release that ban, they're going to have millions of people on the streets because they're going to get evicted. So they're not
Everybody's
going to
gonna
have
want their back money. Yeah.
It's worse than that. You're missing one critical part of this, which is that the smaller mom and pop, the smaller, more independently owned rental services, apartment complexes or rental houses, they're going to go under because they don't have the extra money to keep themselves going financially through that part of the lockdown that would make it so their tenants don't have to pay. So while they go under, the big corporate, renters, they stay afloat and they grow bigger.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I mean. Why
Yeah,
don't they
so
do
you
the
remove
grab
the
right
middle
then and there?
class. So you remove the small businesses, small mom and pop shops, middle class.
Yes.
Corporations
Now you
get
have two
stronger,
classes. Yeah.
and the poor people get more abundant.
Well, so you have two classes. You have a master class and you have a slave class. And one class. Okay, no, too many problems. You only want two classes: a slave class and a master class. I think that's all they want.
And let me tell you, I have a friend in Canada, and they're still getting $2,000 a month, Canadian money. I meant not $2,000 Canadian money. It's almost the same thing. Since the pandemic started, so they've been getting paid every month per household, extra money. In U.S., we've only gotten like 4 stimulus in like a year. So what's happening is the Canadian government are doing too much, and they have that crutch now, and the Canadians have the same problem. They're not going to work because they have this free money from the government. And if that money stops, they're afraid that everyone's going to be on the street because they're not working. They can't. When you haven't worked for 12 months, you're not going to go back to work and get a job. So they've given such a big crutch to the Canadians that they're shit out of luck. Once they pull that away, they're all going to be broke on the street, most of them. Now, U.S.
So if all those people go to the street, and they're not paying rent, and the owner is not paying the mortgage, what are the
housing crisis, homelessness, housing crisis, basically. Because they didn't save money. They didn't save the money. They spent all the money the government gave them. They spent it. All those, the poor mentality, unfortunately, does not invest. They spend everything that they're given. So they're not going to have any kind of money when they pull the rug from under them, all that government help. They're going to be screwed. Now, in America,
I think they're gonna come out with it's gonna look so bad, and it's gonna sound everything very bad, and I think they're gonna offer some sort of solution, and some governments or they're gonna come up like the heroes or something.
So you saw the crowds at the DC riots, right? That was over the faked election. What happens when they throw everybody out in the street? There's gonna be an armed conflict at that point.
You call it. I mean, let them take each other out. Let people take people out.
They can give. This is when they can issue the universal paycheck.
You show these people why they need government. That's what you call some kind of
government to the rescue.
Yeah, and you show them why they really, really need us, the government, to run their life. And why they need to inject themselves, whatever the government tells them to, and all that. It's like people are going to probably cry out. Well, anyone, somebody do anything.
I still think like 1 out of every 3 or 4 people are going to resist.
But that's what they want. They want like riots in the street, so that way they can take control of everything. Because obviously we can't control ourselves.
Yeah.
We're just
animals. Down with the hammer.
But this is why I think they're delaying it, because that if right now it happened, the 25-30% win, because it's the well-equipped, the more critically thinking. It's a mob of children versus a bunch of veterans. That's what it is.
Oh, and good news, I watched a little clip on Twitter today from France, and apparently today there's thousands of people marching in the streets, but it's not just ordinary citizens, it's the police marching with the citizens against this lockdown number 2 they're trying to put in place.
Can you put a link?
I'll try to find it again.
Yeah, once they amp the frequencies and people start dropping, they're gonna be like, "We told you so. Should have stayed home."
Well, I missed the word.
Yes,
Did you say frequent something?
The frequencies. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a stretch, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be like, that's impossible.
It goes deeper than a stretch. I mean, I can't make any claims, but there's something to that. It's just that we can't talk about it.
No, that's why I didn't expect you to. I understand that, but I mean, if it's at that kind of level already, I mean, really, it's just like you said. If it's not being done, there is some kind of internal resistance that's stalling things, and your only hope then at that point is for them to succeed, because once it's past that point, there's no turning back.
A lot of people think that with this new automation that their job won't get replaced. They think they're still going to need humans, but really, I don't see what they would need humans for as far as to run the country. Very few.
I don't doubt the plausibility of it. It's just the timeline you're giving me is like, it's like, wow, they must really be ready to go. I mean, I get technology is ahead of things, but to be able to manufacture it and utilize it, in that capacity, takes time. And they got to do it in secret, because that gives away the game, right?
I don't know the timeline. I'm just guessing. I hope it never happens. But if you want to stand up, now's the time, because all these jobs are getting
I'm prepared.
replaced.
I'm just curious as to how far it's going to go. I mean, I know in my mind when I know I'll know it's time. I'm not worried about that. But it's just watching people around you just willfully ignore what's going on. It's tough because you want to help people, but if you even try to bring it up to them, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland. They just open their mouth and point at you and scream like you're one of them.
Oh my god, it's funny. I just thought about that. Invasion of the Body Snatchers was like the scariest movie when I was a kid.
Oh man, that final
I had
scene
nightmares
is so
of that.
unfair for a child, dude. That's fucked up to let a kid see that ending.
I thought somebody was gonna take my body when I went to sleep. Man, it was crazy.
That's how you feel when if you try to you got to pay attention to what's going on in the world. What, you don't trust your government? It's like, oh my god. But a lot of it's posturing, I think, at this point, because they don't want to admit it, because it's scary implications of, my god, my government's out to get me. Just like the flat earth, the implications are what keep people fighting the losing fight. They got to admit it to themselves.
I think like they have grabbed a lot of the power that they wanted already, and now all they gotta do is introduce the new economic system because right now what's happening they kind of collapsing the old system to introduce the updated new system, and that's why we're gonna get into some issues that have happened in the past. And they're gonna say, you see, we gotta, this old system is kind of out of date, so we gotta update it. And they're gonna introduce then, the new stuff. Also with the jobs that people are getting, they're just making new long-term customers for the pharmaceuticals. So a big percentage of people are gonna take it. Then eventually, hopefully, who knows, they might not bother too much with it. They're just gonna keep offering it and say, keeping it an option, because right now they're using a lot of fear, and fear is a strong weapon that is always used. So a lot of people are gonna take the product and they're gonna keep being customers, long-term customers for the big guys. But the new economic system they're offering is gonna, in a way, fix a lot of the issues that we have economically and make everything more balanced. But it's just gonna be part of the whole plan, because a lot of the things that we're mentioning, a lot of the jobs of the past and stuff that they're replacing, it's gonna be based on services that they're offering. So you're gonna be paying for these services and deliveries of food for your house and delivery of this and entertainment services on the TV and a lot of receiving your medicine on the mail, stuff like that. A lot of that stuff is big business, and it's just gonna be part of the new system. But the liquidity of money that the new system is offering, because there is actually a parallel economic system already in place. It's just that it's not being used at the moment. We still are on the analog old system in a way. They just gotta, open up the doors, and everybody's gonna participate in the new system. And if you want to go to the market and buy things, and everybody's using the new economic system, how are you not gonna use it? To participate, you're gonna need it. If you want to go to Target or Walmart or even to the mom and pop's shop at the corner and buy something, you're gonna be participating.
Yeah,
you want to put gas on your vehicle, you're gonna participate.
This all sounds eerily biblical to me, though. That's why I don't want to get involved with it. Why I'm willing to just say, go fuck yourself. Because it's too, with everything else that we know about being lied to and the nature of what we can test, and I can't see all this as being for nothing. This could be the fucking reason we're all here, is how you fucking handle this situation. And unfortunately, it looks like nobody really gives a shit. They're just here for the ride.
Well, the people are
I think if you say biblical, I'm sorry. If you say biblical, then the time that the whole thing is gonna be, I guess, fixed and reset is when the day of God, the promise of God, that day that the city of God will come down from heaven, and I guess the Messiah will walk out and come to claim this place again. That's when it's really gonna be fixed.
What was supposed to happen after the 1,000-year reign of Christ?
The city of God will come down from heaven, and everyone is gonna see it.
Isn't there a second tribulation, though?
I don't know the order of things, but I know.
I thought I remembered that.
It's up in heaven.
Gotta read Revelation again, man.
Yeah, I'm a poor Catholic. It's been.
I think what I was taught might have been wrong.
I was taught the Ib version. And before the tribulation happens, there's gonna be a rapture or catch. One's gonna get caught up. And I heard there was a different, and there's a different interpretation. So.
So what if we missed Christ? That would have sucked, huh?
But that.
Yeah, I don't think.
How do you know we didn't miss that whole thing and we're just reading the remnants of it afterwards?
But, because the Holy Spirit is still here and it's what's holding back the powers that be. The new order is still forming, right? Like what Revelation shows. I think it's still unfolding in the Bible.
I'm gonna go back and read it.
How do you explain a cell phone to a person in Jesus' day? How do you explain to them what a cell phone is? You can't. You can't explain to them what a car is. You call it a chariot, right? How do you explain to them what an airplane is? Can't.
Well, I mean, these things can be done. It just takes a long time. A person's intelligence doesn't change because they were, from back then.
Right.
If you can speak their language, you can explain things. Start with a base of knowledge and work your way up. But it would take a long time.
I'm saying it's hard. It was difficult. I couldn't see how you could give any more details. But the information that we have been given, I think, is still unfolding. Like man of lawlessness, it still hasn't been built, right? And we're talking about AI, and Elon Musk is saying things like, "With AI, we are calling the demon." He says things like, "It might be even a new species of human, and we might even have to, upgrade, to adapt, to integrate." It into a, you know what I mean? Like, so these kinds of like technologies that we're seeing and people developing is still, you know what I mean? The new world order, like Babylon.
Pretty ballers. We've been off topic for a while. Want to make sure I'm not eating up time.
Yes, yeah. No matter, I say like, all right, let's say the New World Order is a flat Earth. Now, what do we say about the Creator? Like, because if the Earth is a ball, then the Creator is science, and everything else
because science
is a religion.
Science is the natural world, right?
Right.
God is supernatural. God is supernatural.
Well, that's what I mean. The knowledge of the Creator is what we are doing and what we call science. We study things and we try to figure out how it works, how it was created. Right? So we're learning about the Creator. So talking about the Creator, if the God of Abraham is the Creator, we're fully on topic, in my opinion. But
once you drink all that water from the cup of science, at the bottom you're gonna find God.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. First sip of science, right?
The water in that cup is level.
Exactly. This is just making too much sense.
Once you drink all the Kool-Aid, and once you drink all the Kool-Aid, then you're dead.
Kool-Aid. Flavored water.
The Heaven's Gate Kool-Aid.
What do you think of these mud flood things with the buildings?
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
I've heard people make the claim that it's just that's how you make foundations, and I have to point out to them, I've never seen anybody build a foundation with a pre-set door and windows all the way around it that you then brick in and then bury. That's kind of strange.
I mean, a lot of the record shows that a bunch of structures and buildings were digged out of the ground.
Yeah.
So if there was a flood in the past that is in the record as well, in probably all nations, that water from the bottom and from above probably stirred a lot of soil. Water movement. When you move water on top of soil,
Yeah.
it moves the soil too. So
Yeah.
whenever that water
So-
recede, it receded, and a lot of the structures and buildings of the past were under the dirt for a long time.
Would seem to make sense.
And recent people dig some dirt out and found lots of buildings. Maybe saw, something coming out above the ground, and then digged and found a bunch of buildings. And even if you dig in many places these days, you'll find tunnels and stuff underground. So it's something that has been going on for a long time. There's a lot of structure that are still underground. So not a surprise.
But if that was from the flood, right? The biblical flood, that's supposedly, was it 4,000 years ago? How long was it? The flood?
It was probably 400 years ago. Who knows?
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
what most what we were taught in like Catholic school years ago, what they said the flood was after Noah, which was, I think it was like 4,000 something BC. I don't remember. They try to
Yeah,
give
it
you
could
a
be
roundabout-
4,000 years. It could even
Yeah,
be
something like
3,000 years ago. Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe
it
1,000.
could have been, but it could have been 400. We wouldn't know, right?
Yeah.
I'm just now looking into the Tartaria again. Looked into it a little bit, but now I'm just taking it seriously. So yeah.
Seems like during the 1800s, that's all people were doing was digging. You see all these photos of cities, and there's always muddy roads and ditches. And I get there's be a lot of digging building a city, but there's also photos of what looks like just a field, and there's these big ass holes in the tops of buildings being dug out. So it's like, what the fuck? All around the same time period, and it's got to be something to it.
There's even buildings under the waters of the sea.
Yeah. Off the coast.
Yeah, off the coast of many nations.
They even found human bones, and those are gone, replaced with giant lizard bones. Bones in us.
Yeah, fossils are obviously all crazy bullshit. That's not hard to figure out.
But giant human remains, the Human Genome Project, aliens, and who the hell knows what's going on today? It's like, yeah, we don't know
Is
shit.
it possible? We live in this environment of gases around us and levels of nitrogen, oxygen, CO2. In the past, if let's say these levels of gases were different, and maybe plants were bigger and fruits were bigger, and maybe
People lived
bigger
longer.
animals, it was probably people. There was bigger people as well. People live longer too.
Yeah, like hundreds of years longer.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only been alive for what, like, when we look at the last 100 years and the advances that man has made, in technology and science, right? And you think we only live like 80 to 100 years, but if those people lived hundreds of years, well, can you imagine how much more they were able to learn than we, right? How much more capacity, how much more refined their science and their understanding and how they would do things is today. Like, they would probably know some science versus and they probably master 5-7 trades in a lifetime, maybe even more. You know what I mean? Depending on how fast, because of how long you do.
But you know something?
Isn't that crazy?
You know something, Bon, that we might have to take into account? Let's say the creator, the designer, maybe he designed this place to work in a certain way. And the cycles of the heavens and the cycles of the climates down here and all that kind of stuff. All the stuff that happened in the past, including the flood and let's say the giants and big plants, it's almost like it's being reduced into the moment that we are at this point. And that clock that is in the sky is, I guess, going towards a specific time. That is maybe the time that the creator designed it to be at that moment. Like a countdown, yeah.
Yeah. Just scaled down or...
Well, that would explain why
like
they don't want us looking up and seeing anything with all these chemtrails, so you can't see the clock and know how much time you have left.
Oh, it's interesting how he used water the first time. You know how he used water to destroy the God of Abraham? And yet that's the evidence we see today of the world. Is that there's been blood, there's fish bones and the Grand Canyon and on mountains.
So what does he do to wipe? What does Jesus do to wipe Satan off the planet? Coming. I'm waiting. What's the next disaster? That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, I don't. What do you mean?
Like I know the flood. God made His promise. I'll never wipe out the world with water again. So how is He going to wipe us out this
fire?
time?
It's going to be fire.
Fire.
It's going to be fire. Yeah, and everything is going to get burned up. Yeah, a cleansing fire.
2 Peter chapter 3 goes over it a little bit.
Yeah,
goes over it a little bit. Revelation 18 through 22.
Water and then fire. Isn't that cool? It's baptism, right?
I mean, there's a lot of forest burning right now in the U.S., Greece, I think, Russia. A lot of houses burning at the moment.
So is it possible that the flood doesn't happen all at once? It happens like there's a flood here, over a few years, like 10 years. Everything gets flooded, but over a 10-year period. Same thing with the fires. Not everything's on fire once, but the West Coast is going to burn, then the middle of the country, then the East Coast, then South America. Then, it takes 10 years to burn everything. Would that fulfill it?
Well, I think the flood was all at once. Everything was unleashed all at once.
Oh, yeah, it could have been, but we weren't there to see it.
Well, that's what the Bible says, and
I know.
The end. I think the end is, after He comes back and does war world, Armageddon. After Armageddon, I think that's when He's going to do the judgment. But I think He's going to destroy heaven and earth with fire and create a new one. This old world. That's what the Bible says.
I mean, the Bible, since we're on the subject of the creator of the flat earth, and the Bible, and the Bible contains flat earth cosmology, so we're going to stay on subject. But I don't believe that the claim that it's an unaltered record of what God wants us to see is very likely, because there's been too many evil men with their hands on it and in control in the meantime. I think enough survived for you to know what you need to know, but I wouldn't take it word for word, because I always think that you're given the knowledge you need to do what you need to do if you choose to do it. That's what I think. But
do you guys reckon the end days, the last, because He says it's going to be like days of Noah, but do you reckon the people living in the last days are probably going to be living in the hardest times Earth has ever, experienced?
I don't think Noah's lived in the hardest times. Like, people were partying their asses off. That's why.
Right. But I'm talking about the people who are trying to hold on to the, to their faith. Like, it's going to be the hardest for them because. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my faith sometimes. Sometimes I feel like God is so far away because of all the crap that we're being surrounded with, you know. And I try to think about God, but it's like, what do you guys go ahead say?
What kind of test would it be if it was easy? That's the point, right? You're supposed to be tested.
True.
Yes. I'm glad like you guys are here. Can talk to me. Yeah, I think the victory has already been, he already won on the cross. So that's the win. I think, live or die. It's for the believer, the follower, and the Son of God. They've already won. If you live, you're a living sacrifice, and if you die, you die for the cause, because you believe. Is there a better hope?
Think about our consciousness, how it does. We know, and it's been tested and proven that our consciousness, our awareness affects things. So knowing how the metaphysical and the physical are connected and intertwined, and that there are systems of equilibrium. It's very synergistic in nature with all of the world. If having like a shift in consciousness and their awareness to be shift onto things that are lies, and like the energy that will be changed, what will heaven bring forth to create the balance of this? And I agree that they are trying to hide things in the sky, which is our clock. I believe they've been trying to do that, and they were preparing to do that because after 2017 I have noticed some new things, and I won't get into that here. I'm just saying that when I did notice it, I captured pictures of it. There's it was like total
Why are you dangling these carrots? What are you doing?
What'd you see? What the hell?
I'm just saying, so what our carnal minds automatically go to and what we see and experience, but we also know that there's a metaphysical nature, and we know that our awareness and our consciousness is connected, and that there are systems of equilibrium. So it's like the more toxic something becomes, then there's a way to purify it. And if we think of the awareness of all the people, if it's not set on things of truth, and it's set on, there will be something. There always has been. And then the last thing I want to say, because I am kind of busy, but I do want to share this and put my thoughts out there, to think of what the heavens would bring forth to create this equilibrium, to create this balance, to purify that which is toxic. But also, like if we're going by what's written and what comes next, like one thing to look for that's unmistakable is, and it's pretty specific, are the two witnesses that are supposed to walk the earth and testify. Anyone that comes against them, they'll breathe fire and devour them, and then they will lay their bodies in the end of their walking the earth and witnessing to the entire earth. Their bodies will lay dead in the streets for 3 days for everyone to see. So, I mean, that's pretty specific.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, it's good info.
Yeah.
What was that? Sorry. What was that last part? 3 days and bodies laying down.
Well, if the text is correct, and I mean that's what was being discussed, is what is written, like what's to come and what to expect next. So it is written that there will be two witnesses, and I'm saying if the text is correct, because I question everything. I don't know what's right, but it is written that there's supposed to be two witnesses that will come, and they will testify to all the earth. They'll walk the earth testifying, and anyone who comes against them, they'll breathe fire out of their mouths and devour them. At the end of their walk on the earth, witnessing to the world, their bodies will lay. They will be killed, and their bodies will lay in the streets dead for 3 days. So, as far as I know, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Right, and how do you?
Too, that they'll get up after that 3 days.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How do you?
Nobody's gonna
who is those two branches, or who do you think
The two witnesses. I don't know, but it's
Or
very
two
specific.
witnesses.
It's very specific that, like, to think that it's an analogy, that it's symbolic. I mean, when it says that they will walk the earth and breathe fire, devouring those who seek to destroy them, and that they will let their bodies will lay dead for 3 days, that's pretty specific. It doesn't say who they are.
It doesn't sound symbolic, eh? I mean,
Does it sound like you're going to see two dudes
Sounds
or
very literal.
ladies walking down the street breathing fire?
Well,
no one's going to miss that. That will be very, very obvious.
it also says that a sword comes out of his mouth, right? And slay, Armageddon, and then I'm imagining birds coming out of his mouth. So I'm imagining fire could be worse, but
Well, that was when
dead in the streets for 3 days. I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
that was when he saw Jesus, right? That was the word, the sword that came out of his mouth in the vision.
Oh, that's
Revelation.
no. This is it's in Revelation when he comes back with the with the for the battle of Armageddon. He's gonna have a sword that's gonna come out of his mouth and destroy all the armies of the world that gathered against him, and the blood gonna be up to the horse's neck. So much blood. But
Can we think of maybe something symbolic that could be representing it going on now? Like if it was other two countries going around destroying anybody who speaks against them?
The way it's written, it says two men walking the earth, testifying, and it says breathing fire out of their mouth, and their bodies will lay dead in the streets for 3 days. So,
Does it say men or does it call them witnesses?
Witnesses.
It says
I'm
witnesses.
pretty sure it says two men that will witness to the earth.
Okay. I didn't read it.
I may be wrong. This is for everyone to read and do their own discernment.
Yep.
I've heard some translations. Some people interpret it as Enoch and Elijah, because those are the two people because those are the two people that never died, that we know of.
Weren't they in heaven?
Yeah, that's the only reason why I think they came up with that interpretation, but I could be wrong. So
there's another interpretation where they say that I believe they're the branches, or I forgot, like one branch or one tree, two trees, like one of them was like burnt, like not burnt up, or I guess it was almost dead, right? And that's like a symbology of Jews, like they believe in God, like that's their chosen people, but they're like dying off, right? Because they don't believe in Jesus. And the other one is like growing, and that's the one that believes in Jesus, and that tree is grafted in to God's kingdom. So where it says witnesses, it also refers to those branches, those trees or something. I'm not really sure how it goes, but that's the other.
The olive branches it's like
There you go.
that could be analogous, but you can discern whether or not, like, contextually, if it's analogous or if it's literal. And so that's just out there for everyone to read themselves and do their own discernment. And I think it's also because I've been listening to a lot of what's written in the Quran too, and it's written across different texts, and there's some consistencies across all of them. Right, and it's the same. It seems to mirror the same story, but there's different information in each. There's like the details are a little bit different. So to me, it seems beneficial to me to kind of get the full picture to see what the difference is in the details, and take the pieces that are separated, because it seems like they've taken a lot of the information and just separated it to where one set of people do not have all of the truth, right, and divided it out, and then they keep the people divided so that they don't share the knowledge of the truth. But it's just for each person to just read and get their own discernment.
Right. Of course. But
But
I mean, that would be still cool. That would still be cool, right? I mean, either way.
Something you wouldn't miss. It's something you wouldn't miss if they really couldn't hide, right?
You know, breathing fire on
us
these
prepared
fools,
for a reason. That's why they hide the clock. There's a reason they don't want us prepared. So it's not like everything is set in stone. You can still either, win or lose this game, I think, and they're trying to get us to lose.
Well, I saw there was another light. Now look, you guys, I don't really care if people, I am so desensitized from people thinking that I'm crazy or far out there that I don't really care anymore, It is what it is. It is what it is. The truth is the truth. And what I saw and what I observed and experienced is what I saw and what I observed and what I experienced. And I captured pictures of it. This was in 2017. Okay, so it's written, okay, the signs in the heavens with the woman clothed with the sun and a crown of stars on her head, giving birth. And so this constellation, it was said to have happened on September 23rd of 2017. After that, I know that it's like, by that time, they've been covering the sky pretty heavy, right? And I think they use it for multiple reasons and for whatever benefit that they can. But after that, this was like between November and December of 2017. I saw the sun rising and I saw another light, it looked like another sun, but it was not as bright. It was less, it had less light. And the closer it was to the sun, it passed in front of the sun. I took pictures of it, and you can take the pictures, and it's with a crappy phone, so just deal with it.
I know this is going to sound like a horrible question, but you weren't looking through a pane of glass, right? I know it's.
No, I saw it through a pane of glass, but I walked outside and I watched it come and approach.
Okay, so you did see it.
Yeah, I watched it approach from the horizon, and I saw the sun. Right, I saw where the sun was at, and in the pictures you can see where the sun was at, because it's much brighter, so the light was much bigger. But this other celestial body, whatever it is, it approached from the horizon. And it passed in front of the sun. And it, honestly, when it got to noon position and it moved, it only took 20 minutes. Okay? It only took 20 minutes for it to go from horizon to noon position. Right? It was much faster than the sun.
Yeah,
much faster than the sun. And I saw it pass in front of the sun. And not only that, but it seemed to move a little bit, like almost as if it appeared as if it was slowing down and speeding up, which makes me think it was possibly moving in a spiral corkscrew motion as it went up from horizon to noon position.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, so I don't know if this has anything to do with, I'm thinking that it is closely related to, the signs that we saw in the heavens, and I do agree that they are trying to hide the clock so that we can't see these things.
Yeah.
But I'll post a few of them. You can take the images and you can take the pictures and invert the colors and see where the lights are and where they go. But if you want them, I can do that. But I don't want to flood the live stream text with it. But I do have, there's like 16 of them because I took pictures as it progressed from horizon to noon position.
Can we see a few?
Yeah, I'll post them.
I'd like a good example or two of what it is if you don't want to throw them all up. But yeah, I'd like to see two.
Well, yeah, okay, so if I don't put them all up, you just have to keep in mind that what I'll do is I'll try to put the ones that are where it's distinctively in a different position and also in a different position relative to the sun so that you can see its, movement, like somewhat or whatever.
But it was a little smaller?
Well, so when you're looking at a light, it's like the brightness of the light will make it. Yeah. So, but yeah.
You didn't happen to have like welder's glass, right? You didn't get a good look at it through or anything like that. Yeah.
No, but since then, I've been noticing it seemed like it was a different spectrum of light. Like, okay, so the moon seems more silvery white, right? And the sun seems more reddish and then turns white. And then this one was more bluish. Like it makes me think it was like a blue. It reminds me of the blue Kachina, like what's written about the blue Kachina and things like that. I don't know. It's just that that's the only thing I've ever heard of anyone talk about being
Well,
written about a blue light, and it's bluish. And not only that, but I've seen this. I know what the light spectrum looks like because I saw it right after this. It's like when they really, really chemtrail, when the sun sets in the west, you can look to the I look to the east, and I can see that there, and I can post some of those pictures too. I actually post. I don't know which one's to post first, but this one is like you can see the light rays. You know how you see crepuscular rays come out of the clouds
Yep.
from the sun. Well, when the sun sets in the west, in the east, there is another light. I don't know if it's going the opposite direction or if it's just follow it. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing, but when it's in the sky and it's not in the east and it's like overhead, it seems like they try to chemtrail a lot. But when the light does come through, it's like everything, the colors of everything looks different. It looks way, way, way different. Like the green, it looks green, but it's a different green. It's like all the colors just look different when this light's around. It's like a different spectrum of light. So you can take this information and, do discern what you will with it. You can think it's, nuts or not. It doesn't matter to me. I know what I saw and I know what I experienced. And if you notice, like from here on out, when they do the heavy, like just start noticing, at sunset, when the sun sets in the west, look towards the east and see if you see any anomalies there, is all I say. Just look for yourself. Do your own observations.
Oh my goodness, why can't I navigate this damn app? You posted it in chat, right? Yeah. I can't find it now.
I've not posted it yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm grabbing them right now.
No, I'm hearing rings, so I'm lost on this thing. I apologize. Why can't I find the chat now? What direct messages do I want?
And I'll tell you something else I noticed about it too. Like, it seemed like the further away from the sun, the more transparent it was. The closer to the sun, the more, which was weird. That could have just been my perspective too. I couldn't really tell because you'll see how many clouds there was. They were really trying to cover this up, whatever it is, which is this actually. The sky, how much they'd cut, is what got me looking. That's what had me looking. That's the only reason I even saw it.
You saw the excessive amount of chemtrails they were throwing up? Yeah, that's like a red flag. It's like, oh, they're up to something.
I shared this with someone before, and they actually inverted it. Now, see, when I first start taking it, I'm looking through a utility window, so you can see how it's all like scratched up and stuff. But someone did take these photos. I was in speculation, and we were talking about different things, and they inverted the colors, and you can see where the light emanates from because it gets darker. And so you can do that with these if you want to. It'll probably show you more. But anyway.
Truth, I was gonna ask you that if you had the picture that they did that with, because I saw it really well when they did that. The other light. It was, what was it, like a negative? It almost looked like what a negative would look like.
I think that when you look at the picture, if you just grab the picture, I think you can invert it yourself. I don't know if, I guess I could try to invert it and post it, but so you can see like at the top left corner of that house is like a bigger circle of light, which is the sun, and to the left of that is the smaller circle. That's the light that I'm talking about, and you can see it progress and it gets closer to it. And some of the upper photos, I actually have it brighter, but there's a few more, and I think that's all of them. And then I'll post the one where I actually see, like in the east, the light showing. There's actually, shadows through the clouds. It's like crepuscular rays shining out of the clouds, but this is to the east after sunset. So it's definitely, it's not the sun. Now I'm just going to post all of them. All of them doesn't show it very well, but I'm just going to post all of them, so I'm not.
How much of this cloud cover is the chemtrailing?
All of
This is like all of it. Oh my God! Holy Jesus!
Very low. Yep.
It's like right over your head.
I wished I'd gotten it out of a better window, because this is out of a utility window, and it's
disgusting. It looks like somebody took a greasy, dirty, oily rag and wiped it across the sky.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they do. But you can grab these and invert the colors, and you can see some of them show it really good.
I can see it.
Do you see that other light?
Yeah, I can see it in let's see, from the top one, when you have basically the sun. Let's start at the top here. Yeah, 1, 2.
Yeah, I see it.
Third picture down in that frame. Look at that's supposed to be one source of light, and I can see a perfectly circular, which is I assume that from one from above just moved. So that has to be at least one light source. Where's the rest of this light coming from? And then when you move down,
and just think about it though. This smaller light, it moved from horizon to noon position in like 20 minutes. It caught up to the sun and passed the sun up.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the sun was the other one at the back, and the light was
the sun's the larger one, and it's
at the back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. This little light in front is the yeah. Oh yeah. That was the moon.
There's definitely two lights. They did their best to make it look like, oh, you're just seeing a reflection off of a cloud layer. Just look away. But
yeah.
Again,
I can see it.
What's going on? You can see it.
You reckon it's a balloon? Nah, it's a light. It looks like some kind of trans.
It looks like
a hologram.
Sun. It looks like a laser sun. I mean, in real life, when you do the observation, like when you're seeing this happen in real life, I mean, you see it moving. I don't know what it could be. I mean, maybe there's some.
But it's not illuminating the clouds around it the way the moon does, or the way the sun does. It's like
so. There's patents for artificial suns.
Hologram.
Maybe they're just flying one of their artificial suns around to see how people react.
I saw an artificial moon. It was like in front of the carnival. That big wheel, the carnivals. It was in front of the car. I was like, wait, is that moon in front of the car? I don't know if it was. That was a long time ago.
Now, see, that's during the sunrise. You can see those two houses. That's towards the east. And these other photos that I'm going to post is towards the same direction. The house that you see to the left, it's over the house to the left. Behind it is at sunset, right? The sun's behind me in these other photos that I'm going to post. The sun is behind me to the west, setting. This is to the east, towards this direction.
Right.
Behind
so you
this
followed
house.
it.
Yeah. This is like, and then this is at sunset. So this light that you see behind that house is not the sun, but you can see where. I'll show you. Here's
It's
one.
lighting up the whole sky, eh?
Here's one of them. I'm going to try to find the one where it's actually got the beams of light or rays of light. But that's
what was this?
You know what? Now that you know what they can do, they can claim. You know what this is? This is an overexposed picture of the moon lighting up the sky as it approaches the sun.
But I've got the date and time, and the moon was not there. So
the moon doesn't light up the whole the horizon like that.
So this is facing
that last
the
one
opposite direction.
That's in the east at sunset. The sun's setting behind me, and I don't know if you can notice or not. But
So who set off a nuclear weapon on the horizon?
Hey, that's what I was thinking.
What's going on?
It's like what kind of Oh yeah, like a little nuclear
it's supposed to be dark
reaction.
Over there. What's going on?
Man, they've got these drones that can light the sky up, man. That's why I'm.
Oh, you missed an opportunity here. You could have captured the image of the other sun in one of your windows there while you had that going on. That would have been stellar. But that is still a good shot.
It's got the time in the metadata. I'm sure it's got, like, you can see those clouds in front are not lit up, and the clouds behind it are.
Yeah, it's clearly way back there.
You can get the time of day and the date, from the metadata. I'm sure if anyone knows how to do that, I don't know how to do that, but it should be in there because.
I don't need that level of scrutiny against your photos. I trust it.
Well, you can take the date, if you remember the date, and try to match it up with any projects or any exercises or anything that the military or the local government or whatever it could have been, could have been causing that. Probably. That's a lot. If you remember the day.
Only be long. It might be what they're racing against. They might be trying to gain control before it's time to fucking end the party and start all over.
I believe they can do that today. I mean, I believe they can control, yeah, possible. Yeah, I'm just checking it off as easily done. Yeah. But why? Why, what, when, how, why?
Well, they got all the info. Well, they have more info than we have, so they can make plans that we have no idea about motives, all that. It's all speculation, but you can kind of guess that it's got something to do with something. I mean, if they are prepared for this, then they are aware of the nature of the universe. They know what's going on. There's got to be some kind of a, I don't want to make it sound grand or anything, but it's like a cosmic struggle. There's something going on that's not just my personal struggle with the environment I was thrust into to see, hey, how are you going to do? I think it's more about something bigger.
See how bright that is, though? Look at that. It's like the second one to the last. So this
is that raining? What is that demarcation line? Is it like rain falling?
What do you mean?
What is that? Is this east?
Yeah, that's east at sunset.
This is sunset. Yeah, something's definitely
that's
happening.
Shadow. That's shadowed. That's where the light's shadowed.
I mean, something's happening there. And look at this guy's. Look at Royals.
Yeah,
something's happening there that's causing that light. Yeah.
Okay, Royal, you can get rid of that picture because that one is actually to the west. That's why I'm removing it because I grabbed the wrong ones. That one's to the west, but the other ones that I left up there, those are to the east. Look at how bright that light is coming out of those clouds. There's no mistaking.
The light is like a
bluish light.
It's
a spectrum, a different spectrum than what the sun is.
It looks artificial in a way. It looks like
It's like an LED light.
Yeah, it's got an intensity that's like it's just strange. If
Well,
that
they're
was
trying too hard to hide it, right? They're not putting it. They're trying too hard to hide it, and no, there's not any controlled opposition out here saying, oh, look what I've captured. Matter of fact, I don't see anyone. Like, I have seen where people have posted like pictures of two suns, but they're not really not much is said about them. But this is.
Would you say it was like right on the sun's path, or did it just cross where it was at that time, like a random event that's not random? Was it following the path consistently?
Well, I don't know if it's going the opposite direction or going with it. I know the first ones in 2017, it came from the same direction and was going in the same direction as the sun, but it appeared to slow down and speed up and then go from left to right, which makes me think it's doing a corkscrew pattern. But it did come from the same direction and go in the same direction as the sun.
Generally followed the same path then, but in this weird
But
way.
this is I'm seeing this in the location where the sun rises at sunset, at the time of sunset. And I've seen
this phenomenon. I've seen this phenomenon, but I didn't see the source of the light. I've seen at dusk a rising sun that was not like red like a rising sun. It was more like what you're seeing here, which is like a cleaner light. A more intense, it's so low on the horizon. I should have been seeing like red and purple on that, but it was glowing like it was daylight. I don't know how to explain it, but it was too bright to be. I mean, there's cities down there, but it was intense compared to what is normally seen. So it could have been something similar.
And Royal, I don't know, man. It's like, look, it's hard for me to think that it's not happening anywhere else, that it's not there for someone else to see. I've been screaming about this for 2 years, so, or 3. Well, since 2017, I've been, telling people, trying to get it in their awareness to hey, just pay attention towards the east at sunset. See what you see. See if you can see any other light. And even if I don't tell them that, just look and see what you can see. But I don't think anyone else is even trying to observe it. I don't think anyone else is looking for it. And if you're not looking for it, then you're not even going to notice it.
Some people might have it and not realize it if they're not looking for it, because there's dedicated sky watchers that just, tape things for no reason and stuff like that, and they may have captured it and not realize it.
Yeah, but I mean, I was already looking at the sky anyway, and see, when people, they have this story out here too with the heliocentric model, and then they have this fringe story for conspiracy theorists, and I hate using that term, but we know what they mean when they say it. Those who are looking into these fringe topics, right, so that they can bite on this Nibiru thing, this other, coming from some, from outer space or whatever. So when people do see something, they just, superimpose that story onto it and say, hey, this is what I'm, but that's, anyway, I'm just saying that.
No, I see what you're saying. They're saying it's 4D chess. Don't pay attention. It's not worth your time. It's just a move to distract you.
Yeah, for the most part, though, if you were to see this and not and not be questioning anything, you would just assume or think that, hey, well, those clouds are really reflective, but yet the sun is setting. Okay, the sun is already setting. It's like there's not really much light behind me coming from the sun left. It's like far enough away from me. The sun is damn near gone. But this is way too bright. And nothing in between gets lit up. The clouds in front of it never get lit up. And it's always right there in that one spot. And you can see between those houses when I first captured the picture where it came from between those two houses. So it stays within that general area.
Is there a reason you're not showing people these photos?
Oh, I do.
No, you're telling them about it. Oh, okay. You sounded apprehensive to do it.
Well, yeah, of course, because you'd be surprised how much you can get attacked for things like that. I mean, literally, it's like I mean they
For
will
an
literally.
observation that you want explained, that's kind of rough. I mean, that kind of
Well,
stands
it is.
that needs an explanation. It's out of the ordinary. Look at that shit.
It
How
is
do you
what it
explain
is.
that? Oh, it's
Yeah,
the
I know.
lens.
Oh, it's an optical. You just think you're seeing it.
I saw it with my own eyes. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
It's like, but I have shared it quite a bit in other rooms in
Because-
speculation. But since
Even
we
if
were
a
all
massive-
talking about it, I figured I would share it in here.
Even if it was as blatant as that last picture there that somebody posted with the two golden orbs flying, and it made a clear path across the sky one day for everybody to see. They would just get on TV that night and say, scientists are excited to say they captured the rare weather phenomenon called the blah blah blah, and everybody would just go right back to sleep.
You'd be surprised how much.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say you'd be surprised how much cogniz exists in the like people who are talking about break away from your cogniz. Well,
Yeah.
It's like there's cogniz in flat Earth too. It's like I'm just.
Oh yeah. Because that's the other thing too, is once you think, oh my God, I found the secret, you think you know everything, right? And a lot of people, I think they were talking about some of that today, in some of the moderated drama stuff. But it's like people do, get this sense of I now know, and I'm the keeper of secrets, and if you bring something that now suddenly challenges that a little bit, wait a minute, I just found out the secret, you can't challenge that, I know it. Yeah, but we weren't 100% right on that, and they forget that, yeah, we're still trying to figure this shit out.
Right,
those things, for sure something's not right, but what exactly it is, we all still have to kind of figure out together.
Once you realize that heliocentrism is a lie, and you discover other truths, and then you have like in your mind this story of how things are working now, but you can't verify that that's how they're working, and then you see evidence that contradicts what you thought and what you believed, and when you don't look at that evidence and you just assume that you know what's going on, that's cogniz. So
yeah, that's why I've been actively looking at just about anything everybody gave to me, and a lot of it's got a lot of stuff it's definitely worth my time, even though it's way out there and probably not all true. At least some of it has something worth looking at, and it's not worth discounting unless you look into it. You can't just do that.
It makes me think, okay, if some things, I mean, the sun comes from if the sun returns, if it's written like the sun will return, it'll come from the east the sun will return as lightning cometh forth from the east. Like, I think about that sometimes, and I'm like, I just wonder. I don't know, man. I just wonder about some things, and I'm not making any claims with any of this. I'm just sharing my observations. You can take it and,
It's very strange that Jesus is the Son of God, and we call the thing that is very important to our existence the sun. And now, I mean, words have meaning. I'm not saying you're making a claim. I'm just saying in general, words have meaning, and coincidence only goes so far, and then things are starting to not be a coincidence, and it has to be some kind of an order to it. Whether or not you can figure it out doesn't really matter. It's there. There's an order there.
Well, he seemed to be a man that really did live, and I do believe that. And Lord of Righteousness, I do believe that he achieved that. But I'm not saying that that there should be that connection. I'm just saying that look, there's so much that we don't know, so much that we thought we knew that we were wrong about. I'm just like the things that I observe and I experience. My mind is open to to know. Like, I want the truth. That's all I want. I just want the truth. In the end, I want to know what the truth is. But there's definitely something going on. There's a change in the heavens, and there's definitely something different. And we should just be paying attention. So just do your own observations. Look towards the east at sunset. See if you see. See what you see. See if everybody does that, and maybe someone else will notice.
There wasn't a correlation the 2 times you saw it, right? As far as like the date, it was how far apart? 3 years, you said?
I honestly haven't really seen a pattern because I've noticed that, like in the east, tons of times that I haven't taken pictures. I was actually
Right.
driving
How often?
pretty
my
often.
question.
Pretty often. Like
It could be constantly lapping it. You know what I'm saying? And you're only catching it when whatever conditions are right near the horizon. But you said you did see it traverse over your head, right?
that day, the first one where I took the one with the utility wind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did because when
So it could be.
It was really cold, and that's why I was pissed because I was wanting the sun to shine in. So I was purposefully like in the utility room waiting for the sun because it always beams in nice and hot and it feels good, and I wanted some of it, and they were chemtrailing the hell out of the sky, and that's why I was looking. That was actually the day that I called the White House and bitched about them chemtrailing the sky. But yeah, they just hung up on me. But
so do they have going on in your area? Yeah, some kind of tests or something happening.
I don't know.
In your area.
I ended up walking outside and watching it, and it's like I didn't see it anyway. Actually, I couldn't even see any light from it when it got to about noon position. So, but that, like I said, I see it on a regular basis. And one day I was actually driving, and like my vehicle was pointed towards the east, and it was getting late in the evening. It was around sunset, but it wasn't sunset yet. But the sun was far. The
sun is behind you.
Yeah, the sun was behind me, and you know how you can have crepuscular rays coming out of the clouds. Well, there was like a beam of light coming out of the clouds and down
in front of you.
And I'm looking around, and I'm thinking, am I the only one that's noticing that there is it looks like the sun is shining right through those clouds, but actually the sun is setting over here, and this is a different light. And I'm amazed that no one else is paying attention or even notices this. It's like this light was beaming right out of the clouds. And it made me pull over and stop and just look. And I'm looking around, and no one else is, everybody's just going on about their business, not paying attention to anything. So I see it on a regular basis. So it's not like you have to wait for a certain time of year for it to happen.
Yeah, that's my question. So I'm gonna try and see if I can see it out here on the East Coast. I'm gonna start looking.
Yeah, I have.
It doesn't surprise me. Most people don't see it though because everybody's looking at their hand at their phone. So go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I said I have ocean, the sea on my east. So yeah, I'll have a look.
That's a good observation point. Yeah.
Hey, not to change the subject or anything, but have y'all seen that video that's going around? Supposedly, lightning hit a building in China. And that thing looks like it's like fire. Like it looked like it melted the building, but it didn't.
Have you got the video?
I think I saw that.
I tried posting it. I tried posting it on here, but it only lets me put the link. I don't see the.
DM it to me.
Oh, 1 second.
I'm pretty sure it hits like either a clothesline or a utility line that's connecting 2 buildings, and the whole line goes up at once, and that's what you're seeing.
Okay. Well, it looks crazy.
If it's the same video, I think that's what I'm seeing. But I'll look at it. I haven't seen it.
Okay. See, copy link.
You know what they say about these aliens, right? Like at the Area 51 is that the government says their planet has 2 suns. It's a 2-star planet system.
And all that leaked information we get from the government is always suspect.
Well, now that I'm seeing 2 suns, pop up here and there, it's like,
it's interesting.
Predictive programming much, or
it's a reflection of the sun. It could be a reflection. If you think about if you shine a light through a glass bowl, but the bowl has 2, like a front and a back, like a Pyrex that has a gap in the middle. If you shine the light through that, you would get 2 separate suns, right? And as the angle changes, they'll one will look like it's crossing the other, and they'll be going, but they would be going in opposite directions, I think.
What's the term for that? There's a term for that. I forget. Not crepuscular rays, but
it might tell us.
Sundogs. Sundogs, right? Those are called sundogs. Are you talking about?
Yeah, wait a minute. It can't be a reflection because they're both casting light rays down across the water at one observer.
Yeah,
the same observer.
The angle would be way different if
Yeah.
it were.
That doesn't seem right. Unless that picture's got a super zoom and those two lines come together at this guy's feet, and even then, I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
Which one? Did you get that video, or what? Are we looking at this photo? The sun, the two suns.
Yeah, the sun.
Yeah, because we're waiting on the other thing to come up.
The Canada. Yeah.
Posted.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one he sent was on Facebook, and I don't do Facebook, so he's trying to extract it.
Yeah, I found it. It was a lightning strike under like a building for construction, but I'll send it right now. But this was like a year ago, though. Hold on, let me see. There you go.
It didn't pop up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
He sent it to me.
yeah, I sent it. Yeah.
All right.
I'm slow, Bong.
I saw him typing.
Here.
And he stopped typing and nothing came up.
There you go. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
that looks like what would happen if there was a line connected to where the lightning struck, and it traveled down that line, and it just ignited, and all that stuff flying off of it just could be the water igniting around it or lighting up. I don't think that's all fire. I think that's light from the lightning, kind of like diffusing in the water, right? Because it's been a rainstorm.
Right.
Looks like a sword
when you
cut,
notice
sliced.
Yeah, right. Like when you mentioned that it might have been like a wire or something that it hit, I'm like, oh, then that's probably what it was, because it did look like that, you know?
It's a cool thumbnail, though.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Yeah, sundogs. Like,
Now imagine Doc Brown connecting that to the ground just as Marty drives up to hit 88 miles per hour. I don't think Doc survives.
Well, we can't go too far. We can't go this far into this convo without me posting these. So I've got to post these, and that also seeing these two. It makes me think that it's not
nice
an actual thing. That it's like some kind of effect that where it manifests as a light that we see as sun. Which I don't know, man. It's just like still up for grabs what's really going on. But
where's the video taken? Is this America? What does it say? It just
if
says
it's in the description, then if
it
it's not in the
doesn't.
description,
Okay,
then I couldn't tell
I'm
you.
just curious. It's all right. I'm just curious.
But that's where it's inverted, and it also makes me think, like seeing the different light sources like that makes me think of this conceptual idea of the Earth. And I'll post this here in just a second. And when I first watched this, I'm like, oh man, this kind of fits a little bit, but it doesn't mean that it's true. I don't know I don't know what the truth is. I'm just not closing my mind and I'm looking to see what I observe and what I experience and what reality presents itself as. Now, whatever fits. You know, I don't know, but and then there's the story. Like I don't know if you've read the Smoky God or if you've listened to the audiobooks or whatever, but in the Smoky God, and I don't even know if it's true, but on the journals of those who claim to have taken trips to the north, you know, with the fresh water flowing over the salt water, they were like.
What am I looking at? The sun just rose between two trees.
Look,
Is that what I'm seeing?
It's an optical effect.
I'm not saying what you're saying. You just
What the fuck am I looking at?
use your own discernment. But
What is going on?
But there's like the journals of the journey to the center, and these guys have claimed that there is another sun, a different type of light, and a sun. The sun is always shining there. It never gets dark there, and like you'll just have to listen to the Smoky God.
That looks like it's manifesting out of the center of the hill.
Yeah.
Not rising up from behind it.
Yep. And that's not the only one. There's other ones like see, let me find it. Where you can see it appears, I'm not saying it is, but it appears to be setting in the water. You can see the horizon behind it.
There's no way the light should be doing this. It shouldn't look like that.
You know how when something is too thin and the light is too bright, the light just shines. It looks like it's shining through that thin object, or even the object disappears altogether because the light's so bright. That could be the effect. Pretty good.
But that would imply that the brightness. Think about that. The brightness is so bright that it's going through 2 feet of wood, right? So,
yeah.
If I held up
because
you're talking about the washed out effect, right? Where the sun's where the light's so bright it washes out the.
When there's less humidity, it looks like it's very dry, so the sun would appear really big in the sky. I don't know what kind of other optical effects the lens is doing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a crazy ass video.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. It's like wait, because it's so big. The sun is so big because of the humidity, the conditions of the.
Okay, here's my problem.
You can have all kinds of optical illusions, effects. Yeah. I saw. Yeah.
5 minutes and 10 seconds.
It looked like the hill was on fire, man.
Yeah. How can the trees be behind it? And
well, that's what I mean. Yeah, it has to be the size of the sun. Yep.
Refraction.
Well, it's simple. We don't know.
Exactly.
Like, it's not what we think. What we think, and we don't know, because even with the annular eclipse, like you can see, which I'm getting ready to post, which is my profile pic. You can see directly through it, and you can see the clouds through it. You just see like a ring of, and there's like one little spot
Hold
there.
on, I haven't even gotten there yet. Oh my god, I'm still stuck on the first one.
At about the 10 o'clock position on the annular eclipse there, it looks like it looks like a ring where the ring connects. Like whatever is causing this effect manifest
what?
As the sun. It's like we don't know what it is. Maybe it's look, I'm not claiming anything. You just can look at the information and do your own discernment. Because I'm not going to get thrown under the bus for making any. Because I don't know. I can't claim.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's the perks of flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's like, what could it be?
Yeah, right. It leaves like a lot to the imagination.
Yeah, because you don't know. Yeah, it's like an adventure. Like remember that feeling when you were little in the backyard?
Well, it's like puzzle pieces. It's like puzzle pieces, and you got to figure out which pieces fit. And if none of them fit, then you have to look for another piece. It's pretty much.
What's crazy is that we actually like accept it, like that we don't know, but everyone else is like, what is it? What is it? You're wrong.
What is this filter that's on it now? What is?
And then check that out, the horizon behind it.
Oh, it's Glober. I'd be like, that's what you get for being a flat earther.
No. First of all, what are all these lines I'm seeing? You see, what's it? I mean, if that's I guess it could be an artifact of how the digital camera's working, but
I think it has to do with the size, because the humidity. You know how it makes.
Oh, bird flew by. I want to see that again.
bigger.
Hold on. What's the bird?
Oh, horizon behind the sun. Just saw that.
What's the thing? If there's not a ball, then we're gonna see all kinds of why? What are we looking at anyway?
The sun is washing out all the trees in front of it. Until that point.
What kind of light? It's not fire.
You guys still on that one?
That's why the inverted one is so important.
I'm trying to. Is it a nuclear light in the sky? I don't think so. I don't know. Who knows? It's up there, not down here. Is that right? Where stuff is. I don't know. Yeah,
that's crazy.
There's so much we don't know about the sun.
These color assignments aren't random, right? They're supposed to show shifts in this negative, or are they just artful?
What do you mean?
In the negative of the sun rising in the middle of those trees, there's all these.
That's just it looks to me like where the negative is, where it's the colors are inverted, that it's the different levels of intensity of.
Yeah, so it is right. So it is the wavelength we're seeing. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you see with your eye too in the real world. It could be the glass or the lens.
Because the colors are in the right order. So what could be happening is that it's just losing intensity all the way through. If that's the case, it will always be darkest in front. Is it all the way through? Let's see.
And his exposure is a bit,
But still,
so
why would it just?
The thing that got me looking and paying attention to this years ago was Flat Earth Photography. I'm pretty sure that they are the ones that did it. They've done a lot of
observation.
Flat Earth Photography has done. I don't even know if. Let me see if I can find their channel. But I watched. They were at a higher vantage point. Like it was at some island because there was water. It's like over water. And they were filming the water, and you could see a lot beneath the water, and you could see it get bigger. And then, you would just think, like, well, what is that? And they were filming it, and then it broke through the surface of the water, rose out of the water, and it dripped kind of like, and I can't find that one. That's been years ago, but that's what got me started looking at it. And I'm just saying that if you want to know what I mean by it looked like it dripped water, it was like really wavy, and it didn't really take like an actual appearance of a shape until after it completely
Right, it was like
away.
liquid until it's.
Yeah, it's
right.
like so whatever the manifestation is.
Maybe like a soap bubble.
I call it a manifestation of light, like whatever's causing it. I don't know, but I have. If you want to know, like I have an idea that just came to me in the past day or two. So have you seen the one? Okay. Did you see the one with the solar eclipse where they show the different orbs around the sun during the solar eclipse? Where it's like possible explanation is what they're saying. I'll post it. Hang on a second. I'll just post it again. Instead of asking if you've seen it.
Where's the Gemsy? Where's the source? Is that what the red dot there is? What are we looking at in that? What is that?
Now these are just speculation conversations amongst friends, okay? Don't claim that I'm not claiming anything, guys. Just sharing.
What do you mean? You have indoctrinated us into your agenda. What are you talking about?
Shut up. me find it. Dang it. Where is it? Okay, I have 2 more things that I need to post to finish this up. The one is, why can I not
I
find
know,
it?
right? Since
I've got so much stuff I can't really find anything. And I even have it organized. Are you serious? Okay, here we go.
So it's casted down from there, and then all these. I'm talking to Gemsy, sorry. And then all these effects are just the light reflecting and refracting around the container. Gotcha. Makes sense, because that coffee cup one is fucking perfect. That is exactly what you're looking at. I mean, or the glass of water. I mean, that is a perfect representation of what you're seeing on the sky there.
So the one I just posted about the solar eclipses, those orbs around it that are captured around the sun during the solar eclipse, like, so we don't know. Since we don't know, like, I have speculated.
What?
It's pure speculation, and it is fringy, and I'm so apprehensive right now of even saying it. But oh well, whatever. So these little orbs around it.
What the fuck am I looking at now? What are these orbs?
I don't know, you tell me, but they're captured during the solar eclipse. So these orbs, they seem to be like, it reminds me of like bubbles, like you blow bubbles with soap bubbles or something. But anyway, they're transparent. You can see through. But what if those things are the things that we see moving that appear to be as the sun, and there is an electrical effect. There's an effect that causes them to shine brightly and manifest light as the sun, because there's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense.
Oh shit!
Right?
I was gonna say, this is all on the window, and then the guy shows exactly why it's not on the window. It's not on the window.
Yeah. Because when you move it, it doesn't move relative to
Right.
it being a
The
flare.
parallax doesn't work. Right.
It doesn't work out. It stays in the same position relative to the sun, and it should move.
So
and it doesn't.
So these things are flying around then, and occasionally
man. I'm not claiming
I know.
nothing.
I'm saying it. You can throw me out. I don't care. I'll make the claim just to open people's brains. It looks like these things are flying around, and sometimes they light up, or they capture the light of the sun and reflect it, or
Dude, I don't know. Remember
focus it.
Remember the pictures that I showed you of that one light? It's like the closer it got to the sun,
Yeah.
Okay, so it was lit up, and then as it moved, it got close to the sun and then moved away from it. Then you couldn't see it anymore. So
Wait a minute. What?
Dude, I don't.
Look at right there. As I'm saying it, he showed it. As you cross a certain position, they all kind of light up, and then if you change your angle a little bit, they go dark. As you're looking at it, so they can't.
In Japan, I'm in Kentucky, and in Japan, my son, it was like it was around between 2 and 3 p.m. for me, so it's just a little bit past noon. Okay, and I could see the sun passing through the clouds, crepuscular rays. Jen CBR was in Japan, taking his morning run, and was seeing his sunrise. Explain that one. That's what I'm saying. We don't know, man. We don't know. Okay, what we see, it's like it seems very localized. That's all I'm saying.
He was seeing sunrise, and what time was it? Where are you, Kentucky?
He was, yeah, and it was just a bit. It was just a bit past noon.
It was right over your head. That's his sunrise. That would mean. Well, wait a minute. Then we could figure out how high it is.
A little bit past overhead. Well, that's if it's the same one, man. It's like not really, because okay. So you tell me this: are the clouds that are over my head also over his head? Because the sun was within the clouds. There were crepuscular rays coming out of the clouds.
The clouds over his head were on your horizon. The clouds over your head were on his horizon, right?
He didn't say anything
But
about
that distance, but that
I don't know.
distance is so big.
Yeah. For real. It's like my brain's been turned inside out now for years. So it's like, and it's hard to look. I'm not claiming anything. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's everyone can do their own observations, and we can figure out what's not going on, eliminate, deductive logic, but I don't think we'll ever really truly know this side of life.
I want to see some shit in the sky with my own eyes like this. That's what I'm looking for. This is blowing my mind right now. These things flying around.
These things flying. I mean, I don't
No,
know.
because that's like, what is the Indian story about the other suns?
The blue Kachina and
yeah.
I don't know it very well. Battlemod would be the one to ask about that. He knows those. There are a few people that know these stories. It's like I've heard a little bit here and there about them, and just the fact that this other light seems to have like a bluish tint to it, and that there are some Native American stories that are verbally passed down that involve a blue sun, like a blue Kachina,
Can you put the picture in the live stream, Truth, please?
Of what?
Of what you're seeing.
I've posted all the pictures that I've.
Yeah, they're if you scroll up, they're.
How far back?
Oh, it's not far. It's like.
There's a lot of
just above the bubble. Just above the bubble pictures is one of the videos, and then more pictures. They're all in succession from that point up.
But here's an idea. Here is an idea of, because the moon seems to do the same thing. What I was saying about when I said that it appeared to rise out of the water and it appeared to be dripping water, and like it didn't take shape till it separated from the water. When it does that, like when I see a sunrise, I have actually observed a sunrise myself, where you could see the ridges, the ridge tops. I was on top of the mountain, okay, looking out, and you could see the ridge tops out in the distance. One ridge top, another one behind it, another, all the way out to the horizon. Okay, when the sun rose, it didn't cross all those ridge tops. It rose in front of the ridge top in front of me. Okay, and the light shined. I've got pictures of it too, and the light shined beneath the cloud of fogs, and the ridge top was above the cloud of fogs, right? And it seems to be that that every time this happens, or wherever this happens, there's water involved. So whatever it comes out of seems to be water. It's like that one video. It's like I wouldn't doubt it if beneath that ground there wasn't like a water table. But all I'm saying is this is the moon seems to do the same thing. So, and to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, Richie from Boston actually captured the moon rising, and it does what I'm talking that I saw the sun do. I didn't see it myself. It was in the video that I told you about that I can't find from years ago. So, and this one is Richie from Boston. He's in Boston, and he was looking out the East Coast into the waters, captured the moonrise. So there you go. Chew on that for a while.
I thought his channel got deleted.
He's got more. He has had his channel deleted several times, several different ones. But he's got RFB, Richie from Boston, RFB2, RFB1, just different ones.
Yeah, I know about him. Dang.
It looks like a chocolate ball dipped in chocolate and then pulled out of the chocolate.
So, and something else that I noticed the day that I did see the sunrise is it seems to have like a pulse, a vibration, the vibrational frequency of it. When it's red, it doesn't really give off heat. You don't feel that intense heat until it gets the higher up it goes. It has a vibrational frequency to it that is very low when it's rising. Then it beats faster, and it continues to increase in frequency until the vibration is like the frequency of it is so fast that it looks like it's a solid hum, and at that point it's white, and then that's when you start feeling heat from it. But what I saw the sun, what I saw the sun do is the same thing that the moon's doing right here. So they both seem to do the same thing. And whatever that is, I'm not saying what that is, but there you go. Chew on it.
When you saw the sun do it, was there
and when I saw this video of the sun do it, like he had the camera pointed down onto the waters, and you could see the light beneath the water. the light got bigger until it broke the surface of the water and it rose out of the water just like the moon's doing right
Well,
here.
what did the ray on top of the surface that normally would be running from the sun to his feet do during that? Was it apparent the whole time, or did it only appear after the sun broke through the water?
No, it was it just like, well, I mean, it just had like it wasn't a line like you see on the reflection of the water. It didn't make a line
Yeah.
across it. Was
It
just like
didn't?
it was just like red beneath it because he was like right there at it. It was like so close to it that it looked like it could almost touch it. But he was also zoomed in on it, so maybe he wasn't that close to it. You know, it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Huh.
Just saying, the only thing that'll keep you from finding the truth is to think that you already have it.
Yeah.
And I don't
I
have
mean,
it.
it would be easy to say that, oh, that's just atmospheric interference and clouds and moisture just kind of screwing up the image, but it appears to be morphing. It's morphing in a way.
Yeah, those explanations don't fit. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like they can claim whatever, people can say whatever, they can't demonstrate it, they can't recreate it, and it don't fit. It doesn't fit. They don't fit.
Yeah, the moon's a fucking mystery. The sun, mystery. All these brand new things flying around now. It's clear that the sky is the most important thing. I mean, we say don't look up to go look down, but I think the sky is super, super, super important.
I do believe it's definitely they're electrical in nature in some way. I don't know how, but not just electrical, but I believe there's other, energy fields that we don't even know about. Not to mention the electromagnetic, and that I don't know, man. It seems to be, and there seems to be an effect that just causes the manifestation of light. The moon is very mysterious just because once it takes shape, it appears to be physical, but I don't even think that it is. I don't know, man. I don't know what neither one of them are. I don't want to say they are or they are not physical. I think it's something that we won't be able to understand. But I can tell you that through deductive logic, we know some things that are not happening because, the puzzle piece doesn't fit. So you've got to look for another piece.
The other piece is the source from where they come from.
I would agree. And in the Book of Enoch, talks about gates and portals, and in the Quran it talks about it too, but it actually says that it bathes in the waters. And some people,
I did run across a channel that was talking about gates and portals and how the sun kind of teleports at certain points when things are aligned. There's like a dedicated whole thing to it if you want to look for it. I'm sure it's not hard to find.
You know what it makes me think though, if it is going like through, if there is any passing through the waters, right, and if there are any gates and portals, which I believe that there are, it makes me think of where they went into the ocean. Have you seen the video where they went into the ocean and they call it the firmament beneath the waters, where there's a boundary, there's this real thick viscous material that they can't penetrate?
Yeah, they claimed it was super salinated water or something. Then
and that's what they claim.
Yeah.
But with all that, it's like I'm not even going to go into why I don't think that that's a good explanation. I think everyone can use their own.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'd love to know how the salt decides to stay right with that water.
So
and
what
not
I'm
spread
thinking,
the rest of the water.
What I'm thinking is, if there are portals like that, that could very well be what they encountered is one of those portals. Like maybe this thick viscous material is maybe that's one of the portals that it passes through. Who knows?
They like to shove it on our face, and if you think about how media has been portraying like portals and that kind of stuff, it's always a shimmering, watery like surface that you walk through. If you remember Stargate in the 90s, that was a good example of a water portal.
And it's written
Go ahead.
that the moon will, like, I can't remember if it's the moon or the sun or both, but that it goes to its place of rest, that there is a place of rest or something. So I don't know. But
Pretty sure the original magic mirrors and scrying devices were not hard mirrors. They were always reflective pools. So water plays a big part in that, mysticism type of explanations of how the universe works. But as you can't discount, like you said, you can't discount anything because things have been hidden on purpose. You got to find truth wherever it lies. Yeah, there's that water.
saying, yeah. So, I'll post a couple more that Flat Earth Photography captured of a sunrise, and in his video, you can see the birds fly in front of the sun and pass directly in front of it from one side to the other. It never gets washed out or anything, and then it goes back and does it again. Only when it does it again, it goes behind it, and then it flies through and pops out the middle of it, like it flies through it and comes out the middle of it. So I don't even think, like, until the vibrational frequency increases enough to where it starts producing heat when it's rising, I don't believe it will hurt you, because it doesn't seem to hurt. It doesn't seem to hurt anything else. It doesn't seem to hurt the trees. It doesn't seem to hurt the birds. And so if you really want to call me crazy, then I'll give you a reason to call me crazy. Before I die, if I feel my bucket list, I want to fly in a wingsuit. I want to wear a wingsuit and just fly into, like, the rising sun. Or get in a boat. Now, Rakia Life, he's not in here a lot, but he sails the seas with his wife. They take excellent photographs and videos of the sun. Like, you should check some of his stuff out. He's got some good stuff. Rakia Life.
Oh, yo,
That's how you spell his name.
Let the truth fly.
That firmament beneath the oceans. I feel like that can be a set as well. Like setup, Maybe. I don't know.
With the are you referring to like a
the video
conceived event? Like it's all fabricated?
Maybe it could be. I wouldn't know why. They would do that, But I feel like wouldn't they like dug through it? You get me? Like kind of like scraped
that was going to be my next question. Did they grab some of this to go go test it?
Because they never said anything like that. They just said they just tried to go down and that's it, and they couldn't because it was too saline or something.
Well, if they did, they're not going to tell us anything about it, right? They're just going to tell us it's real thick saline water,
True.
Well, there's the waters above and the waters below. Right. So what if it's a different type of water? What if that's what's we're talking about domes. What if it's made out of this shit? You get up there and it's not a hard berry at first. It's this kind of
liquid,
gelatinous-y type of thing.
Well, there's speculation about that too, and I don't know how credible the source is, but have you seen the one where they claim that they have a piece, they call it sky ice?
Yeah, it's supposed to be pure oxygen or something.
Yeah, and it never goes into it goes from solid to vapor.
The blue ice, sky ice.
Yep.
You think that's legit?
Don't know, man.
It could be a whistleblower,
or maybe
if ring that's hit the dome.
Got to be skeptical of everything.
Or maybe that gelatinous, underwater thing, it, you take a piece of that, take it up to the air, it turns into solid, and then it just goes on to
maybe under low pressure. That's what happens to it. It gets solid or something.
That'd be crazy. Just thought about it right now. I'm like, huh, that'd be crazy. Like if they did actually get samples and it turned into solids.
Here's these guys. Now, I don't pay any attention to anything they say or don't say. I just like to catch their videos and their documentation of the sunrises. But that's flat Earth photography. They do.
Oh yeah, I was seeing this the other day. Yeah, they have good observations. Like beautiful too.
Trying to figure out how the sun could light up the clouds that are in front of it in a way to make it look like it's behind it.
What do you mean? Light it up in front of it and make it appear to be
The
behind?
clouds you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it would have to be doing, right?
Yeah, because it does look like they're behind it. But then, the claim is like, oh, the sun's bright, so it kind of like makes things disappear. I don't know, man.
There is a washed out effect that light can cause, but it's not like if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. Is all I'm saying. Like when that happens, you can kind of tell that that's what's going on.
That's crazy.
Did you see the photos of the Twin Towers washed out by the sun? Those fucking buildings were hollow from top to bottom. Nothing but the elevator shafts and then some offices near the bottom and a couple at the top. While they were standing. Pre-bad times. Very strange.
Trying to see if I've got some of Rakia's photos that he took. It's pretty telling. Dude, he knows. He's been like, I'd like to get, honestly, so when Richie from Boston captured that video of the moonrise, like theoretically, the same day in the following year, someone should be able to be at that location and actually be in a boat and just go out there and get closer to where he was zooming into. You should be able to see the same thing happen again on the same day the next year, or at least within a 3-day period, right?
I think people that were doing these planned observations, you start taking multiple angles of it so we can see if that changes what it is you're seeing.
Here's the sunrise I saw in real life. One of the photos, anyway. You can see the sun rays shining up out of the clouds, dude. And that was on June the 20th of last year. We were all doing sun and moon observations, and everyone else is focused on the moon. Of course, I'm always focused on the sun.
Oh, let me I'm over here like thinking about what the time that I went to Central America a while back, and I was taking some photos of the sun, and all of a sudden I started capturing it set while in the air. It was nowhere near, well, kind of
Okay,
near
so
the horizon.
yeah, I know what you're talking about, where it looks like it. Okay, so if it's not like if it sets far enough away from you, and like the actual land, you're not going to actually see the land that far. However, the light, you can see the light for a much farther distance than you could the land. And perhaps it could be, right, that you just can't see the land and that there's land. Do you see what I'm saying? That,
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that it's up in the air. The sun is in the air, like up above, like above the horizon, like way above. You understand?
yeah, I've seen. I think I've seen what you're talking about.
Because watch,
But I'm
I'll
probably not
send-
explaining what I'm trying to explain. I'm very bad at trying to. I'm very bad at.
Nah, me
articulating.
too. Me too. But watch, I'll show you all. But I don't know. I don't know if this thing isn't gonna let me post up some pictures like you can. Every time I post something, it just kind of blocks it. I'm not really sure.
Now, see, it was really foggy in that picture, but when the fog clears, so there's ridge tops that go all the way out to the horizon until you can't see anymore. Because I'm on top of a mountain. I'm on top of a ridge. It's actually the mountain that I drive across when I go get my spring water. And those clouds were rising up in between two ridges. So I'm assuming that they're probably from water, that there's probably water there, and it's like extremely foggy in the mornings. And you can't really see past that with the camera. But as it rose, like with the naked eye, you could see the ridge tops go all the way out when it's clear. But it's obvious that that's really close. That is just in between the ridge top that I'm on and the ridge top behind it, and there's like a series of ridge tops that extend all the way out to the horizon. And it's obvious it's not crossing the ridge tops because it would light up the ridge tops.
Oh wow! Did you see this Flat Earth Brothers video where they have the moon and the sun next to each other, the actual sun through telescope and filter, not NASA? What the sun looks like? It's got a hole in it.
That one.
It looks.
Wait, I don't know. Post it because I don't know if I've seen that one. What do you mean it's got a hole in it? What's got a hole in it?
It's at the 5-minute mark. It's already up there. It's in the. It's like 2 videos. It's the one with the 2 suns over the high altitude balloon shot. At the 5-minute mark, it shows you a close up of the sun through the telescope, and it looks like a fiberglass ball with a coating on the outside of it that had something puncture it from the inside out. That's what it looks like in a few places. It looks like I don't know, solid for sure, but.
Or look at the annular eclipse that's on my profile pic, like that. You can see directly through that. You can see the clouds through it. Just looks like it's a manifestation. I don't know, man. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. At 5 minutes, did you say?
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, that looks solid. Looks like a crater,
Yeah. Well, I think that looks more like a burn.
Yeah, that too.
Like a chemical burn or something. Like acidate it or something. I don't know.
Oh dang, that just reminded me of something.
Too many weird observations.
I can't post the pictures on it.
Who is this talking?
Will Brax. Willie.
Well, I can't give you link in bed perms. So if
No,
you
no,
want to send it to me and I'll post it for you.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to post some pics. That's why. But
are they safe for work?
That last photo, I haven't taken those photos because I have a series of these because I took photos from the beginning of the first sign of light all the way up until it got high enough to where it was getting bright, and I've not posted them all, but I haven't inverted the colors or anything on that. You have perms now, Will. You can post. Thanks,
oh, cool.
Jinsey.
Thank you. Let me see if I could
Use
post
them wisely, he says.
Let me see. Oh yeah, you're all gonna trip. Okay, let's see.
So also, I need to try to get a Nikon P900. I was supposed to do that this year, and I didn't do it. But I need to, because the location where I saw this happen, I should be able to. I kind of don't want to go by myself, though. I'd rather get someone to go with me. But I'd like to hike to that on that same day, because it was on June the 20th. So it should, like, repeat the next year. Theoretically, right? I mean, I should be able to go to that location and hike to it and document whatever, I see.
You can figure out when it should cross it again if we could have figured out well, how long is the video? You can see how fast it's moving by its arc minutes, right? So we can figure out how much faster it's going than the sun and figure out how many laps it takes and when it should come back around again, whether it's a year, 18 months, in a day, whatever it is.
You talking about the moon?
Yeah, no, your second sun video. To figure out when it's gonna cross it again. You could figure it out by how fast but you said the speed kind of changed. If it was constant, you could figure it out. Yeah.
Don't know its speed, because if it does a spiral, because that's what it appeared to me to do. I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, it's a good spot as any to check the same time next year.
Yep.
Actually, I would do it in 6 months, 3 months, and 3, 4, and 6 months, just to be sure. Or every 28 days, right? Because that's the real months, supposedly. This is just a standard, like, no filter lens picture.
Tell you something else to keep in mind, trying to understand what is what and how it works or whatever. But the moon, if you'll notice, during its waxing phases, let's see, is it waxing, waning? Yeah, during the waxing phases, up until it becomes full, is when you can see through it. Once it becomes full and it's waning, then it's like that's when you can start seeing the outline or the silhouette, even when it's not lit up, like the area that's not lit up. You know how sometimes some photos you can see the outline of all of it, and in other photos you can
you see that circular edge of what you're not getting light off of.
So it's as if once it becomes full, then you can see the silhouette of all of it. But as it's becoming full, you can see directly through it.
And then it recharges or resets when you're at the new moon, and it starts over again. Yeah, it bothered me that during the day sometimes it seemed like you were seeing sky through the moon, and I was told no, it's just that the light's reflecting at the same color, so it looks like you can see through it. Awesome. And then I saw like 3 videos of the moon passing by stars, and you can see it, 10% into the moon before it disappears.
I know, that bugged the hell out of me, and I was like, okay, so I started really paying attention attentively, and that's what I've deduced from it, that during the waxing phases you can see through it, during the waning phases you can't.
So yeah, those are the pics. I mean, it looked like it was setting, right? Like in the sky.
Yeah, it's setting early for you, probably because of all that cloud cover. So you're looking through those clouds up at the sun, so it's creating an artificial deck for you to set at up there.
What they call lumen is where the sky is cast down and it appears to be below an object when it's actually not. It's just cast it's some kind of optical effect. I mean, that could be what's going on. You could be seeing, like, that could just be a very, very, very far off distant end to an horizon that you can't see, right? Due to the sky being cast down in front of it. That could be, I don't know, man. It's like, it's hard to understand. It's hard to explain. It's like,
It would be easier to accept that though if it wasn't so high off the horizon and such a deep red color,
though, isn't it?
Yeah. So I just think it's just atmospheric effects, you know? Just like brother said right there. He said the clouds are making it seem like it's setting, and that's all that we need for a sunset then, right?
Well, yeah. That
It's a
effect
little
is
different
known.
from some of these other ones, though.
Right.
Yeah.
That's clearly not going on in some of these other videos and photos.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean,
It's
when
the-
I was taking a picture of it, I was like, damn, I was tripping out, you know? I was like, whoa, what am I capturing here? And like, and this was
But
a
that's a
few years
shit
back.
ton
This
of
was like
pollution in the
3,
air.
4. Yeah, that too.
It's not rain, right? It's not about to rain. It's got to be
Oh,
some kind of
no,
forest fire or city smog.
Actually, around that area, I'm not sure how the weather is, but yeah, there was a lot of pollution though. You know, I'm
So
not sure if it rained earlier or
There's one.
after.
There's one photo that Rakia took. I don't know if let's see.
How come the sunlight from 93? Turn this picture on its side, everybody. Just turn it on its side so the water's on the left, okay?
Which one?
This picture of I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I want you to imagine that hotspot now and move the sun away from the surface, because that's what it looks like it would do. It would just start to, that hotspot would get bigger and bigger as the sun, if you moved it to the top of the screen, that hotspot would get wider. And that shouldn't be possible if it's 93. That hotspot shouldn't be there to begin with, but they're going to give you an explanation as to why. But as it moves around, why is all that light focusing from the sun to that one spot? Why? The majority of the light hits a spot, what is that, maybe 100 meters wide? 100 meters or some shit?
I'm thinking electrical fields, energy fields that it's following that allow it to focus. Maybe, I don't know. So I've thought about that too. Like, is it because there is like an energy field that it's aligning with, right? And that's what's like, and it helps direct and focus the light. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. It could be like
The electromagnetic fields, the electrical, the electrostatics, that just and in whatever fields, there's other fields that we don't know about, obviously,
yeah, and that's
because
the path of the field. Yeah,
yeah.
and it just follows the path. But that light, yeah, that bright light, I can't imagine should be there. It should be, it's 93 million miles away. All those rays should be equal and spread out to the point where it's an even wash across the entire eyesight that you can see from horizon to horizon. And as far back as it's lit, all the way up to your feet. It all should be washed in the same level of light. Because the distances between where it appears on the horizon and you is minuscule compared to the distance it traveled to get to you. It should change in intensity none. So how does it focus to a dot, a relative dot? That would be like if my flashlight, if I had a flashlight and I pointed it across the room, and that wall, that big giant ring of light in the center had a hot spot that would burn a hole through the wall because it's all focusing there. How the fuck is that going on?
I've got a lot of different ideas that I don't really care to share in here right now, but sometime or another we can always have a discussion in another room.
Yeah, I'm mostly just verbally illustrating to people who might be like, "Oh, this is crap." Well, explain this.
Oh yeah,
then.
I know.
You know.
But what was revealed in the eclipses play in that solar eclipse play a huge role in things that it's like when I saw that, and then after considering these other things, it's like it opened up. It's almost as if it takes the right information and the right, like receiving the right information without superimposing any ideas of what's going on, without thinking that you've already got the truth, and receiving the right information to unlock an entire realm of shit in your mind. Okay, and yeah, so. But it does,
So that
like what was revealed in the solar eclipse, those other orbs like play a huge role in what I've been.
Oh, you mean the orbs they caught when they were in the plane while the eclipse was going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I remember the first time I saw that. I showed one of my friends. She was like, "Nah, that can't be true. That's from the glass, you know." But then like she looked closer and she's like, "Oh no, it's moving. It's not moving like with the glass, you know. It's just staying still like relative to the sun." Um, or I'm not sure how it was honestly, but
Yeah, I did it. She just did this to me like 10 minutes ago. When I saw it, I was like, oh, that could just be nicks in the glass. And then the guy immediately, as I'm thinking that, highlights that no, because there are nicks on the glass that are moving in parallax and they aren't. So it's like shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what, like, you know, she started saying. Yeah, later on she was like, "What? Can I see that video again?" I'm like, "All right, here you go."
But see, there is a difference between when it appears, when we see this, when we see this effect, and then when we see the sun move away from us, move overhead, move away, it shrinks in angular size, and it just continues to travel away from you until it gets into a pinpoint and it disappears. Like there is a difference between the two effects. It's
Yeah, the last few frames of this red one, is that the very end slowed down? Is that what that is? The last few frames where it's real bright? At the very end. Yeah, that's what it looks like it is. Yeah, it just slowed down. But that, okay, so that, that's the same effect as just reaching, what did,
Hello.
what did Mod called it? It's not angular resolution. It's the whatever the effect is, not due to distance, but because of the interference of the atmosphere. There's a term for it, and I should have paid more attention. But if it was the same effect doing that, what is the explanation for it melting into the ground at the beginning and spreading out and then turning into a blob? Instead of just slowly fading from a bigger circle into a little circle and then just kind of fading out like a Star Trek, you know, transporter or some shit like the other one.
Well, now sometimes there are effects that atmospheric magnification and atmospheric lens, and you know, it's kind of like, but you can tell, like there's sometimes that can't be the answer because it just doesn't fit. It's not like you don't have the conditions for that. You don't have the. I don't know. It's like maybe some of these are those things, but not every one of these things are that. Obviously.
What if he would have, like, you know, zoomed in while it was like at first, you know, like looking like a blob? What do you think he would have got? Would he would have gotten the same effects as the last few frames, or?
As it was melting, if you had changed the zoom, I wonder what would have happened.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
That would prove whether or not it was something that was due to your perspective, or if you're seeing an effect on the object, right?
I don't know if it would prove anything. I would just think it would have a different effect, maybe. Probably because the whole sun is almost like all is still, you know, visible. But I wouldn't know what to think of it, anyways.
Well, I don't know. This is strange. Huh. Let's see if I'm seeing this right before I say anything and make myself sound stupid. Alright, so... It's disappearing.
Spiral he captured a good sunset too with his drone. Spiral loved it.
Is there a mod awake?
Well, yeah, there's one in here. Wow, what do you need?
I got a question here. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. Go.
Just need my alt unbanned.
Your alt?
Yep. I was goofing around, got unbanned.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with this account? Because you're only supposed to have one account in here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, so choose one, whichever one you want. I mean, you can talk to a mod and see if you can get, like, for whatever reason that you want to do that, and then just discuss it with them. But, you know, it's not a common thing.
It's more like a backup account. You know how Discord is.
I might change my name to Don Pettis if it's available.
Yeah, now check that out with the sun fade out. That's... Good night, Toby. It doesn't reduce an angular size. It doesn't squish up. It doesn't... It just... Look at that. It just freaking fades out, man.
Which one? Sorry.
What's going on there? It's like in the one New Perspective posted.
Oh, yeah. Wait. The last one, sun fade out. Yeah, it just disappears, huh? Oh, by DITRH. Yeah.
Let's see, I've never observed that with monos, but that's interesting.
So there seems to be a lot of, and this is just from observations and hearing people talk again, because I've never ever spoke to flat earthers before, but it seems like the extended flat earth community don't like each other at all. Everybody's got beef with somebody.
I mean, you get it's dynamic, man. It's like each person is an individual, and and you do get LARPers. You do get people pretending to be flat earthers, and you do get people purposefully spreading misinformation, and then you do get people that want to control everyone else. So, I mean, it's just the nature of
the topic is like I mean, you can't blame a flat earther for being paranoid to begin with, right? Because you know, and then secondly, you can't blame them for sending in shills to try to cover this up, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder if they get paid, or if this is just like for clout.
Bro,
no, there's definitely paid shows.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to think.
Well, they're all sitting on unemployment anyway.
I don't consider them, like, if they're pretending they're getting paid and they're purposefully trying to make it look better or spread misinformation. To me, that's agent material, not a shield. Like, I don't even think, like, is a shield even a real thing? Because if they're getting paid at that point, they're an agent. Or,
I would think you'd have to be very good for them to pay you.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Shield is more of a, like, it's too vague for me, and it's more forgiven. An agent is what it is. It's like, call it
like
what it is.
If they're shilling,
you got agents and fanboys that want to be agents.
Imagine a factory-sized level of bots shilling for flat Earth.
Shilling for flat Earth?
Yeah. If they're shilling, why don't we shill back?
Oh, okay. You're suggesting
Fight
that.
fire with fire.
Well, we are shilling for flat Earth right now.
Yeah, but you're in the minority. Think of the ass conformity experiment. You just got to increase the numbers.
Oh, you mean like have like just like just a massive like disbursement of information through bots,
Oh yeah.
that kind of thing? Yeah, if they don't kill the bots off somehow, yeah, there's some kind of like dump, something that dumps a bunch of information in regular mainstream areas on a regular basis. Yeah, I guess that would be. I mean, I don't know what the goal is. I mean, that's something we could talk about as well. But this sun and close sun topic's interesting because I've come across some of the same videos Truth Prevails is talking about, especially that one that the really close one with the sun just like seeming to be right there in the clouds. There could be a lot of illusions going on, refraction. That's an interesting couple shots with the telephone wires seeming to just split the sun, because of obviously there's some kind of optical illusion going on there, right? So it could be a similar effect going on with the clouds, like the splitting apart of I don't know. It's just crazy. But the sun does go up and down in the sky, which we know from the Analemma, right? You guys all are hip to the Analemma and how that works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is a rising and falling of the sun over time.
Our view of it's two-dimensional. How do you know it's rising and falling? It's not just taking a different angle from you.
Apparently it's an apparent rise and fall.
Right.
Well, okay, so all I've got to say to that is when you see it pass through the clouds and you see it illuminate the center of the clouds and shine out of the clouds, I mean, it's pretty conclusive at that point that whatever is going on and whatever manifests this light that we see as the sun, whatever that is occurring in the center. Like, okay, so for instance here, I've posted it before, I'll post it again.
You said the Analemma might just be an angle type thing. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, we're observing it from a fixed point, and to our perspective, we might as well be staring up at a two-dimensional screen, right? And then if that's the case, it doesn't need to be rising and falling. It just needs to be taking a slightly different angular path, right, to make that figure eight. Because it would be a two-dimensional representation of what you think is rising and falling.
That's if
it's a reflection or a projection of some sort.
Check that video out.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's not a solid object. I do that by default, and I apologize.
No, I mean,
it's
I'm
all
just
good.
trying to figure out where you're getting at.
Globe Derp. And your name messes with me, by the way, just so you know. I'm a Globe Derp.
His name does what for you? Messes with you?
Messes with me.
Oh, okay.
He's flying it's
such a troll name.
A better observation. He's above the clouds when he takes it. So how is this going on? He's above the clouds. Now it's a problem.
And then check that other video out. That last one I posted.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. It's the second one.
So this is something
he's above it on the first one too. Yeah.
There should be lots of this. Okay, so I've talked about this with people before. A lot of skeptical people are just like, "Oh, obviously it's fake," because we would see that all the time. But this is a really good fake. And this channel does have a lot of this on there too, right? There's more than just this one. But yeah, there should be many channels of many people capturing this exact thing, their cameras all the time. If this is the case, you'd think.
And they do, actually.
Do they? There are lots of people showing this exact kind of thing.
Well, how many pilots take the time to take chances with their jobs by filming shit they know is going to get them in trouble at work? I mean, it's not like it's.
Whether they share it
I'm
or
not claiming it's fake.
story.
I'm just trying to make sure.
see it and they observe it, but whether they share it, that's an entirely different story. And it also depends on who they share it with too, whether or not it gets talked about.
Yeah, and this, and what the pilot's getting this effect or filming this, which a lot of people might just look at this if they don't have any idea what flat Earth is about. They would just be like, "Wow, what an illusion!" I guess. I don't know. They would make them lose their job necessarily, but are these guys flat earthers that are posting at these pilots? Or are they just kind of an anonymous source? It doesn't matter. It's just interesting because we're talking about people that might be paid shills within the flat Earth community that may be giving disinformation. So the investigation would be, is this a good fake or is this something that actually happens? So how many other channels are showing some of this is the question. I haven't done a deep dive quite yet on that.
I think information needs to be sorted just like in science, like, what's a theory, what's a law, and what's a hypothesis, because there's some things I think that just about everybody can agree on. That's what should be put out front, right? And then the rest of this, I mean, you have to have, mental exercises to continue to figure out what's going on, but that's not what you want to show people who are on the fence of whether or not, or they think you're crazy.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk about it a lot. That's why it's amongst friends and amongst
yeah.
But you know what the thing about it is that I understand exactly what you're saying. But
hang on, I want to say one thing, new perspective before I go, because I'll forget it, and it's really short. Right? It's addressing what you said about the misinformation. So these agents or facilitators or whatever, it's like some of these videos and these individuals that share this and post this, for all they know, and the information that they filter this through, they're just catching beautiful sunrises and sunsets, and they're not involved or affiliated with any quote community unquote.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, now hush.
Sorry. The guy with that last video you put in there, he's definitely a flat earther. You hear him talk, he's like, "This is what I've been trying to show people." But it's like if he's the only one showing it, and or one of only a few, there could be something like this put out there as disinformation to make us look stupid for thinking it's real, right? But then you'd think that it'd be a little bit more in our face, like this would be out there as like this flat earther thinks the sun's in the clouds, and they're not doing that. These are kind of solid channels, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. There's no way to know. That's like you said, that we don't know if it's just an apparent sun or if there's an object there. We can't confirm it. Sun's not tangible. You can't ever touch it. You can't get close enough to know exactly what it is. But it seems like you could if they were in the clouds that way, right?
It would be crazy if they take like different angles of this.
And then there's the aspect of correlation. So you've got all these different observations, all these different videos and photographs that correlate with one another. So it's consistency, correlation, circumstantial supporting evidence. None of it, like it's kind of, if you get this one like observation or video or whatever, if someone like shows a demonstration of one time and it's the only time you ever see it, no one else ever, like, yeah, I would question it, but there's an increase in probability and likelihood of truth, right? And when it's correlated across people who are not affiliated with one another and they're not involved with any quote community unquote.
Right.
And
what was it you were saying? I was trying to.
What?
You said there was something that looked like something that was dipped in chocolate or something. Someone was saying that, and I was like, "What is he talking about with something dipped in chocolate and then taken back out?" I think it was
he
you.
He was talking in reference to like the moon, the moon with the Richie from Boston one of the moonrise.
Oh, it was the Richie one? Okay, I didn't look at that yet. I was just trying to look for that illusion.
Like what it reminded him of? It reminded him of like dipping candy in like chocolate.
Gotcha.
I'll repost it.
I bookmarked it already. I was going to go back and watch it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yes, every bit of this is just sharing, right? Sharing observations, sharing, information, and it's all speculation. So
Oh
no
yeah,
one
that's
is
what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
making any
What I was
claims.
going to.
I was just saying no one's making any claims, and anytime anyone wants to get back to verifiable, concrete evidence, undisputable stuff, they can feel free to. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, as long as you're making sure to say this is speculation that about all this, obviously, and the reason it being that we didn't want to have like new people think that this is what we think or that we're trying to make a claim here, right? And so as long as that's clear to whoever you're showing information from, it's not like, oh, somebody's on the fence, we got to get them on our side by making sure we do the exact right thing, which isn't, doesn't matter because we know that it's not a spinning ball. They can figure it out, let them have their own discernment. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like a win for us just if they decide that it's flat, because they have to realize it's flat. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about like the strategy here, because it's just, all this thing is one person at a time realizing that we're not on a spinning ball. It's not about sides and taking tallies and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when someone new is coming in, it's hard enough to get their mind unwrapped off the globe.
I understand that.
To realize. So it's like, that's why I never, and really still being honest, because it does happen, and it is what we observe. When you say that it's when you can observe the sun moving away and it just shrinks into, but honestly, okay. And when new people do come into it, it's like, I don't want to discuss these speculative things with them. I really don't.
Not with new people. No.
Yeah, no. I mean, we've actually over a year ago, we had the live stream was kind of dead, and we were all in speculation. This is when I was taking those photos of the sunrise that I shared with you earlier. We were all down in speculation. They were like, man, it was full down there, and the live stream was dead, so that they wanted to move there were a few that wanted to move the live stream down there, and I'm like, but we can't, because if you do, we have to change topic. We can't talk about this to the people who don't realize what reality is, and when they still think that the sun is, it's hard enough for them to come to the realization that they've been lied to. So yeah. And you're still being, I'm still being 100% honest when I say that when you see the sun move away and it shrinks in size, it just disappears into pinpoint, right? Because depending on where you are in its circuit or in its path, that is what's going on. However, if you're like, also depending on where you are in its path, whether it's rising or setting, you may experience something different, and in that case, it'll be a different story. So
it's amazing the inconsistencies with the sun, and then as opposed to the sheer complete consistencies with the stars. I mean, the wandering stars, of course, have a little bit of a different, they have the retrograde and everything, but the stars, I mean, the clockwork of the stars and the rotation of them is 1 degree faster than the sun or slower, one or the other every day. That can be measured too. But, it's amazing. This is also the kind of thing that might, show somebody that's new that we're still trying to figure it out. And these are all things that are on a totally different basis now that we don't know. Somebody that comes in as a flat earther saying, this is exactly how it is with the map or any of these things. I think there's definitely been some disinformation put into the lexicon on purpose, it seems like, or subjects seemingly avoided, and it bugs me. Like I was talking with Whitsitt on here the other night, and he was saying, what's the deal with the southern star rotation? What do you guys think about that? And some of the typical answers that are always given are just, well, the stars move east to west no matter what, right? But they all move that way in the sky. It's the typical answer, it's like a hand wave dismissal of the idea that there's a southern set of stars rotating counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise. And if you're talking about circles, you're not talking east to west consistently. These are circles. So let's not avoid the little details here as if there's some kind of winning the argument, but that's more important than acknowledging what the fuck are we talking about. You know, there seems to be two consistent star trails in the sky. It doesn't mean it's a globe. In fact, this is something I used to talk about with my friend E1 a lot. He's old school flat earther. It's kind of just taking a hiatus these days with his channel and stuff, but he really got into this and made some really great maps, like some overlays that were showing that, what makes more sense is that if there are two star rotations in the sky, that they're adjacent to each other and they work like thermodynamics, just like your lung circulation, constantly moving in and out and in and out. And if you could get far enough out past Easter Island, you might even see these stars separate and go 360 degrees separate from each other, and then circle back and then meet at the celestial equator. I've got a friend that lives in Australia, and she's constantly doing star trails of the celestial equator, which she can get a good angle at. So it seems like these stars do move east to west through the celestial equator, but you know, you're talking about rotations, not just a consistent east to west movement. You know, so let's just make sure that we're not trying to just like avoid something with just one answer when it's something that could actually work for our side. Ballers think that they have a win with the southern star rotations, and then that's something that flat earthers just avoid because they have no answer for it.
Yeah, well, they can explain being able to see the full Southern Cross viewed from 27 degrees north latitude. And
or just
like
the
that one
fact
that I
that there's
just
not
posted
a
where the stars are going in opposite directions, like you said. What is the Earth?
Well, if you think about it, there was a
time lapse taken from?
Right?
Do what? New perspective.
If it was a positive and negative, we have a North Star, you know, and the other one could just be an empty, like no star. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it seems like there is definitely two sets of stars, you know, but there's other, that actually works in our favor. They're adjacent in the sky. They don't have to be on the top and the bottom of the ball. In fact, that doesn't even make any sense at all.
Where did this time lapse get taken? Of the star trails?
Truth prevails.
Let's see. Is it? Does it say on the photo? Because I honestly don't.
I'm sorry.
There's lots of those.
It looks like another observatory on the bottom right, like it's JC something. Maybe someone can get a better look at it than I can. But there's others that people have posted. That's not the only one. I think if you type in the XO up in the search and look at his post, I think he posted a couple different ones earlier.
I think the problem I'm trying to figure out what it is that you mean by two separate star trails. I see this and I start to see, okay, yeah, this could most likely not be, because you see what appears to be two central points for it to spin around. But then I look at the width of this photo and it's got to be a wide angle lens, right? That's distorting this.
Yeah.
So I want to see what it looks like before I start, you know, without a wide angle, before I start trying to pick apart any arguments, you know. That's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah, because if getting both poles, whether there's a pole star or not, getting them both in one shot, even if it is a wide angle, you would never be able to do with the ball.
But even a panoramic will give me a better idea of what's going on.
And it could just be an optical effect. There could be, I mean, they literally could be going the same direction, and it just could be an optical effect where, like what this guy demonstrates in this video. I mean, we really don't know.
I'm a globe derp. What do we call you? I'm a globe derp or what? How do we address you?
Just call him Derp, I guess. I don't know.
Derp? You want to go by Derp? I sent you a DM, by the way. Do you want to check your DMs? I know you're kind of...
What are you guys on about?
I'm a G. I'm a Gene.
I'm a G.
I feel like all the names are offensive. I'm a globe derp.
You can watch. I sent you that video, and I just put the video. This is the only thing you can see from E1 right now because he doesn't have a channel up. But he did a presentation on the sun and moon, and he explains that it works a lot better as an adjacent thermodynamics. Just two sets of stars constantly moving in and out. kind of feeding off of each other, like the filings on a paper where you put the two diodes and you see that array on either side. It's the same kind of thing.
I'll tell you what does get under my skin though is when you hear the same, like you hear someone say, okay, the stars move this way, they all move in the same direction, and they don't go in different directions, and then later on they'll be in an argument with someone and they'll say, then they'll like use one of these demonstrations as evidence or supportive evidence or whatever for the fact that what we're observing is not due to Earth rotation, because if it was, this wouldn't make sense. And then later on, then they'll revert back to, and they'll say, no, they all go in the same direction. It's like they contradict themselves. And that gets under my skin. So we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. It could be an optical effect, and they could be going the same direction. But what we observe and what we see are like definitely different directions. Like
ultimately, you need somebody. Go ahead.
No, I was finished. Depending on where you're looking at them from.
Yeah, ultimately, the easy way to prove if there was a second set of star rotations is to go south far enough where you can be underneath that star and identify what constellation it's in and show that it is not the North Star that these stars are rotating around. That's
whatever
proof,
observatory,
right?
whatever observatory that is, that should be able to be done there. Like if
Right.
someone could.
That's why I said if you could track down, right? That's what I'm saying. Just track down where it is. Find out which star it is, and then check to see if it's repeatable.
I got a lot of links I'm going to drop on this topic for people if they want to look into it more. One of the other things that we seem to think about the star rotations, the two sets of stars in the sky, is that they break apart the Milky Way. And half of the Milky Way goes in one direction, and the other half of the Milky Way goes in the other. And then it meets up on the other side again, where the celestial equator starts, and it becomes one again. And this kind of goes along with the myth of Quetzalcoatl, with the dragon being torn apart in the sky. The only three stars that we seem to think that don't do that are the Orion's Belt, which goes straight through the middle of the celestial equator and almost seems to have like a Pac-Man effect that reappears and goes through and reappears and goes through. Not to say that that's actually happening or any kind of plans, but this is just something that he was speculating about. If these are the only three stars, plus those are the only three stars you're supposedly that are able to be seen anywhere on the area of Earth that we know about. But if that also is the case, it's interesting that Orion's Nebula seems to be mimicked by monuments all over the world, not just Giza, where there's the two, that people have lined up the three stars of Orion with the pyramids in Giza. You guys have seen
there's that one minor offset that nobody who's making art would consistently do over and over and over at the same rate.
Yeah, and they're all over the world. And so if you were able to align Orion's belt with all of these monuments, and that is still consistent where those monuments are in relation to the stars over thousands of years, not only is it a great flat Earth proof, but it would show you where the continents would be on some type of a map that would be the distance of the continents, because if you could somehow align those stars, make sure that that's where they are. Also, you'd be able to look at the sky and know something about where you are on Earth. Like you were saying earlier, the sky is going to tell us all these things. We always say, the sky tells us nothing about where we are. But in a way, it does if this is the case, right? The Orion's Belt could be the key, the real key. Just look up Easter Island, Orion's Belt alignment. We go all the way over to the other side with a perfect alignment. So my friend made his map with this in mind, and it totally, was the key to his, as far as the celestial equator goes, aligning with those monuments. And then there's another guy called Jaslov 111 that I'll link that has a theory about the sun not only making a figure eight with its impression that it would leave in the sky if you took a picture every 24 hours to make the Analimas, but that the sun might also move in a figure eight into the southern area and then into the north. and there might be like a figure 8 actually made with its rotations, which would explain a lot too, if that's possible. It goes across the celestial equator and then heats up the southern area more so in the winter for us. But I'll put a video. He put it out by that. Speculation. Once again, these are all speculations. Just some ideas of what it might be. But the fact that the North Star could be seen consistently through the Arches National Park. There's one video by this guy that's good. Short video you could show people, because if the North Star stays within that arch and over a 24-hour period, boom, there's no way that, or even over years, you can look. I guess the Georgia Guidestones. There's a hole you can look through that stays aligned with the North Star, right, 24/7. There's no way that could be possible.
Yeah, and you know what else that debunks? This idea of, which, I mean, we have no evidence. we have nothing to support the claim of tectonic plates moving on molten rock, right? I mean, they went 7 3/4 of a way deep into the earth, and when they went 7 1/4 miles deep into the earth, they still hadn't hit this molten rock. So, we have lava, but so the lava could very well just be like tables of, kind of like, how you have tables, they could just be the deep, like coming from the deep tables, just like we have tables of water. And I'm trying to not make too much of an assumptive speculation on it, but there is no evidence of any like tectonic plates floating on molten rock or anything like that. If the earth were shifting that way, then these alignments wouldn't happen, but we really don't know how long these structures have actually truly been there, because they distort everything. All of history is distorted.
I brought this up yesterday, but what does anybody know offhand how long it takes the zodiac to do a rotation in the sky, supposedly?
Well, there's different cycles. So you have your month to month, and then you have your like 12 to 13 month cycles, which is your year to year. You have your like diachronic and synchronic, right? Yeah, it's like the short term frequencies.
Oh, I'm talking specifically about the house that the sun rises in. That procession.
Well, I would say that would be like what, your winter and your summer solstice, the shortest and longest days of the year, repeat on the same. Like I think that would be more.
I think they tell us that because of the Earth, precession, that eventually the sun starts rising in the next house after a certain number of years, then the next house at the same time during the year at the solstice, and then the next house at the same time every year for the solstice. And it's yes.
Have you seen the Lost History of Flat Earth? I know I asked you this once, but I don't know if you heard me. The Lost History of Flat Earth, the series. You know what I'm talking about? I sent you the part 7 already in DMs, because it answers your question, or it gives a possible answer to what you're just talking about right now. Do you know what I'm talking about? Can you hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. I don't know why he looked quiet. Anyway, the changing of the ages. It's an interesting concept in that series about the changing of the ages and how that might be a huge thing. The Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
Yeah, but as far as I could tell, there has to be a claim, right? Because we're still in the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer. We don't seem to be any closer to Aquarius or whatever, and there's no thing on any old maps.
We couldn't hear anything you were saying until you just said something. Did you see the series that I was talking about? I didn't hear your answer.
Am I still muted? Hello.
No,
hello?
I can hear
Am I
you
still
now.
good? Oh, okay.
If you were talking before,
no.
we couldn't.
Yeah, I got the video. It's just that I was scanning through it, and the guys, it's mostly like lecture as far as I could tell. So I skipped away from it. I was going to save it for later, so I had time to focus on what he was saying versus trying to listen to Chad and him at the same time.
No worries.
Or her, rather.
He
Her.
does talk about the zodiac, and he does talk about the changing of the ages, and that
Yeah.
the Prague clock might be a clue as to how there's a rotation of the whole sun and moon system that goes.
Oh, that big fancy seasonal and all that clock. Yeah.
Yeah, the astronomical clock. And if that is the case, then that's it's just kind of a new mind-blowing possibility that people are talking about right now with that series. But the changing of the ages, it's huge. That was funny with Matthew earlier, by the way. He was so pinned so many times earlier. He got so pinned. I don't know. I mean, that's what interests me more than anything at this point is the psychology of the people that are arguing for the globe side still. Like they've been in this conversation for more than a month. What is the deal with them? Do they really believe it?
It's one of two things. It can only be one of two things. It can either be that they have not yet cognitively realized it, like something has not clicked in their little brain because they're not used to critical and they just don't know how to turn that on yet. Or B, they figured it out and the implications are so scary that they would rather pretend. And we live in a society where pretend rules, so they figure as long as I can pretend longer and harder, it's true. Just like if I say, I'm a unicorn, mommy. Make me a unicorn. All right, we'll sew a horn on your head and give you hooves. You're a unicorn. That's the society we live in today. So these people think that that's, as long as they stamp their feet and no, it's true, that wins. And then they don't have to face the negative consequences of you've been lied to, you've wasted your life, you've done horrible things that you may never be forgiven for, that kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I value him coming in here and at least giving somewhat of an honest answer, even if it contradicts what he says in the next sentence, because he's not at least saying some of the fallacious things that other people are saying. Like he'll let himself get pinned, but then still say, "Oh, but I still think it's this." I mean, I don't think that he really thinks that. I think he has more common sense than that, So I just find it interesting. Like, is he really?
Yeah, he may be smart enough to know that there's a problem, but he's hoping that he can find that we're wrong and that he hasn't figured it out yet, and he's slowly seeing that all the people who are proclaimed experts on the ball side are not coming up with satisfactory answers. Because if they were true, they should be able to answer.
He's a math professor. He's a math professor.
No, I didn't know that. No.
Who are we talking about?
He's got 33,000 subs on his channel, and he's done like a flat Earth video recently that was not just like it wasn't bad as far as calling us out, as far as being like just making shit up, but he definitely didn't do it justice in the way that we might have deserved.
Who is this?
Check out his channel. Matthew Learns.
Oh
yeah. What's up? Who's that?
Solar. Matthew
hey,
Learns. He comes along with the point for 95% of the way. And then the last 5%, he just stumbles into a ditch, claiming that it's still a ball, even though he's agreed on all the points that show that it can't be. But it's like that last 5%, he does a 180 degree and goes back to the starting point.
He is in the club. How can he go back to work the next day, look his colleagues in the face, and say, guess what, guys, we've been wrong? He can't.
Right. That's why I'm trying to, get to the point. There has to be an argument, and I think the one about that's why I was pushing the plane landing on a spinning ball earlier with them, because that's one of the ones that they can't really make up some excuse with refraction. I mean, there's ways that they can get themselves to believe some of the other claims that we have, like they can claim refraction, even if it doesn't make sense. But this one, you have to do the math of landing a plane on a spinning ball, and there you go.
I can tell you how they're going to do it. They're going to keep hopping around reference frames as you discuss it. They're going to keep putting themselves from one reference frame to the next, and then invoking a reference frame that doesn't exist to obfuscate, and it'll just be a circular argument that they'll never admit. I've seen it done. That's how they deal with Coriolis. They just hop around from one reference frame to the next.
But yeah, and exactly. It is a gotcha, though. It's one of the big gotchas, at least in my book, because it's like that right there. He was trying to explain that okay, so if you're, it's just funny the way he avoids it. It makes me think he's not being intellectually honest at that point, because to think that it wouldn't matter which way the runway's facing when you're at different speeds with the plane and you're at different latitudes on the ball is just insane. And it makes me think that you're not acknowledging how that's a problem. So there you go.
It's the indoctrination, because in their mind, somehow you are compensating for that during the trip. You're either speeding up or slowing down gradually enough so you don't feel it in perfect balance. It's that bullshit romantic story they're sold. It's hard for their brain to let it go.
Yep.
So they will make every excuse they can for it. And then you have the implications factor. It's just a tough, it's a tough road. I don't know anybody else's attitude in here, but I'm an asshole. And that's how I was able to get over it in I don't know, maybe a month, 3 weeks to a month. And that's all it took me. But some people it would destroy them, For years, they would look around, looking over their shoulder if they figured it out and they couldn't let it go and they knew it was true, because the implications are just too fucking scary.
Yeah,
Some
I was
people
looking for
need.
that quote the other day. There was a quote about that, make the conspiracy so big that the average man would be paralyzed at the sight of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have heard QE's latest response to the whole Coriolis effect, but it really is a nail in the coffin. Once again, they talk about conservation of angular momentum. If you're conserving momentum, you're talking about one reference frame. So if that object is moving and anything above that object is moving in lockstep with that object that's moving, that's one reference frame. And their whole argument about the multiple reference frames, or that there are many reference frames, and that you conserve momentum while you enter the second reference frame. If you're conserving, it's one reference frame. When you ask them, is there two reference frames, they normally say yes, until they start double speaking and going back on, no, but you're conserving the momentum from the first reference frame. There has to be two reference frames for Coriolis to appear, or for it to be apparent. So it's like just another one of their double speaking. So you ask them, do they have two reference frames? If they say yes, then you ask them, how does conservation of angular momentum then work? And conservation of angular momentum is the conservation of rotational movement. So, for example, if I spin a gyro and then I try and stop the gyro and it continues to spin, that's conservation of angular momentum. It's the rotational spinning of an object that wants to continue rotating even once you try and stop it. Now, when we're on this earth, we're not said to be spinning or conserving angular momentum, because we're not spinning and we don't continue to spin once we leave the surface. But even the angular momentum is the wrong definition. So they're up a creek without a paddle. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, it's my favorite one, because it's something that even for new people, I mean, everyone's been in a plane and seen that the ground is perfectly still as they're landing. There'd be a real problem if it wasn't. You would crash. I thought it'd be cool to have like a flight simulator that uses the spinning ball model, and you would just crash every single time you try to land, but you get unlimited lives. It's just there's no way this is possible. You would never be able to land the plane if it's in a separate reference frame, and if it's in the same reference frame, you're fucked even more, because then you could never fly against that reference frame. And we know the plane supposedly flies in the opposite direction of the spinning ball. It would have to, right? And it gets all fucked up for them right there. The planes kill it more so than anything else in my book, because everyone has that experience.
Yeah.
It's just impossible.
So
It's like
what is it?
landing a drone on a treadmill. It's like take it back to a small scale demonstration.
There
Can
you
you
go.
land an
That's a good one.
airplane on
Yeah.
a treadmill? Can you land a drone on a treadmill? No. If the ground was moving, you wouldn't be able to. Full stop.
Yeah, the two ballers that have the math down, or actually, I've proposed this to Rumpus, who said it's just like tossing a ball on a train, and it would be like it doesn't matter where the other person you're tossing the ball to is, because you're on the train, you're on the same train. Well, that doesn't work, because it's not the same thing. It'd be like if the train was a spinning ball, and it was somehow flying in the air, and you were trying to land, toss the ball to a guy that's somehow spinning at a different latitude from you and going a different speed from you. I mean, there's all these other things that just aren't encompassed within this idea of the train. The other guy said, it's just like a drone on a plane. If you were to fly a drone on the plane, it wouldn't matter where the drone lands because it treats everything on the plane the same. No, that's not a good comparison either.
No, because that's
closed
a
and open.
Yeah, maybe if you were flying the drone off the roof while it was flying, that'd give you a good indication what would happen.
Right.
But that's it.
I'm trying to land on a train that's going by you in the other direction.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, come on.
But again, like I said, they try to use your position and your perspective against you all the time. And then obfuscate you by moving you around when they describe stuff. I mean, at first it's a little confusing, but after like 2 or 3 minutes to listen to him, it's a trick you pick up immediately. That Rumpus dude, oh my God, I have to turn off anything I'm listening to when he shows up. I can't take him. I want to choke him through the internet. Yeah, that.
Utter moron.
Moron. Absolute moron. Oh, God.
Yeah. I thought Rumpus it'd be great to have Flat Earth the musical, and Rumpus is like the tragic figure. It's like he's got like all the ballers on his side totally laughing at him because he's like the only true believer, and they're all just giving the arguments because they're hired to be there, and he's like the only, like a soliloquy at the end and shit.
He's got a song and dance called "You Morons." You morons. You morons.
Yeah, the people that are satisfied with these simple answers, like just we were talking about planes in one linear direction being the same as spinning on a ball in several different directions at millions of miles per hour. Right there, it's like, okay, for new people, that this right there is something that you cannot be satisfied with. Let's just point that out right away. These are the simple gaslighting excuses that you have to get over to even figure out that we're talking about is possible. If you're going to accept the whole idea that one rotation is a way of making 1,000 miles an hour seem slow, then let's just start there, because it's not. They're tricking you. That's the trick. It's a relativity trick. If it was as small as that, a watch on your arm, then it would move slower than the hour hand, right? Right? It's just because it's a relativity trick. If that watch was as big as the circumference of the Earth, that hour hand would still have to be moving 1,000 miles an hour, literally. It's faster than the speed of sound. Let's just get it straight. These are ridiculous gaslighting excuses that they've been getting away with for how long? I thought this was going to be over in like a couple months once I realized it, because how can people accept these answers, continually?
Yeah, and then you get guys like Akumu and them that come in and repeat those fallacious arguments diligently, so much so that they show that they understand the argument being raised, but yet they've only got this one song that they basically sing, repeating the same.
Who are you talking about? Who comes in and says that?
Like Akumu Virus or Zanuck or these guys who come in all the time repeating the same shit that's been disproven 1,000 times, but they just continue to assert.
That's how then it becomes apparent they're not being intellectually honest, because they're strategizing on how to win the argument, not because they're trying to figure out the truth.
Well, just like that plane demonstration, if you're throwing a ball in a plane or flying a drone in a plane, is it an open or a closed system? if the Earth is a closed system, yes, then we can use a closed plane as an example. And then what's containing the Earth? What's making it a closed system?
Moron. Of course,
Well, it's an open. It's an open and a closed.
No,
it's
yes,
open and closed.
Simultaneously an open and a closed. You utter moron.
Fuck, when did Rumpus get on the call?
Why do you guys hate Rumpus so much?
I just.
He's my favorite Glober.
You think he's funny? He's entertaining?
Yeah.
I find him irritable to the point where I would rather drive nails into my own teeth.
I don't even know who Rumpus is. Like, I've never even heard him, to be honest.
Oh, you're just kidding. Did you just say
I mean,
he's your
from
favorite?
the way you guys speak about him, he's probably pretty interesting.
Okay, you have no idea who he is. Okay.
Somebody pull up a clip of Rumpus just saying utter moron.
To Rumpus means to make.
You kind of secretly like it, don't you?
To Rumpus means to make a loud, uncontrollable noise just to drown out the conversation. And there's no better description for the Rumpus than that he rumpuses.
And he admits that he's not out to find any truth. Right, exactly. He knows what he's up to.
Yeah.
He has no intention of trying
rumpusing.
to help find the truth.
So is he a Glober or is he a troll or what is he?
That's where the term rumpusing comes from. If you don't know who he is, that's when people say it in here all the time. Sorry to rumpus you. That's where that comes from. There's a whole verb.
Wait, isn't he banned? Isn't this guy banned?
He was banned when I was asking him about the rotation, the question I was just going over. And I think it was Mimas or somebody came in and was like, if you say that again, I'm going to ban you for life. You'll never be able to get back in here.
Say what? Of course I'm going to say it.
And so is he permaban now?
Permaban, yeah.
And then he probably immediately went off and told everybody how you couldn't stand up to his argument, so you just kicked him out and banned him.
Exactly. That's what he wanted, right? That's what he wants.
Well, you guys should unban him. He sounds kind of...
Yeah, unban him and invite him back. I'd love to talk to that motherfucker, please. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I want to globe smack him.
Who you guys want to talk to? Who's banned? You want
Rumpus.
Rumpus. Let me check if that is allowed or not. That's a big fucking list. I have to scroll through to see if Rumpus is there.
We know from many, many observations that
assuming
you a moron. It's just ridiculous.
The Rumpus? Yeah. He's
from
not.
a band.
Yup. Can't even do it. Can't even do it. Talk to an admin upon an admin actually added him to the list, so it's like, all right, you know, there you go. You guys talk to the admin that banned him.
I'll beg. I would pay.
Maybe,
I would pay cash money.
You never know.
I'll make a donation to somebody's PayPal account. Goddammit. Just if you guarantee you had to sit there and listen to me for 3 minutes. But he couldn't. He would immediately start yelling into his mic even if you muted him, just so he could hear his own voice, like la 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 la. That's why I can't stand him. You can see what he's doing, and it's so obvious. And I don't know how all these people, they sycophant for him. It's crazy. They're like, oh, Rumpus. Rumpus is sick. He demolished their argument. Did you hear Rumpus? Oh, God.
Yeah, he dominates the conversation so much that it pisses me off because I'm like, I wanted to hear a good show, and all I heard was Rumpus. That sucks. But he definitely would make a funny, tragic character for the musical.
Yeah. He would have to carry like a pacifier in the shape of a dick labeled NASA that he sucks on the entire time when he's not speaking. Because that's all he does. is suck the balls of NASA. He loves them, loves them, loves them. His idol is Don Pettis. He wishes he could be Don Pettis. Or
I think you should go with
whatever his name
Don Penis. Don Penis.
Penis, yeah. But these are the smartest brains, everybody. Don Pettit. This is the smartest brain we got.
That dude's
Blows my
super
mind.
smart, man.
Well,
man.
I think Don Pettit proves that they're gaslighting us. Like they're not casting this guy to represent them on an X. Like they're totally gaslighting us with that guy.
Yep,
It's not,
I agree, man.
It's not a real dude. It's not a real dude.
They're like, look, we're gonna put this fucking retard up front, and we're still gonna fool everybody. How about them fucking apples? That's
You
exactly.
think it was like an
what they're saying.
office pool?
It's part
like,
of the
all right,
perversion.
who do we throw out there that nobody's gonna believe? Fucking let's throw retard Don out there. No, they'll never buy it. I got $500 to say, yeah.
Right?
Somebody take jerk off Don's mouth from him and throw him in a fucking
That's what I'm
suit
thinking,
and give him
man.
a clipboard.
Right. I think it might even be Steve Jobs. You know, if he's still alive, never died. You know, Steve Jobs, like as a joke, right? He's playing that part now. Looks a little bit like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Kennedy played Jimmy Carter for years.
That's a theory. I think they might be related. I've looked into that one pretty deeply. It's a pretty good one if that's the case, and the eyes look similar too. But
How about the Paul McCartney?
yeah, I've looked deep into that one. He's still alive, the original Paul McCartney, in my opinion.
I think he's alive, but I don't think that's the guy who plays with wings and gets together with the boys. No.
In my opinion, he's still living in Liverpool, going by the name of John Holliday, and he gives tours of the boyhood home of Paul McCartney, who he's the tour guide of, and or what do they call it, the curator.
I mean, this is crazy off topic, but it jumped into my head, and I have to think if anybody else is as dumb as me to think this is possible. But so you're aware that Michael Jackson was like burned horribly, right, during a commercial shoot back in the 80s. Horrible facial burns. His head caught on fire, and they brought him to the hospital. They gave him surgery, and they basically saved his face. That's when he started wearing the glasses and the veils, was because of these burns, right? And then he started showing his face slowly over time, presumably to let everything heal up. You can go look this up if you've never heard it, because I understand that for some reason nobody's heard this. So
I have.
Michael Jackson gets into all that trouble, and then he dies, right? The next day, his friend, apparently, who I'd never seen before, no one's ever heard of, his name is Dave Dave. Strange, eclectic name, Dave Dave. You can look this up. And Dave Dave gives an interview about his good friend Michael Jackson's passing. Now, Dave Dave just happens to be a severe burn victim. And Dave Dave has a very peculiar sounding voice. And I'll just leave it at that, and you can go watch the interview and tell me what you think.
Yeah, that interview was on Larry King Live. And
Yeah,
it was
there you
during the procession of the hearse that supposedly had Michael in it, and he's saying things that only Michael would say in the way Michael would say it. And at the end, he gives this is why.
Winking a nod. Yeah.
Yeah, it is totally like that. And there's other video of Dave Dave where the voice is not the same, and the look is not the same, the face is totally different. And
Right.
you can
There's an
see
actual Dave Dave. Right.
Yeah, there's an actual Dave Dave. And so that's
But
that's
there's
an
not the
interesting
guy
thing.
they interviewed.
Yeah, if I had to call it, I'd say that's Michael. It's obvious, right? And there's a lot more to it if you look deep into that one. And Prince, same thing. It seems like he's playing the part of his sister Tyka. Did you know that?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even think of that.
Oh, you have to just look into it. It's like him in a fat suit.
Yeah.
And his sister comes
because I know
out.
Yeah.
You know who Tyka is, right?
Yeah, I've seen her picture.
Okay.
It could be him in prosthetics.
Yeah. Well,
and
there's
fat suit.
there's an actual Tyka too, which is another weird thing about it, right? It seems.
Yeah.
There's another woman that's in some of the pictures.
But
that
if you
looks
wanted to fake your
not.
death, you could do it, because you could make yourself look like this person with very little effort. and nobody would know
Well,
the
here's-
difference. That's the point.
Here's some unarguable circumstances that surround that. His last tweet to his fans was, "I've transformed." He supposedly died in an elevator. Very coincidental. Not going to let the elevator take me down, right? So he just dies in an elevator, really. Taika inherited all his money and his estate, and his brothers and sisters got nothing. She was supposedly a crack whore that was, never taken a picture with. There's no pictures of the two of them together, right? Him and his sister.
That's
Who
the
gave all
one.
his
That's
money
the
to, right.
right. That's the
And-
part that I'm like,
and-
oh, okay, convenient.
Yeah, and she comes out with an album after he dies called "A Brand New Me."
I got to hear
And if you
this.
listen-
All right.
If you listen to, I'll send you the video of her singing at his original memorial.
If
And she
you
doesn't
got a
understand-
clip of her fucking wailing away on an electric guitar, I'm sold. That's it.
No,
if you
no,
can play
I don't
guitar.
think she's.
all
I
right.
think that would be a giveaway. I think that'd be a giveaway. But if it's him, then there's just one example of her singing where it's maybe he's going through some voice changes because of the hormones or whatever. If he's actually transformed.
Michael and I.
She starts talking in the way it's his voice. She's talking in this amphitheater. And I think they use a different woman too to kind of cover it up. But you look at the picture comparisons, and it could totally be him. And why is that all these other things that are possible coincidence theory, so blatant, right? I get into this subject. I got a lot more I could go on about, but it's totally not related to flat Earth.
It is related to flat Earth, I think, but in a very abstract way.
I found one, in fact, that nobody knows about. Nobody says anything about, except for me. In fact, I kind of confirmed it with a Freemason who knows the guy. I'm not going to talk about it. He said, "I said, would this be something that could hurt me for knowing?" He said, "Depends on how vocal you are." I'll send you the pictures. They're just retiring their name. I mean, it's not. There's nothing illegal about what's being done in a way, because propaganda's legal, right? So if they print that someone died, that star's name has died, And even in the court sessions that we're seeing on TV for some of these things, like I guess there's a whole thing about it. They have one more star in the plaque or whatever the symbol they use for the court system. It's just like the People's Court. It doesn't have to be real. The whole O.J. Simpson trial could have been that. O.J. Simpson's, the whole thing could have been just a farce, just for our entertainment and to stoke race relations, which it did. There's money to be made. And then the same thing with if Michael didn't really die, then that whole trial case with the doctor was a fake, right? And there was some really weird shit about that. Some things he was saying to the kids and stuff. It was just, there's something weird about that doctor and that whole court case. And the way the sisters and brothers were acting afterwards and some of the things they said. They sold out 50 concerts in a row at the biggest arena in the world, right? O2 Arena in London. Like, his dad even said in an interview afterwards, like, he didn't plan on doing 50 shows. He was signed up for 13, and then they added a bunch all at once. And it was like as soon as they had their whole thing figured out, they added all of these concert ticket sales to 50 concerts. Michael Jackson was never going to perform 50 concerts in a row in one arena. He never does that. He would go around the world in different areas, and there's no way, right? So it was just a way of like making as much money as possible. The This Is It film came out like almost immediately after he died. Right? There's people talking about how it wasn't just happened to be like some people were filming backstage. It was a full on.
Yeah, they were just in the middle of that documentary. That's all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, total money making scheme. And you know what they offered the people for their like they knew people weren't going to turn their ticket in to get the money because it's a souvenir. Michael just died. Who's going to turn their
I got a ticket to one of Michael's final concerts. Yeah.
Yeah, and they even offered those people if they didn't want their money back, they could keep their ticket, and we'll send you a brochure or a pamphlet that was handed out at his memorial, right?
Oh, memorabilia.
Yeah, the souvenir, right? We'll give you some more souvenir items if you don't want to keep your if we can keep your money for the sold out concert that was never going to happen.
Yeah, all the world's a stage.
Mhm.
They can just right out in the open kill Jeffrey Epstein and then get away with it, and then now it's like a meme. It's like when it happens to the next guy, John McAfee. We made it a verb. You got Epstein, and everybody just laughs and continues on. Like what?
Right.
You all just acknowledged what was going on, and you're not even joking, and you're just shrugging shoulders and going, "What you gonna do?" That's
there's something else I'll send you about Epstein on the same topic. In fact, I'll have to just DM you some stuff. But the other thing I was going to say about the Paul is dead thing, like this is a perfect example of the subterfuge that's involved in the whole thing, right? So they're admitting that Paul's dead on the album covers and giving us clues the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's something they played with, and some people theorize, well, it was because then if they got caught, they could say, oh, we were telling you the whole time, right?
Yeah, we told you the whole time.
Right? But the whole idea that he's dead is the whole lie to begin with, because if he's this guy that seems to be the case, John Halliday, living in his boyhood home, then it seems like they gave him a choice at one point. And his wife also looks like the girlfriend, by the way, that Paul had. But then the fact that they're saying he's dead, it's kind of like confirming that he's dead rather than acknowledging that he's this guy, right? So it's like kind of like based on this lie within a lie within a lie. And then also John Lennon seems to be this guy also living in Liverpool who takes care of a place called Strawberry Fields and makes sure that it's kept up and does the maintenance for that. And he seems to be the original John Lennon, going by the name of Colin Unwin. And these guys are also
the original John Lennon.
Yeah.
All right.
John Lennon was definitely not the same person throughout his career, even though we'd all love to hope so.
When was the transition?
Seems like there might have been a lot of transitions for all of them.
Huh? Multiple actors or just
multiple. Either stand-ins. They all had identical type people around. As
do you think Bill Shepard ever played Paul McCartney, or did he just cover with the band for their album?
No, it definitely whoever that guy is seemed to be playing the part for a while, for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's still him. His eyes turned from brown to blue.
One of them turned all goofy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple people playing the character. They always replace them to keep them younger. I mean, look at Paul McCartney now. How old is he supposed to be? 80 something. There was a video that there's a music video just came out with a deep fake of him as a younger Paul, as the old Paul, which is kind of interesting.
I saw an interview with him where he's sitting there, and I swear to God, he puts his hand on his face, and his whole face slides like he's wearing a rubber mask. And
there's a lot of weird stuff. Yeah. And there's some weird stuff when you see them performing too, where there's some slippage of weird shit. It's interesting.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me at this point. That's the point.
Yeah.
Oh, here she is.
We can get back to Flat Earth now. We should probably stop this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pass stuff soon anyway.
I'll send you some shit that's gonna blow your mind right now. I'll send you one pic that's gonna blow your mind. Check out your DMs. Sorry, go ahead. Let's talk about Flat Earth. I just want to hear your reaction to this real quick.
Oh, I'm stuck in YouTube again. I gotta get an actual tablet. This thing is piece of shit.
You got your phone?
No, I'm on like the world's smallest tablet, and it's old. I'm the cheapest bastard on the face of the earth. I will use something until I got it taped together, rewired. I don't like to get new things.
Yeah, because they're like outdated a year after you get it anyway, right?
Yeah. Not having a smartphone is like like people look at me like I'm a crazy person, and they're like, "I need to get a hold of you." I go, "No, you fucking don't." That's the joy of this. I get to pretend you all don't exist from the time I walk away until the time I gotta come see you again. Yeah, but I need to. You don't need to do shit. If you need to get a hold of me, you can get a hold of me when I'm here at work or when I'm wherever whoever it is that needs to get a hold of me. You guys don't get to see me if I don't want to be seen. I'm like a fucking ninja.
Nice. Yeah.
If you posted it, I don't see anything on my DM.
I'm looking for it right now.
Oh, okay.
I've almost got it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of these theories, and it seems like there's some put out there as disinformation. Back to the topic we were talking about earlier, just to throw people off, you know.
Oh yeah, for anybody who might be interested, so that they can be thrown off.
And it's like when you mention this type of a topic, you know, people are like, oh, I bet you think Elvis is alive too, right? Like that's been put through the media as something that people automatically refer to with any kind of conspiracy theory. Like,
yeah,
that one is obviously not true. So all conspiracy theories are obviously not true too. Yeah.
The obvious part is what gets me. Who the fuck would believe that it's obvious? If you know the witness protection program exists, you know it's not illegal for them to lie to you or trick you or give propaganda. You know, it's like, where is this trust coming from? I don't get it.
Exactly. People automatically think that, but then they'll acknowledge that, oh yeah, they don't really care about us. They're putting poison in our water. They'll go that far. Or that the food here that has got Monsanto chemicals, whatever, they'll accept all of those. But when you're talking about possibly the shape of the earth, there's a cutoff point, man. They can't go there. It's just true paradigm shifting. It makes them.
When people talk back to the globe Earth, when people talk about the why, I love this part of the globe Earth because this is the most, the most free thinking part of it. The why would they do it? But people forget, like, we are shitty civilization. How many fucking unborn babies are slaughtered without a second thought every goddamn day? People think that they're never going to be held to account for the things they do. That's why they act the way they do. That's it. If it wasn't for that, they would straighten the fuck up. They never sit long enough and think about it, reflect on it long enough to understand what it is they're doing and why it's bad. So they need a consequence to help them understand that.
Any Globers?
Any Globers? Black Swan. I got it.
I'm a concave earther, if that counts.
Huh.
You're a concave earther now? Is that what you said?
I'm just kidding.
What the?
Oh,
how are they? I mean, it could be.
We call you Derp, or what do I call you?
You can call me Derp. Yeah.
Derp, okay. Do you know who Easton Mahalski is?
Easton Halsey, no. It sounds familiar though.
Because he reminds me of you a little bit. He's funny dude. He's lives in New York. He's a really awesome musician, and he used to do hangouts a lot. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's not.
I'll send you his channel. No. He's flat. He's like he wrote like the Flat Earth theme song in my mind. It's called "Welcome to the Show," and it's a great song because it's so descriptive of the time that we were going through back in the day when, it was like we don't know who's real. Like we were talking about earlier, we don't know who's real in this game. Why are they letting us know? Did they roll Flat Earth out? Is just us figuring it out? Are we going to get in trouble? It was like a little bit more of like a hot topic that people were shy of talking about, you know?
Yeah.
And in the lyrics, he's like, "Welcome to the show where you don't know if you're part of the show," you know, because we're part of the show in a way, you know, of this whole revealing. And you don't know who to trust or who's real, who's not real. It's a great song. You should check his channel out. He's also doing some hangings these days.
That's just a great topic in general to talk about, I think.
Specifically which? Because we're talking about like 3 things right now, but...
Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
No. I was just curious as to which you thought was the good topic. That's all.
Mainly the one that perked my ears up was, talking about how we're in the game and like where we are, and they obviously use us as a chess piece, but they have to be careful themselves because they've been on the back foot before the 1900s, right? So they've been trying to cover things up that were already true in the beginning. And then they showed in the Illuminati card games, a couple of clues, conspiracy theorist and all this type of stuff, They have to make us look crazy, otherwise it doesn't work.
But it's a balancing act. Like they have one foot on the pedal and one foot on the brake, and they like that it works into the Hegelian dialectic because they got people fighting with each other over this topic that doesn't really threaten them because they can just control the masses through the mainstream media's take on things. They probably did all kinds of litmus tests about this topic, either knowing that it might get out because of the internet's information possibilities, or planning for it to come out so they could use it, like possibly in the future as some other deception, like reveal the truth about it and then sell us a bunch of other lies attached to it, which is part of their whole transformation type.
I mean, we know that they do this, right? Exactly. This is the last thing I'll say on it, but in terms of specifically this, the Fauci ouchie, but there was a website that I saw ages ago, and they were literally doing tests on how people react to different types of advertising. So fear, encouragement, important, stories told before. They've already figured this out.
Yeah, they do studies on.
That's why they're so good at it.
Yeah, that's amazing. I did a reenactment of this. I've told this before, but long story short, I did a reenactment of this for film in college of the Stanley Milgram trials that he did in 1969, 67. 76, doesn't matter. He did this experiment where he was testing the person that was giving the test to somebody else that was an actor, acting like they were being shocked when they got the answer wrong on the test.
Yeah.
Seeing if the person would continue shocking them, right? Yeah. But the interesting part about it is, the people that continued on with the test after they were told to continue and knowing they were hurting the person, it was like some 50% or something. But of the people that continued on with the test, once they did that, they became an agent to the experimenter, and they had to do everything after that. Like the person's screaming, and they assume the person's dead, but they go all the way up to the 450 level because they can only get out of that by doing everything they're told after they cross that point of responsibility, where if they stop at any point for the end of the experiment, then they could have stopped before they continued on to begin with, hurting the person, right? So the psychology of that is they get into what's called the agentic state. That's what I named my film, because that's what he called it. Like they're an agent to this person after they've crossed that line. And that's totally what they use to manipulate us and manipulate people, especially when you're talking about this jab. Because once a person's committed to the first one, then if they were to go, oh, wait a minute, maybe that wasn't a good idea because of all the results I'm seeing on the internet now, and maybe I should not take the next one, they would have had doubt their commitment in the first place and start to get scared about what they did. So to relinquish all responsibility, they just have to continue on with the program.
I almost feel like that's the same thing that NASA has to deal with, though, to be honest, because they've gone to a point now where they're having to cover this lie, and then they cover that lie with another lie, and then now they're in this continuous loop of just they have to cover up every story.
They know they don't have to put that much effort into it. They just got to wave hands at it for now, and I think the clock is ticking. They know they don't have to hold it up very long. You know, it doesn't need to be maintained forever. You just got to keep waving hands at it.
Well, exactly.
Keep putting out propaganda pieces. Get most of the populace, when they hear the word NASA, they get this little fucking chill up their quim, and it's like, what the fuck?
And I think it's strange that they would even be worried or have to cover up anything because they're faking it poorly on purpose. That's the other thing. Like we're talking about.
Yeah, they have no fear.
They have no fear that they know they can. They're reeling us. It's like someone like a human with a ball, holding it up for the dog to jump at. He knows he could always pull the ball higher, you know. But he's got to show the ball to the dog to have his entertainment or whatever the perversion is about the whole thing, right?
Yeah, they've got a whole team of Pavlovian defenders that are willing to jump at the drop of a hat anytime we say something. So
yeah, they got them all hungry and tired and all amped up, ready to go. Look at the whole world's falling apart because of the people like these idiots who think the world is flat. If we don't get rid of them, it's easy to make an enemy out of us.
They don't want to get rid of us. We serve a purpose because we're causing the disruption, right?
Right, but they want us to be the enemy. They don't want to get rid of us, but they still like the fact that we are the bad guy right now. That's a plus.
Yeah, they're playing with it. If they could have killed it, if they wanted to kill it, they could have done that a long time ago or a while back. You know, they could have done a better job. Like even just putting the documentary on Netflix, even if it's a hit piece, they're getting people to see that there's people that actually think this, you know. And then they'll look into it. It's like in Obama would have never said we don't have time for a flat Earth society unless they were planning on having this be something as one of their strategies for the social construction during this era. And I think it's going to be what they use for the changing of the ages and the age of Aquarius and the manipulation of society, maybe even blaming us for the destruction of our society because of this revelation. Who knows what they're planning on doing, but it doesn't seem like they wanted it just to go away. I put a link in the live stream just now, which is my favorite example of this for the ISS, because they could come up with this excuse for them being on the harnesses, which is an interesting way of explaining, but it makes sense in a way because then they could say, well, they were just on the harnesses so they would stay stationary for the cameras. They were being interviewed. And I'm like, shit, so you're going to try that? Okay. Well, this one is really hard for anyone new to look at and give an intellectually honest answer with this gaslighting about the bathroom tour. Have you seen this? I'll put a screenshot of the toilet they're supposedly using for months on end, right? There's no seat. You have to hover over this like 3-inch pipe hole. And the way she presents it, it's just obviously gaslighting. She's got the dupers to light and everything. But just this toilet is ridiculous. Can anyone imagine going in there with no gravity and explosive diarrhea and fitting and trying to aim for this pipe hole? And she even says at the end, here's where we keep the wipes because things do get a little messy.
I had a bad space burrito.
Yeah, right? And I think this also gives them like the way of feeling like, well, if you believe that, then we don't feel so bad. Right?
It's fucking insane.
Here's the screenshot. I'll put it in live stream.
I remember watching that actually as a Glober.
Yeah. And trying to make excuses in your mind, like, well, that makes sense. It's suction, right?
I was just thinking to myself, like, you'd have to literally just plant your anus on it. Like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Impossible. Like, so you just got to commit sodomy every time.
Right, and they say it costs like $5 million, like some like $25 million new toilet, you know, or something like ridiculous. Like there's no seat, and you have to hold this cone in front of you to pee in while you're trying.
There's not even a bidet.
Yeah, there's not even a bidet, right? To help you out.
Space bidet.
And there's no seal to the door. It's just like at the end, she's pulling back this like
You're just in a corner.
Screen. Yeah, just like all this fumes and stuff would be leaking out through the thing. It's just one of those curtain doors, you know.
You're much better off just wearing a nappy in space,
right? Oh, that's another good one. The nappy, the bags that they supposedly wore over their anuses while they're inside the suit.
Just sitting in your own shit for 3 days.
Right. Yeah. Like, how does this hook up to my butt, right? None of it works, people. None of it. It's all ridiculous gaslighting show. It's stupid. And it's so funny to laugh at it. That's what I hope for some of these people that are genuine coming into this, and that eventually they can just laugh at themselves. Forever.
They love talking about brushing their teeth as well. What's that fucking obsession?
Oh yeah,
and then we just swallow it.
Washing their hair, water just like floating in the air with all this like exposed electrical cord stuff going on. It's so stupid. Intentional. And
yeah, it does seem it, doesn't it?
They did. The last two supposed trips to space, how blatantly bad both of them were. You know, the Virgin Airlines and the Virgin Space mission, as well as the other one,
the Blue Origin, was at Amazon.
The Blue Origin, yeah.
Yeah.
I've made some memes of that actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw you posted the screenshot.
That toilet.
I bet that's just like a Heinz Beans baked bean can in there.
Right.
$25 million.
And there's two different versions of it too. Like the other one's talking about how there's a pouch that you have to put in there beforehand, you know, and then you replace a new one when you, out of courtesy, when you leave the toilet, right? So somehow you got to run in there and get your pouch put in there, and aim for this thing, hold your cone, you know, months, and they're supposedly on there for months and months. You know?
Do you guys know Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez?
Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez?
Yeah, he talks about the sodomy in his streams.
Oh, is this Terra Plana?
No, I don't know
like
exactly.
Or?
I don't know.
Did he used to be on Globebusters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's the Argentinian.
He talks about sodomy.
He's funny as fuck.
Yeah, you have two guys, right? You have Ferrari and you have the other guy. I can't remember his name now.
Maybe I'm thinking of the other one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Rodrigo. He mentioned this a couple of times, where the astronaut Cassidy, Chris. What's his name?
Hadfield.
Hadfield. Yeah, he has a book where he writes that in the final stages of their training they need to be sodomized.
What the fuck?
An anal exam. Yeah.
Whoops! Wasn't supposed to tell anybody that, Chris. You dumb shit.
That's ridiculous. I mean, that is the kind of,
Wait,
that's how you get into the gates of hell.
Chris Hadfield said this?
Oh, yeah.
It was in one of his books. I had it. I got it from Rodrigo. So.
Hey, Don, is that true, Don Pettis? Do you guys get sodomized in the final training ring? Oh, yeah. I liked it when they put the penis in my butt. And it was so good. And it makes for good astronaut poopies when the penis is in your butt. Thank you, Don.
When you enter onto space station.
And you have a leak.
I guess you have a leak, and there's a procedure to fix a leak. Maybe. I think.
Oh my god. Well, that's just called really good engineering.
It would be harder to fake the moon landing than to do it. But we lost the technology, and it's really hard to build back again.
That's really good, man. That's really good, dude.
Dude, you went 100% effort, and I love it.
Yeah, that's a good dump, Pete.
That is very good.
I honestly thought about deleting my channel names just so I could get Don Pettit and come back and do his voice a lot as a troll, but I figured I'd get banned or something.
You could just get a mod to change your name.
Impersonating somebody. Yeah. I think you only have one account, right? Or can you have multiple? Different email, right? Send it to a different email. Yeah.
Right.
Not that I would do that. Terms of service, if you're listening.
I don't think it's against Discord's policies. It's just that
Okay.
they like people in here to just keep one name unless you're trying
Gotcha.
to be funny. You're one of us.
Does anyone else find it weird that they never refer to it as the space station?
Yeah, because it's not really in space. Actually, it's still in the upper portions of the atmosphere. Thank you, Don.
What do you mean, the space station?
What, me?
Yeah, like what else would they call it? Like what?
Well, what they say is like, again, I'm just being pedantic, but what they say is space station. So when I'm going to space station, you know,
Oh,
to
yeah,
the space station.
Yeah.
That's weird.
We go to the space station? I like the upward inflection at the end of every sentence, too. Like his dream was to be a Valley girl in the 80s.
Yeah, Valley Girl in the '80s. Have you ever seen any of the old pictures of what's his name, the English astrophysicist that they always what's his name? Oh fuck.
Nick West.
Long hair. No, not Nick West. The other guy. He's an English guy that got really annoying short brown hair. I'll think of his name and just give me a minute. Sorry. He was in an '80s band with this long hair, totally femmed out. It's not funny.
Peter. No, not Peter.
English guy.
Does he look like an actor from that movie called? Fuck. I think I know who you're talking about. He's a physicist, right? Does a lot of TV stuff.
Yeah.
Like Mick West style.
Are you talking about
older
Brian
guy,
Cox?
50s?
Brian Cox, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Fuck knows how I'm remembering all these names.
Look up Brian Cox, young band, long hair, whatever you know. He's a guy who plays the keyboard in some '80s long hair band. It's just he's femmed out playing.
Yeah, how did he transition from doing that to becoming some sort of renowned space?
Hormones. Oh, my bad. I thought you meant from Brianna. My bad.
Yeah, poor choice of words there.
Yeah, it seems like they find these guys as fronts for their propaganda.
Well, you got the science guy. You got NDT. These are all like failed comedians, right?
All failed actors and comedians, yeah.
Yet they are allowed to spew their nonsense on national television, right?
They're spokespeople.
Yeah.
Spokespeople. So
they're a face.
So whenever we tell these Globe Zealot trench level these trench level globies, right? That come here and tell them, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that the Earth turned underneath a football and that you wouldn't see curvature from the bezel's parabolic flight. Nah, Neil deGrasse Tyson's just there for the money. He's wrong, right? Funny how that goes.
Yeah, it's convenient, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it is these high-end priests that don't touch the topics that the Globe that the trench level globies are touching, right? So they will say, well, the Earth is a globe, obviously, because boats go over the horizon, and then we debunk this, and then the trench level zealots need to come in and then say, no, it's refraction. But when did you ever hear Michelle Thaler or Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse or the other English dude, what's his name?
Cox.
When do those guys come in and tell us how it's actually happening, right?
They will never, because it would ruin their credibility. They would never do it. They can't be caught on record having to explain themselves to somebody and in the least bit look like they're fumbling, searching, not sure themselves, confused. If any of that happens on tape, they know their career's over, so it'll never happen.
So why is Neil deGrasse Tyson allowed to tell us that the Earth turned underneath a football? And he doubled down on this.
He's allowed
That's
to.
what I mean.
They know nobody's going to check it. Nobody's going to go against him in the populace right now.
This is the Globe claim. This is the Globe claim, right? Coriolis.
They just accept it. They don't have to check anything. The Globe Masters figured that out.
He needs to say this because it is the Globe claim, right? Coriolis.
You would think so, but because he's so trustworthy, he doesn't know you shit. That's what they're going to tell you. He doesn't know you nothing, you stupid flat earther.
Right.
You think he's going to waste his breath explaining shit to you? No. We know. We, as in me and Neil, we know these things because of science.
Well, Neil doesn't because they throw him under the bus. They say, well, Neil was wrong because Earth didn't rotate underneath the football.
Oh, yeah.
The air is in Velcro, so we wouldn't expect the Earth turning underneath stuff, right? This is what the trench level globe zealots will tell us.
When did that start? When did this anti-Neil regime begin? I thought he was infallible.
This year, wasn't it? Or last year?
He must have said something silly.
What it was is that every time that was brought up, you'd have a flat earther basically come back and say, well, we don't see the same with helicopters, hot air balloons,
specifically the famous. Oh, I was watching football and I saw that the football made it. Yeah.
So when we came back with that, then they have to, they have to form very agile arguments and backtrack and,
But they went with Neil. I mean, Neil was just fucking with you. They didn't even accept that. They just went with, Neil's wrong. They didn't want to bother.
Well, it's like another example of them gaslighting and doing a poor job on purpose. They put Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye out there, these clowns representing their side of the argument more prominently than anybody. I mean, really, they couldn't find better argument people than that. I mean, you got Bill Nye saying the Earth is blah. It's like the shape is blah, and he's also saying we live in a closed system. I mean, blatantly. You can show it to Wallers though, and it doesn't make any difference. And that's part of their litmus test. Lowering expectations.
I bet you if you ran a battery of fucking tests on all NASA employees, their IQ would float right around 90. I'm being serious, just under average.
Smart enough where they think they're actually up there.
Right. Just smart enough to be convinced that they are smart, but dumb enough never to realize it.
That's what I think about the whole joke of, I'm no rocket scientist, all right? But that was put into the kind of the joke on us too, because the rocket scientist is smart enough to build a rocket, but not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space.
Yeah, it's hilarious how widespread that saying is. Well, it's not rocket science.
Exactly.
It used to be brain surgery, though, to be fair.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Well, when I was young.
Well,
rockets were only 9 or 10 years old when I was a baby. So,
NASA scientists are on the top left hill of the Dunning-Kruger line. Dunning-Kruger curve.
NASA what? I heard the Dunning-Kruger, but you said NASA who?
They're in the top left of the Dunning-Kruger curve, which is like very high belief in their skills and intelligence, but very low actual competence.
That's the upper left.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it back up. I remember I'm in the really good corner. That's all I remember. I'm in the
That would be the
corner.
top right.
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Oh, fuck. I haven't slept in 2 days because of this stupid channel. So if I'm overtired, it's because I'm ready to pass out. And if I just disappear and stop talking, you hear snoring, just boot me.
Welcome to the group, bro. You're a good addition, bro, for sure.
I had to vent it all. So, like, seriously, like 16 years of it pent up. I needed to get it out.
Said Chris Hadfield.
Giggity.
Yeah. Oh, there was another thing about that I was going to mention when you brought up that sodomy thing. Wasn't there like a Backstreet Boy that went up in the shuttle in the ISS supposedly and talked about being sodomized?
That is double ironic. Backstreet Boy sodomized in space.
There you go.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.